have this theory.
I tried to look. I looked into these fish a little bit, but I couldn't really get any good info. But I mean, I do know that there are fish that come out of the water for brief periods of time. I've never heard of fish moaning or humming, but
that's a good way to advertise your position to nearby predators. Seems like a bad idea.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to take a lot of these theories all together, maybe this one applies to that particular spot in Scotland, but it's hard to see how it could apply to Taos, New Mexico.
Yeah.
But it might be that there's hums around the world, and they all have different origins. They have different sources.
Yeah, I guess that's totally fair. It's a fair thing to think.
Yeah.
But fish is the last theory that I have.
We're out of theories, huh?
Do you guys have any other theories?
No,
I don't.
Do you have favorite theories?
I'm pretty sure it's mechanical.
Yeah.
I really think that it is a man-made noise, especially since it's mostly reported in extremely developed countries, whether it's urban, suburban, rural areas. Machinery's everywhere.
Yeah.
And that seems like the likeliest candidate to me.
That's fair.
It seems to work that's pretty good. I mean, I like the fish one.
Yeah.
Kind of hard. It's not credible, but I like it. So anyway, the Earth's hum that we were talking about, that's entirely a possibility that the crust of the Earth itself is like vibrating, enough to create either a sound or else maybe put a vibration into your feet, into your body. It's basically vibrating your body. You're standing on the ground.
Resonance.
Your body is resonating with that. And for some sensitive people, for whatever reason, they translate that into sound.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have a favorite theory, to be honest with you.
What?
I deeply believe that it's external, right? I don't think it's just people making it up. I don't think it's tinnitus, anything like that. I definitely don't think it's fish. I don't think it's colliding waves, but the Earth's hum, machinery, weird drilling stuff, experiments. You don't want to say experiments really too much, but
I don't understand what you mean by
the conspiracy theory stuff, right? Like Harm or Alf or something like that.
Got it.
No, I'm not buying that. I do think somebody should investigate any possible correlation between geothermal activity and the places where this happens.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That would be, I think
that would be hard to pinpoint too.
I think they need to get some geologists involved in this quest.
Yeah. So I guess that's all we have. As we've said, we're going to put a bunch of links up. Those will be available on our website, as will this episode. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can download us on iTunes instead of listening to us on the website. If you do that, please leave us a comment and a rating. We've been trying to keep track of those as much as possible. We absolutely appreciate them. Your comments and ratings are how other people find us, so kudos.
Absolutely.
If you forget to download us, you can always stream us from Stitcher on any mobile device. Find us and like us on Facebook. We just started a new group. I think just last week we started a new group.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so, join that group so you can discuss things if you want with other listeners. And as always, you can send us an email. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And we have some listener mail. I think it's backlogged. We didn't do any last week. We got a lot last week, and we didn't do any because Voynich.
Yeah, we went on and on and on.
Yeah, that was a long episode, guys.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. So we got some listener mail that we want to try and catch up on.
Yes. We've got some emails. And we, like you said, Devin, there's a lot of emails.
Yeah.
We've gotten a bunch this week and in the past weeks, and it's hard to read them all out, as much as I'd love to.
And we should just make it clear that this isn't like a don't send us any more email.
No.
Keep sending us so much email.
No, it's awesome, but it's sometimes I love it because it's one or two sentences, and then it's a suggestion of a story, which is great because that's filling the hopper for us.
Oh, man.
But, I don't want to just read off all of those, but there's a couple of them that kind of stood out, so I think that those are the ones that I kind of wanted to focus on today.
Sure, yeah.
So we've got one from a guy named Ben, and he said, first of all, love the show. I think you guys are hilarious and making a really unique and intelligent podcast. So what can I say other than keep up the good work?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
And then he has a quick question. He was trying to figure out where we were based out of, and I think we said it before, but if we haven't directly said it, we're out of Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
And he had figured out that we were in the Pacific Northwest because we knew things like the Salish Sea feet.
Yeah.
We were pretty familiar with the coastal range, and so he'd kind of put two and two together. But yeah, no, we're definitely out of Portland. And
if you are, give us a shout out.
In Portland, actually.
Yeah.
We are from Portland.
Yeah,
Well,
Ben's evidently from Seattle, so he was happy to share the Northwest with us.
Great.
Oh, nice. No, and actually, if you live in Portland and you want to be our intern,
And then Ben gave us, obviously, as everybody else has, he gave us a great suggestion of a story, and that one is in the hopper for us.
Yeah. This email is from Tom. He says, I recently started listening to podcasts in general and was very disappointed that there are very few podcasts about mysterious events, people, and places. And it was also a letdown that almost no other podcast can even hold a candle to thinking sideways.
Ooh.
Woo!
Oh, thanks, man.
I have in the past read an article on more than half of the things that you guys have discussed on the show, but you present much more detail and do so in a fashion that keeps me from becoming bored in any way with the show. So he wanted to say thank you. And he also wanted to geek out with me a little bit about Earthbound. So we geeked out a little bit, and then he suggested some shows. But Earthbound Bros for life, using our psi power.
That's a video game, right?
You guys are both looking at me like I'm the biggest idiot in the whole world.
I seem to remember this being a video game.
It's a video game that I
He also likes Fallout, so if anybody wants to make a Fallout reference, she'll love it.
Listen, we already had a Fallout person.
Did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I totally didn't catch it.
Me neither.
It was on iTunes. One of our commenter was Arcade Ganon, which is, again, I'm so sorry. It turns out I'm nerding myself. It's like aging yourself, but like everybody know you're a nerd. Anyways, if you want to keep guessing my favorite video games, you should just send random emails to us about video game references, and we'll see how many I can catch. So, Tom, thank you for the suggestions. They are, as he would say, in the hopper.
Okay, one more. We got time for one more letter. This letter is from Jennifer. So Jennifer says, hey guys, huge, all caps, fan of the show. Found it 2 months or so back on Reddit and listened to your whole library in about a week. Yeah, I sit at work all day, data entry, boo. And frequently gets distracted by your awesome show. I have a semi-local story I'd love to hear your thoughts on. Blank is up in blank, Washington, where I went to college. So take a look. It's pretty cool, and there's even a Wikipedia entry on it. I've heard about this particular spot before, and it is kind of interesting. I've been meaning to go up and take a look at it. We might need to take a field trip for this one.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, back to her letter. Thanks again for the awesome show. If you guys have lots of Portland listeners, you should plan a meetup for everyone.
Oh.
Signed Jen. That's a great idea, actually.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, we might have to take a polling sometime and find out how many people are in the area that would be able to do something like that.
We'll just use analytics, Google Analytics.
There's things on the internet that do this for us?
Yes.
Holy crap.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's plan on that. Good idea, Jennifer.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks, everybody, for the emails. And I like I said before, we've got a bunch of them, and we can't read them all.
Yeah,
doesn't mean we don't appreciate it. We don't love it.
Yeah.
Just can't do everyone.
And we try to respond to all of them in a fairly good amount of time.
Yeah,
so.
Sometimes I'm a little behind on the replies, but I try to keep up on them.
Yeah. So I guess with that, that's it.
Yeah, the hum. There's not too much you can say about it. It's just
hum.
It's just the hum. So let's play a recording of the Taos hum. Wow, that's incredibly annoying. I can see why people commit suicide.
Oh, man. Good night, everyone.
Yeah. So long, everybody.
Cooking sideways. Yummy food. Seasoning. Veggies. Meat. Yum yum yum. Recipes you simply don't have the ingredients to. The podcast about cooking because there are no more mysteries.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Cooking Sideways. We're changing things up a little bit because we ran out of mysteries. So
I know, it's kind of sad, but yeah, the internet is officially dry of mysteries.
It
So
is.
here we are.
So this week we're gonna do the cooking show. Are you guys ready to start cooking?
I totally am.
Yes.
We got
Okay,
our
great.
studio kitchen
Yeah.
all ready to go.
So I am Devin, and I'm joined by my 2 assistants.
Joe.
And
Steve.
great, yeah.
Well, I should say, excuse me, it's a cooking show. Joe.
And I think this week we're gonna just start it off right. We're gonna start out with a favorite, goat blood soup.
I've always wanted to try this.
Yeah, good old Choopy really.
I've heard good reviews of it.
He really loves this dish, so I think we're gonna try to make him happy after running out of mysteries to deflect suspicion from him. So I
Poor
think
Chippy. We've
I think we're gonna
slandered him
make
too
him
many
happy.
times.
Yeah. So
Well, and there was that whole incident with the.
Yeah. So we really need to make him happy. So we're gonna go ahead and get started.
All right.
You guys ready?
So we're gonna make some goat blood soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chippy asked us to, and well, he didn't really ask us to, but we decided it would be healthy. And you get to be the taster, by the way.
So it's choopy soupy.
Supacabra.
Where'd you get the recipe?
It's from this book, actually. I found it at Powell's, and it was in the occult section. There's this shelf in there that some of you may be familiar with. It's labeled "Cursed, please take."
Ooh, so it was free?
It was free. Yeah,
I
it was
love
great.
free stuff.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Me too. Okay, so can you guys go get the stuff from the goat? We need the blood, both intestines, big and little, the heart, the liver, and the pancreas.
So the goat, where's the goat?
Out back.
Yeah, I tied him up out back. Let's go get him.
Okay.
Come on, let's go see Billy.
And if you can't slaughter your own goat, store-bought is fine. While they're doing that, you'll also need half of an onion. Yellow is best. 4 cloves of garlic. More if you want. I personally think there's no such thing as too much garlic, so more is enough. More than 4 is fine. Vinegar, just white vinegar, white wine vinegar is fine, but I prefer apple cider vinegar. And then, of course, salt and pepper to taste.
Well, that was fun. Hey, we're back. We've got him.
Except for the blood and the guts.
Yeah.
I
So
felt a little bad
here's
for
the
the
parts
goat.
and pieces.
Okay, so Steve, can you clean the intestines and the pancreas really, really well?
Okay.
And then Joe, can you start chopping the onions and garlic?
Yeah, I'd much prefer that over what Steve's doing.
Yeah, so
frankly.
we want
What about the head? Is that just for garnish, or should I chuck it?
Yeah, you can chuck it. You should not have brought that in here, actually.
Oh, it's kind of decorative, actually.
So we want a nice julienne on the onions, and the garlic can just be sliced. It doesn't need to be diced or anything like that. So while you guys are doing that, I'm going to bring a big pot of water to a boil. Here, Steve, I can take those from you. Now, can you clean the rest of the innards, the heart, all that stuff?
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, doing good, buddy.
I'll chop some more stuff over here.
Yeah. So now I'm just rubbing the oil all over the intestines and the pancreas to kind of extra clean them. Yeah. Ideally, you would use coconut oil, but I'm allergic to coconut oil, so I'm just going to use veggie oil. But coconut oil is the ideal here. And then we're just going to toss these into the pot to clean them.
Okay, it's finished here.
And this stuff is clean finally.
Great. Can you guys get to work cutting all the rest of the stuff up, all of the other innards up, and into, I think 1-inch pieces is probably fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Check it out. I spelled my name with his intestines.
Ew.
Hi.
So these actually are looking good. So we're going to pull them out. I'm going to have you guys cut the intestines and the pancreas up as well.
All right, here we go. Chopping away.
You guys are doing pretty good.
Oh, son of a bitch!
I have never seen anyone who is so bad with a knife, you dork.
Cut my finger off, dude.
Ow, 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 ow.
Steve, oh my God!
Put it out, put it out, put it out, put it out.
No! Okay. So,
I know. You don't want to back up to a gas stove, dude.
so, Joe, you're bleeding a lot. Which
yeah,
is okay
kinda.
because this is blood soup, so I'm not really that worried about it. But Steve has just burned off part of his arm.
I need a tourniquet. Hello?
I think you guys really need to go to the emergency room. Is one of you going to be okay to drive?
Well, I guess him, not me.
I'll let you guys fight it out.
We're
but you
taking
need
his
to go.
car. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig.
Yeah, get out of here.
Fine,
just
let's
get
go.
out of here.
All right,
Thank you.
bye.
Thank you.
We'll be back.
God, they're idiots. Jeez. Okay, so actually we're almost done here anyhow, so this is fine. And like I said, it is blood soup, so I'm not really worried about Joe's blood getting in it a little bit. I think Choopy will kind of like that. So we're just going to put all of the good bits into a large pot over high heat and just saute it a little bit, and then add about 3 tablespoons of vinegar, about 1 teaspoon of pepper, and about a tablespoon of salt, but really to taste. You should know how to cook. You guys know, just add to taste. And then we're going to toss the onions and the garlic in and stir to combine. Ooh, those are smelling great, actually. Really meaty, kind of like a barnyard. It's really nice. So now the tricky part to do alone, but I'm going to try it anyway, is to add the blood. It's really important that you stir constantly at this point, because if the blood isn't moving constantly, it's going to clot into a big ball and you'll be in a really bad spot. Your whole soup is going to be ruined. So here we go. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Oh man. Okay. It's smelling really good, actually. And it's coming together nicely. And just, I really love the smell of iron. Don't you? Yeah. So once the blood turns black, you can stop stirring, and we're going to let that cook for about 30 to 35 minutes. And you know what? Actually, since the boys aren't here, I have been waiting for years. I have this little set of bloopers and just really clips of them being total idiots, like normal, but even more so. So I think I'm going to play that because Steve's our editor and I actually don't know how to edit things. So we're just going to play that while this soup cooks, and then I'll come back. I'll just play as long as it takes to cook, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up this soup, okay? Great. So here's some stuff. Okay, I don't remember how these things work. How does that fit? Okay, yeah. Okay, great. And here we go.
There you go. If you push it too much, it goes click, click, and it considers it a double click.
Okay, that's what I did. Okay.
It f***ed me up, too.
Yeah.
Apple.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to go to Adele.
Don't. I have Adele for work. Do not move to Adele.
I have Adele at work. It sucks.
Yeah,
Let's start recording.
We're not talking about Adele, the singing artist, by the way. Don't send us angry emails.
Yeah, because this is going someplace.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Okay.
John Signer. He wrote an article, and of course the FBI immediately show up at his doorstep when they figure out that this article is out there.
Sorry.
Let me know when you're ready.
All right.
When they figure out this article is out there, they talk to him. They.
Sorry.
You good?
Hang on.
He's got That was one of my favorite parts
Stupid
of the
ghost?
blooper. Yeah. You sound like a stupid ghost. I almost lost it. I really almost lost it.
You ready? No more sneezes?
He's not ready.
I don't think so. I think I'm good.
Keep drinking. Or when we're almost done with this story.
Oh my god, if you would stop talking, we could start.
Huh?
Huh? Okay.
What? Where are we? Don't break anything.
I can't make those promises. Can't make it.
That's why we have the little puppy guy.
So theories.
It's a Sasquatch.
You're the one who has to edit this. It's you. You're the one who has to edit this. So, like, fine, whatever.
Her headphones were unplugged the whole time, and she had no idea the mixer was off.
She didn't know. There you go. Yeah. I just took a look at our mixer.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, just to
we've
be
definitely
sure.
never done that
Yeah.
before.
Oh, no, never.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay.
all right, sorry.
Very much. Okay, like that.
I have no idea what that was.
I know.
No? Okay.
Yeah, brain fart. Okay, ready?
This is why he's not drinking tonight.
Yeah.
He's already drunk, already hammered drunk.
I think just being with you guys and sipping something carbonated, my body's just getting drunk.
Drunk.
I know.
It's just processing it into alcohol.
Yeah.
I would say Anita.
Anita? Okay.
It's Anita. That's my massage therapist.
Anita?
Name.
Oh, is it Anita? Anita? Okay.
Of course it is.
Anita. Okay. Right on.
All right.
Find
Cool.
a way for that. Please
Anita.
find a way for that to be in the episode.
Yeah. Okay. Let me clear this out one more time.
Glad it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's all of us.
Podcaster's throat. There we go.
Podcasters.
Yeah. Yeah. We've invented a new one.
We've invented a new illness.
I know.
I'm so gonna go for benefits on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Picture elbow. Yeah. I have podcaster's throat.
I got the black lung.
All right.
Oh, God. Okay.
Okay, you ready? You guys good? Okay.
Okay.
I know, but
Okay,
I'm
wait.
an idiot.
Here, let me just
Fix
turn
yourself.
a little bit so that we can all be in like a big, perfect.
By the way, I just tossed the chairs, so if you want to readjust, do. 'cause
Well,
they were
Joe
all-
just turned, so he's more circly, and so I
Yeah.
figured I'll be more circly too.
Let's be circly.
See, I like it when you pointed that way, because then he wasn't doing this to me all the time.
Yeah.
It's awkward.
Doing this. Yeah.
No.
No more.
Okie doke.
Want to see me play pocket pool?
Mixer on, yeah.
So let's keep an ear out for a meowing cat.
I think people are crazy.
No,
Where was
it's
this?
there.
Which episode was this in?
The train episode, the Sunset Limited.
So
It's like an hour and 1 minute and 20 some seconds in, and I'm talking, and all of a sudden you just hear underneath my voice, meow. It's totally beans.
Was it beans or chorizo?
It was one of them, but it's like meow. and nothing else. I think that I saw it happen and thought nobody will hear it because I was talking over it, and it must have just totally got picked up by your mic.
No doubt. Yeah, well, sorry about that.
That's okay.
We can always re-record.
No, we can't.
It's released. We can't re-record.
Yeah. Yeah, or just dust. You know, I think my allergies and Caduzo's allergies would be a lot better.
He just totally.
He did not get the joke.
No, I didn't.
When I was job
Are you talking
searching-
about polishing this brass?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, I get it now. Yeah.
When I was job hunting a couple years ago, there was like a post on Craigslist that was like, I'm hiring a housekeeper. I can't pay you, but I'm a young, attractive man in my 20s. I'm fit, and also I'll provide your uniform, and I have a room that you can live in. And it was like, well, that does not. What are you?
That's creepy.
No, that's how people get murdered. What?
Yeah.
Well, there's that whole damn daddy complex. That crap. That's the beginning. Is that I'll just take care of you. Remember I told you about that weirdo couple I saw when we were in Jamaica?
Yeah.
The Brazilian woman who had the giant boobs with the 50-year-old man that she did not want to be with, and he was like, he took her to Jamaica, so she hung out with him.
Still going?
Yep.
Do you want to play this back, see how we sound, or do we
I
care?
already listened to it with the headphones. We were fine. It
Okay.
was coming through my speaker. It sounded weird.
Okay. And all
Are you
the
sure?
settings
Because
are
I
right?
wasn't there.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
You always sound weird.
Yeah, it's true.
Ugh.
And you say like every third word.
You can't even do it. You can't even make fun of it. That's so funny.
Yeah.
You can't even make
Incapable.
yourself say like that many times.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, well, you guys ready to go?
Yeah, like, let's
right.
get going.
Yeah,
Let's do
like
it,
it's
yeah.
just like let's just go.
Hey there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. Okay, let's start that again.
Jerk.
Uh-huh. Hey there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Likeways. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right.
Now stop the damn recording.
Oh my god. Just a little more. There There
We're fine. We're so fine. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey.
Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. Blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
You're not going to start your album here.
You don't know.
Oh, I do.
I don't know.
I edit it.
Oh, that's true.
We do need to sing a song sometime. I'll play the guitar.
I sing songs all the time. What are you talking about?
I do too, but yeah. So be thinking about what song you want to sing.
Come on, Lesbian Seagull, let's go.
All right, let's do it. Okay, where was I? Is that going to come through?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Are they being abducted, though? Like, do we need to go save a child?
Don't bother.
I don't care
There's
if they're
plenty
being,
more
I'm
where
not
they came
saving
from.
them regardless. Not my child.
You guys are the worst.
You're right.
I know.
Okay. The pronunciation Nazis are going to get us again.
Yeah, they will. I don't want to up. You guys want to record a quick Choopy song?
What is it?
It goes choop, choop, choop. Choop, choop, choop. Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
Is it like a round? Is it like row, row, row your boat?
Something like that.
I don't think so. I don't
Remember
think
that? It was a 70s song called Shake Your Booty.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shake your choopy.
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Chupacabra. Choop.
You ready?
Choop, choop, choop.
Choop, choop, choop.
Chupacabra. All together now, ready? Come on.
Choop,
Choop, choop, choop, choop. Choop, choop, choop. Chupacabra. Chupacabra.
Choop, choop, choop.
Choop, choop, choopy, choop, choop,
Okay.
choopy, choop.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
cripe.
Hey guys, welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin this week. Okay.
It's been years.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me try that again.
Sure, it's New Year somewhere.
Far Side?
Yeah. Don't remember that one?
Vaguely.
He did a bunch of Goldfish
It's been
ones.
so long.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear that thing of there's the one with the ants trying to take the baby down the anthill?
Yeah.
You've seen that one?
They're trying to,
and
stuff it
they
in.
realize it's not going to fit. Well, with the first revision of that, or the first version of that, they were carrying an old man, and everybody rejected it because it's not fair that seniors are old and can't defend themselves. And so he changed it to a baby, and they accepted it.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah. Joyce.
Yeah.
I really want you to put that into the next year's bloopers reel so that people can hear that you guys are kind of lame sometimes.
Yeah.
Definitely deleting this.
Okay. Ready?
Okay.
Okay. Fine.
Hey guys, let's go. Can we start now? This is my dog voice.
Sensitive.
It's his normal voice.
Yeah.
That's right. I fake it the rest of the time.
All right.
We ready?
Yeah.
If you would let me go.
Okay, go. Where's
Go.
my ball?
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Okay.
Dude,
All right.
We're doomed.
Hey, guys.
We are.
We got to get through 8 pages tonight. Jesus.
It's okay. I'm willing to stay up late.
All right, let's go.
Did you mention her nickname, Sharkbait?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to roll immediately into what do you call a guy with no arms and legs jokes, aren't you?
Oh, we can't do that. We really can't do that.
You don't want to do Sharkbait?
We really can't do that.
Well, I am going to mention sharks later on, just so
That's
you know.
fine.
Yeah.
God, okay, but we can't
Oh,
joke
we
about
cannot
it.
start that way.
We really can't joke about it.
Yeah. You say before.
I know
here.
I say before.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
I know I wrote it that way, but that's not what I meant, Joe.
I know.
I
Sorry,
redid the
won't
math.
make
I
that
know my
mistake
own
again.
dates better than I can write them, okay?
I'm sorry. I redid the math after I wrote my script. I don't know what you want from me.
Let's do it.
Let's
Isla.
do it.
Ba-dum-bum-bum.
Okay.
Bow, bow.
Dun 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 dun.
Tequila.
Bermeja.
Bermeja.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
So, were you going to ask something specific regarding the time frame, or just okay?
No. Yeah.
So
anyway, it's oh, go ahead. Just continue with what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Keep telling your story, Devin.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Yeah. You're just sitting there. You do that all the time. You're always like, let's ask a funny question and let Steve try to like ad-lib something, but I'm not recording, so it's just going to be amazing and hilarious and avoid.
Yeah. I just don't want to like start too early because then Steve has to edit it all out.
Steve doesn't care.
He cares. He loves me.
Yeah.
Got my back.
That's right.
What's that look?
I'm sorry that I'm the evil child of this family.
You
kind of are. Yeah.
It's true.
What to do? Pause to swill suds. Pont-Saint-Esprit is a small village in southern France. As of the 2012 census. As of the 2012 okay. As of the 2012 sentence. Okay. All right.
We haven't had one of those in a real long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I'm sorry. Did you not hear Joe just say, "Don't eat old nuts"?
I know that. I couldn't even notice that.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well,
I'm not 12 at the moment, apparently.
Apparently not.
This time.
There's certain old nuts that you can't eat, but other than that, stay away. In the shade so far.
Good.
They work well?
Yeah, this way you won't be able to see that I'm napping while recording.
Yeah, we won't know.
I don't snore. I'll
That's
be
what
like this.
everybody who snores says. That does kind of look like normal. Take those off. You're freaking me out. All right. You ready, Snorosaurus?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Hang on.
Apparently I'm not the one you have to be concerned about.
I knew that was coming. I could see the look on your face. I'm like, I'm just going to wait. All right. You ready?
By the way, I know I look a little frowsy, but it's because my hairdresser is retired from the profession, and so I have to find a new hairdresser.
You said that was a thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, so that's gonna be.
She's just tired of taking Joe as a client.
That could be.
She's tired of having you at her house.
That could be. She's just scared.
Because you're always talking about guns and
I'm always saying like,
Republican things.
I'm always saying, oh yes. You have such nice hair and such beautiful skin.
And nice hands. Please wash my hair again.
Would you touch me here? And
Okay, we got to start this episode.
Yeah, no, actually, let me pause.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you had a look on your face like you were going to say something. Lori.
While you're pausing.
We're Canadian. Sorry.
Move my legs, though.
Mm-hmm. Theory number one. Theory number one is that a man, that this is... I'm going to go get Fred Flintstone. Because that makes just as much sense as what I just said.
True.
Yeah.
We need a theme song for the Theory Machine.
That's a good idea.
What's the Scooby Doo? Do 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 do. Right?
I'd like something like out of like a commercial from the 60s where a bunch of high pitched voices go, Theory.
I know you like that.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
No, I think actually there was there was that mystery that was floating around for a while of who were the background singers of this one obscure album. Does this sound familiar to you?
Not even a little.
Okay,
no.
Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, we'll figure something out. Let me go ahead and try this over again.
Okay, you guys ready?
No.
Shut the. Oh my god.
This story kind of breaks my heart.
Why?
Oh, I like Paul.
Paul.
I like Paul.
How do you know you like Paul? Were you alive when Paul was alive?
Actually, I was.
Yes.
Oh, damn it. That's right. You're so old.
Yeah.
God. Sometimes I forget.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
So, Devin, what do you think? Do we need to balance out the light situation in here? Should that light be on or should it be off?
Oh, my God. Okay. You ready?
All
No, I
right,
need a
fine.
beer. No, kidding.
Bathroom.
She's gonna kill. I redlined it and everything.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good. All right.
You have misspellings all over the place.
Oh, I know.
Dropped letters.
My grammar. I do drop words a lot. It drives me crazy.
Even when
I know
speaking, you drop words.
I probably do.
You
I know
do.
you started to say my grammar, but you stopped in the middle and it was just my grandma.
Yeah, my grandma.
My grandma.
You dropped the letter off the end.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you don't really want Devin on Absinthe talking about hookers, do you?
Maybe.
Murdered hookers?
Maybe.
Do you?
We could start being like the last podcast on the left.
When I was little, I didn't know how to read until I was like in 3rd grade. This is like true. I didn't know how to read. I had to work with a tutor because I couldn't read for whatever reason.
You
and
faked
my
it?
mom, no, I didn't even really fake it. I just would be like, no, I'm tired. And my mom was a special ed teacher, so she was trying her tactics on me. It didn't work. But she would always say, just look at the shape of the word and guess and go. Those were the 2 ways that she tried to get me to learn how to read. So to this day, I'll look at the shape of a word and I'll guess and go. And I guess and go, and that's like it. Like, I guess what that word is without even like paying attention to it. I'm like, I don't know, that's the general shape of that word I think it's going to be. I've guessed it's that one. It's that one from now on.
Mm-hmm.
So acquired savants turned into acquired servants.
So,
I
no
actually
matter-
used to do that when I read as a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine when you have contextual clues, right? When you're reading prose,
Right.
it's totally fine because then you'll go back and be like, that doesn't make sense. You read it again, you're like, oh, that's why it doesn't make sense. But when you've got Macroni,
yeah.
Because macaroni.
I think that's how most people read. Is they don't actually, they actually just recognize the
but they
word.
typically self-correct because they
Yeah.
actually look at it versus me just being like, nope, that's what it is. Deal with it.
That's funny. Our science is so bad.
Well, actually, I took an online science quiz just today, and I scored high.
You scored as being high?
As a kite.
Yeah. By then.
It wrote back, you've been smoking the herb.
Yeah.
A Star Wars, damn it.
Okay.
Is it okay for me to say damn it? Okay.
We've slowly started swearing more and more, so who
A little bit.
cares?
Well, damn, it's not a
Yeah,
It's not.
yeah.
word.
We used to be really tight, and now we're like,
Can we say fudge sticks?
Can we say Sofa King?
as long as you don't yell, I don't care.
Can we say Pho Kim? It's a restaurant, you know. Okay.
Is it? It probably is.
I don't give a lot of fox.
Fox.
Do you want to alternate us reading these off, or do you want to just read it all yourself?
No, I think I'll read it myself, but I'd like
Okay.
you guys to react
Okay.
to the things I'm saying.
Holy
Yeah! Perfect! It's like I paid you to say that or something.
Oh my fucking God.
Please, this year, can we release unedited? Please, this year.
Holy cat scratch! Tricky dating sites.
Do they have such things?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
They have farmers only. A dating site for only farmers. That's a thing in this world.
They have cat owners.
I'm
dating
sure
Oh, yeah.
they
sites?
do.
Yeah.
You should sign up.
I should.
You get a lot of tail.
I would get a lot of tail. Like,
Ah!
because my cats are so awesome that women would want to date me just to be around my cats.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. The North American Marlon Brando Lookalike Association. Oh, no. Oh no, excuse me. Sorry. The North American Marlon Brando Lookalike Association. No, hang on. The North American Marlon Brando Lookalikes.
Overbeck or Overton?
Oh, okay, you're right, Overbeck. Duh. I did it. Oh my God.
You were all over the map. With
I
names
know.
today.
I'm getting my names wrong here. Overbeck.
What's your name?
Yeah, what is my name? Devin. Yeah. Hey, I just want to say, guys, they're naming beer after me, not after you guys.
That's true.
Right, I'm so hot. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Got it. Okay.
All right, good
Glad
to know.
that's clear.
Thanks. All right, continue on,
Okay,
Hottie.
where are we at here?
Salt stores.
Yeah, it just seems to me like they've been skipping on the salt. Man, that pisses
They
me
have, but you evidently need a lick.
apparently.
I think they sell those at the Meadow.
Salt lick?
Yep.
I could just put it out in the living room and we'll just get on all fours and lick it.
Yeah. Sounds like
Me
something
and
you
the
would do.
cats. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to slip on that and fall.
Thank God.
Probably. Yeah, hate to break it to you, Steve, we've been trying to replace you here.
We got Justin on the hook.
Yeah.
He's ready to move out here.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
We're going to make that 3 fans so happy.
Okay.
Mike's going to join our podcast. We're all going to make $100,000 a year.
A lot more than that.
From a 3-person to a 4-person square table story.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
You start talking, Mike's like, shh, I'm not done telling the story.
I'm not done.
Sorry, Mike, love you.
Yeah, we're just kidding, Mike.
Please don't come kill us.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Fat cat.
Yeah.
Fat
Silly cat.
Digging in the
Smelly
litter
cat.
box.
Oh, smelly cat. What are they feeding you? Smelly cat. Oh, smelly cat. Why don't they care?
Okay.
Ready?
No, cat's still in the box.
Oh, really?
Cat is going to keep going.
Cat in the box. Okay. Yep.
There she goes.
I wasn't making it up. Okay.
Ready? Okay.
Sweet freedom.
All right. Ready? Okay.
Samora Michelle.
Samosa.
Not mimosa. He is not a champagne drink.
Samosa.
Nope.
Deep fried potato dish.
No.
Dang it.
Nope.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Hey there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, always joined by
Joe.
And Devin.
And once again, we have a mystery for you.
What?
Which is, why does that prince keep sending me emails when there isn't actually any Nairobian princes?
I thought they were like Nigerian.
Nigerian,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right.
Well, it's because they've been deposed.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why they're emailing you, because they're, they're not.
They have to flee the country, but he
Yeah.
can't take suitcases of cash with him, so he's got to transfer it to your bank account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we probably shouldn't do that mystery. Okay, this week's mystery is, why is porn so focused on butt sex?
That's a good question.
Because humans are focused on butt sex.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like it up the ass?
Yeah.
Come on.
Actually, I don't really like it up the ass.
Have you tried it?
I tried it the other direction, but I
He's
haven't.
had it done medically.
I have, yeah.
Medically administered.
Hang on, I'm going to get a little closer to the mic. All right.
Ready?
Why did
Yeah.
you have to get closer to Mike? That makes Mike uncomfortable.
I know. Sorry, Mike. Touch him down here. But, I'm,
Leave Mike's shaft alone.
I have noticed.
Don't even talk about his cables.
I don't know what it is. It's a wavelength of my voice, but it does sound like it's harder to hear than your guys' voices. You guys
It is
sound.
because it's lower.
And then he takes off all his clothes because he doesn't want to get his clothes bloody.
Right.
And then he calls her inside and then jumps her and strips her and strangles her and then cuts her body into pieces. But he put all this whole stuff in lurid detail into a letter to the little girl's mother.
Okay.
And it's just reading about it, But luckily that was his downfall because they managed to trace the letter back to him and he got arrested and he got fried in the electric chair for it. But
I feel so much better for you having shared that story with me. Thank you.
I know. Sorry.
It really is just an uplifting way to start.
It is. Oh, it's Halloween.
I just had to hit record here because I wanted
You wanted that recorded?
Oh,
documentation
that's what you were doing.
of like what we talk about before we record episodes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was an interesting little article.
So if there was interference in there, sorry, I was walking around Justin and stuff.
No, that's okay.
So you want to talk about this boil I've got?
Yeah, let's hear it. How about my hemorrhoids? Yeah. This is a TMI episode. Everybody be forewarned.
We've changed the initials of our podcast from
TSP
to TMI.
Hey, hi there. Welcome to another episode of TMI. This week we're going to talk about my hemorrhoids.
In excruciating, throbbing detail.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, well, if we ever run out of mysteries, I think TMI would be a good podcast.
I don't think it would. I really don't think it would.
There's a lot of people that want to share.
That's the problem.
Yeah. They better.
There's a lot of theories in this story, and I intend to drag out every single one.
You don't know how long I've been awake this morning.
It's not morning anymore.
I know.
That's a sign of how long you've been awake?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you want me to do it in an Australian accent?
No, I think that's good enough. Because, well, unless you can think you can pull it off.
But it's going to use an inappropriate word. I'm sorry. Because they call everybody.
Oh, yeah, no, you can't drop the C word in there. It's fine. It's fine. You've ever made.
No, actually, not nearly.
No, you actually made that noise before. It's still gross. Continue on.
All right. Hang on. Jitterbugging McKinley, Abe, break Newtonian, inferring update Cohen. There, collaborative. Collaborate. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is this better? Would be like more more emotive. Jitterbugging McKinley, Abe, break Newtonian, inferring update Cohen, air, collaborate.
So Steve, do you want to read these?
Yeah, I'll read this.
Right.
Fine.
Okay.
Bitches.
You guys ready?
I am.
Shut the fuck up.
Devin, take one. Devin, take three.
Okay, ready?
Okay. Are you going back to the one that you skipped, which is Alfred J. Potter?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get to him in a sec here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going out of order here, I know.
Okay, that's why I'm confused.
I just want to mention watching you trying to hand signal it's Joe has been a treat. Where you're just like, because he's not paying attention. He doesn't know what you're saying.
Totally missing the whole thing. Yeah. Clueless as usual.
Okay.
I'm reminded of that scene from Airplane. Remember that scene where he's going like, and she's going like.
It's exactly that. Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about this.
You were talking about somebody.
Silas Jane may have rung a bell for some of you because he's kind of famous in the Chicago area / connected and implicated.
Implicated? I like it.
I love it when you make good jokes, but you realize we haven't been recording,
Yeah.
and then you go, and then you turn it on like you think you're going to be able to recreate that moment.
Ain't going to happen. Sorry.
It's gonna
Just like
happen.
sex, when I prematurely ejaculate, and I'm like, I'm going to make it like it was better. I'm just going to roll over and go to sleep.
Just going to cry in the fetal position for 3 hours.
I'm sorry.
Silently in the shower.
All I wanted to do was give you a massage. I'm sorry.
All you got to just, the magic words to get yourself out of that is just say, look, bitch, you had as much time as I did. So.
I think we've discovered the reason that Joe's single.
One of many. One of many. All right, we ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's get this little showboat rocking and rolling. So,
and she didn't have any suicidal tendencies, not given to self-immolation or
nothing
like
that. Nothing that would indicate that she would have brought something down like this upon herself. So yes, no self-immolation at all.
Not given to just burning herself, setting herself.
No self-burning tendencies here?
No.
Okay.
Not predisposed to that.
Yeah.
No. Longest throat clearing in fucking history. Some of the meals available in February are roasted pork with apple walnut and farro salad and crispy. I'm not doing that one. I cannot say half of these freaking words. All right, let's talk about a lizard because it's a scaly story.
Before we start, I mean that cell phone picture of the lizard. Lizard man.
Yeah, we'll talk. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Okay.
I know.
Ready?
A lizard.
Hey there, asshole. Okay.
Okay, he's ready.
Oh.
Si, senor.
Am I a senora at this point?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the extent of my Spanish, okay? I know taco and burrito and enchilada.
You know more than that.
¿Por qué?
Yeah.
Are you sensitive about these things?
Okay.
Who, me?
Yeah. You were just sitting there staring at the computer for a minute.
He kept trying to get it to push.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I see, whenever I go anywhere, I see people staring at computers and stuff, so I just assume that's what you do.
You just stare at them. You just stare at them.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
I just
Okay.
stare at them, yeah. I mean, is that not what you're supposed to do?
No, you usually do something on them.
Oh.
You interact with them.
Oh.
I know this is a hard concept for you.
Whoa,
Yeah.
okay.
As an old man, I understand.
Wow. Hang on a second.
Me too.
All right. Yeah. Any farts? Okay, there we go.
Oh, yeah. So gross.
Steve's voicemail is broken. This is his refrigerator. Please speak very slowly, and I'll stick your message to myself with one of these magnets.
Hey, it's me. It's Sunday morning. I'm heading up to the Clackamas River to do a little rafting. Got to do the upper Clackamas, which is a lot more dangerous than the lower Clackamas. But so if I drown, Katie is my cat's godmother, I guess. She's in charge of finding them a new good home. So yeah, please let her know. And also, you're going to need to replace me on the show, and I'm thinking maybe Daniel Craig will be a good replacement. That's about it. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Through the magic of me editing, figuring out how to edit in the studio, we're back. Actually, I think I just heard a car door slam. That was actually good timing.
Hey, we're back.
Oh, hey.
Hey, did you find a fingertip in that pot?
No.
Well, crap. They were asking about it at the ER. I guess I'm going to have to just do it without.
That's okay. It's, gives you a good story or something.
Adds a little flavor to the
This is the guy who's complaining. He lost a fingertip.
Just a fingertip.
I'm one giant boil on the right side of my body.
I know, but you know what? That fish skin looks like it's going to heal that right up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Salving for weeks.
Hello,
it's
cryptid.
good.
Yeah.
I'm the lizard man now.
So you guys actually came back. It's perfect. I'm just gonna put the finishing touches on this, and then we should be good.
Okay.
So the soup has been cooking for about 35 minutes. Do you guys smell that? It smells really good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of water, about a cup of cold water, and then let that come up to heat just for about 1 minute. How's the ER? Good.
Oh, God.
Loud.
A lot of sick people there.
You made good time.
The trouble with the ERs is they let just anybody in.
Yeah.
That's why we're back so fast. They kicked him out.
Yeah.
Because he was complaining about the facility.
I said next time bring the friggin' fingertip.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So this is perfect temperature. So we're just gonna pull it off the heat. And traditionally we would serve this over rice, but I'm kind of thinking that Choopy's not gonna care.
Probably not. Yeah.
One last note here. It looks like it was handwritten in here. It says
in your book, you mean?
Yeah, it says that you
got
can
for free?
Summon the Chupacabra by saying his name 3 times over the soup.
So whatever you do, don't say choopy, choopy, choopy.
I really wish you had just not been standing over the pot right now.
Oh, whoops.
Watch out, he's got a cigar!
Ah!
Oh God, will it ever end?
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Bicycle Tug of War. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, welcome to an episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined as usual by
Steve.
Joe.
and the ghost,
Yeah.
And the mixer, which is on.
which is totally it's on. Yes, it's on.
And also, I haven't mentioned the Chupacabra lately, so
So why not?
let's just say he's
Also-
here in spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you really have upset some of our listeners
I
because
think
the Chupacabra hasn't made an appearance on the show in a while.
I'm
So,
sure. I'm sure that we can work it into this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Before we get too far into it, and by too far into it, I mean into it at all.
Yeah.
This is a listener suggestion. I believe it's pronounced Morrow.
I think that's
Morrow?
right, Morrow.
Yeah. It's like Maru the cat, but with an O instead.
But Morrow, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, this week we're going to talk about what is up with the Agatha Christie disappearance.
Yeah, she vanished for 11 days.
She did.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
They're thinking alien abductions.
Well, maybe.
We're going to talk about that, I hope?
She disappeared in 1926. And if you're a Doctor Who nerd like me, you know that it's because of a giant space wasp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was proven.
No?
I didn't see that particular episode. Did he
Okay.
actually transport her like 10 days forward in time?
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, come on. That was like season 3.
So, spoilers.
Actually, I think of season 5.
It was the Donna season, so yeah, 5.
Oh, it was. I didn't like that season.
That's
What season is the Doctor on now? Like 37 or something?
this is a very long conversation.
Getting a little
There's
off track here.
nuances, yeah. So here's the story. You guys ready for the story?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right. On December 3rd, 1926, Agatha Christie and her husband Archie had been fighting a little bit.
Just a little.
He had asked her for a divorce because he was in love with another woman.
Oh, by the way, this is kind of a jerk thing for him to do because her mother had died recently.
Yeah,
You know,
she was under a lot of stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to top it off, he had a quote-unquote problem with sick people.
Yeah, so he was nowhere to be seen when she
for
was dying.
like a month or two, he was
Yeah.
hanging out in London.
Yeah.
No, I'm not coming to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Archie left the house that afternoon to spend some weeks with his mistress, who was named Nancy Neal.
I thought they were just going to spend like a weekend
A
together.
weekend, some weeks.
I was going to say, I've seen both. That's why
Yeah.
I was trying to see if you'd found anything that said he
Definite?
said
No.
X amount of time.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I think a weekend, a long weekend. You know, it's British timing. I don't know what.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff where you're kind of like, I don't actually know what that's referencing, but okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, after a little while, I think it was like 9 p.m. or something like that. After he left, Agatha got up from her chair, went upstairs, kissed her daughter, and left a note for her secretary saying that she was going to Yorkshire for a bit. Later that night, her car was found abandoned, lights on, quote, perched above a chalk quarry.
Yeah, you hear that differently. Some you hear it's like run into some sort of bush.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Sometimes you hear it's like kind of on the precipice.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Or just hood up, lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the consistent thing in all of these versions is all of her stuff was in the car. I never heard one where her stuff wasn't abandoned with the car.
Yeah, there was
Most of her stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
most
yeah.
of it. There was a fur and a bag with a little bit of clothing in it, and of course her driver's license
Yeah.
was in there.
Yes.
Yeah, and interestingly, it was found southwest of London, which is like totally the wrong direction to go if you want to head to Yorkshire.
Yeah, 15 miles. I
Yeah.
pulled it up on the map. It's
Yeah.
about 15 miles south. Southwest.
Southwest of, yeah.
Or no, southeast.
Yeah. No, it was southwest.
From their home.
Oh, from their home she drove southeast, yeah.
Yes.
Instead of driving northeast to go to Yorkshire.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she was confused.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe she couldn't read a map.
Yeah. Anyways, that was it for 11 days.
Had the map upside down.
Yeah.
It's possible, actually, yeah. People suggested that this was a publicity stunt. After all, the murder of Roger Ackroyd had just been published, I think, within a year of her disappearance. And it was, a massive success, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But for some reason, people thought that she needed a publicity stunt on top of that.
Maybe she wanted to give it a little boost.
I guess, yeah.
I think I'm going to disappear and give our ratings a boost.
But most people suspected that her husband had something to do with it, which I think you would naturally assume a little bit. After the search had been going on for a few days, it actually made the cover of the New York Times, the front page.
Wow.
Of the New York Times. So, of course, that ended up in a huge nationwide manhunt almost. About 15,000 people volunteered to help search for her, as well as dogs and airplanes they had searching for her as well.
Apparently that was an historical first for Britain.
Yeah.
The airplanes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Using them to search for people.
Mm-hmm. And since they kind of feared the worst, they started dredging streams and lakes.
Yeah, especially there
nearby.
was a little lake right near where her car was found. So that's probably the first place they turned to.
Yeah.
And there's a great picture that shows during the search when they're doing the dredging. And I don't know that everybody understands. So I had never really thought about it. But do you know how you dredge for a body?
Did they drag or dredge?
Well, what they were doing is they had basically a giant 3-prong hook on a rope, chucking it in, letting it sink, and dragging it back to the top. Which, God, what a pain in the butt. And I would hate to be the guy who's like, oh, got a bite.
Yeah, really. Seriously.
Probably brought up a lot of logs, car tires, maybe some road signs.
Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of down there. All kinds of stuff down there.
Probably some of Churchill's tea set. Wait, I mean Turing's tea set.
Turing.
Alan Turing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard about what happened with his teacup, right?
Didn't he used to lock it to his desk?
Yeah, which is kind of a weirdo move.
Yeah,
That's what
I don't know
too.
Why.
Well, it turns out that somebody at Bletchley Park thought that they were a really funny prankster and would steal people's teacups, and nobody really knew what the deal was until a couple of years ago when they drained the pond and found them all. He was just hucking them in the middle of the pond.
He just thought it was funny for them to disappear all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Oh.
So
that's criminally irresponsible in the middle of a war. To be wasting precious teacups.
I know.
Yeah. I'm not gonna tell the whole story here, but someday, if you're curious, if you're listening to this, you should go out on the internet and try to find the story of Churchill's parrot.
Oh yes, that's a great story.
Yeah,
not for this show.
No.
Back to our story.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Famous people started getting involved. Arthur Conan Doyle.
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah.
Arthur Conan Doyle. He gave a psychic one of Agatha Christie's gloves. The psychic who was Horace Leaf. You've heard of Horace Leaf?
I have not, actually.
It's not ringing a bell.
You haven't?
I may have, but the name is not ringing a bell.
Oh, he was one of the most. He was kind of the spearhead of the spiritualist movement, and he would hold all of these seances and stuff like that, and just was a total hack.
There was a lot of that stuff going on.
Yeah, there was. He said that he could tell she was still alive, though, quote, half dazed and half purposeful. End quote.
Wow,
that's
nice and vague.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? It's like mediums and spiritualists. It's that cold reading situation. Anyway, he, however, did predict that she would surface a few days later, and accurately, she did. Bob Tappan, the banjo player at the then named Harrogate Hydropathic Company, or the Hydro, which is now called the Old Swan Inn, because sure. He recognized Christie. She had apparently checked in some number of days ago, though I've never been able to find out when, under the assumed name of Mrs. Teresa Neal. Does that name sound familiar?
Neil does.
Neil does.
Yeah.
Wait. Who is Neil?
Just it's Archie's lover, Nancy Neal.
Oh, use the same last name. Okay, got it.
Yeah, no, sorry, not Therese Neal, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's why I was confused.
Yeah. Oh, on a banjo player, by the way, one of the London papers had offered a 100-pound reward.
And he collected it.
He got to collect it. And 100 pounds back in those days was a,
chunk of change.
Nice.
Fair amount of money.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Apparently, sorry.
Oh, no, I was also going to say that apparently one of the stories goes that it was actually one of the maids that recognized her, and she mentioned it to him, and he jumped in there and grabbed the reward. So,
Sure. Yeah.
She should have kept her mouth shut.
She should have just told somebody.
Yeah.
Apparently, according to the prevalent theory, whatever, Christy had crashed her car, gone into what the old-timey doctors call the out-of-body amnesia experience, boarded a train to the hydro, checked in with almost no luggage, and lived like a normal guest for 11 days. She had like a pouch full of money. She had like 300 pounds or something like that with her. She had a lot of money.
Supposedly she had like a money belt.
Yeah.
Stuff with cash.
Yeah. Which okay. I don't know why her driver's license and stuff weren't in there, but okay, fine.
Who goes around with a money belt stuffed full of cash all the time?
Yeah, I don't know. Rich people, I guess.
I guess.
Actually, when I travel, I usually have to have a money belt with money in it. If I'm traveling overseas.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's traveling overseas.
Yeah,
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Not when you're, going to drive over to Yorkshire for a little bit.
Which is, it is, admittedly, it's 220, 230 miles, something from where she lived.
It's
a couple-hour drive is what it is, though. That's not far enough to me to justify strapping on ye old money belt.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, well, to each his own. I'm sure a lot of people do that kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess she had read the newspapers with her name and picture plastered kind of all over it without apparently recognizing herself, nor anybody else looking at she's sitting there reading the newspaper. There's the picture of her. You can see that in a movie, right? There's a picture of her. You look at that. You look at her. You look at that. You look at her, and you go, "No, it's not her. That's not her at all."
Did you looked at the photos that they have of her because they had renditions of her?
Yeah, crude disguises.
Yeah.
That weird little
the glasses and the high neck shirt.
Yeah, or that weird haircut where she looked like what's his name from the Three Stooges.
Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of imagine, I don't know how Tappan's revelation played out. I guess I imagine him just kind of looking at her and saying, "Oh, hey, you're Agatha Christie. The people are looking for you." And her being like, "No, I'm Miss Neal." And he's like, No, I'm pretty sure you're Agatha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call the police.
You probably didn't say that because she might have run if he'd done that.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
The police did show up. And her husband did as well. Apparently, this rated on his, how much do I care about my soon-to-be ex-wife scale, her disappearance.
Yeah, I think
for a guy who philanders as much as he was, it's really weird that this ranks okay, but the death of her mother doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think at this point, he was under a lot of scrutiny from the press. And they were all like, you don't, it's like you're treating her so bad, you don't care about her at all. And so you wanted to, demonstrate that. I don't think you probably especially wanted to go.
But I mean, I think in addition to that, it's, you're treating her so bad, you're being horrible to her, you probably killed her. If we can't find her, we'll probably think that you killed her. He probably had a pretty big vested interest in trying to make sure that she was found safe and sound.
True.
Yeah. Anyway, he, without, I guess, protest from her, I never read any stories about her, kicking and screaming and protesting and saying, "No, I'm not Agatha Christie."
How did that go?
Nope. He took her from the hydro to Las Palmas, which, why would you complain about that?
Yeah.
Where's Las Palmas?
Spain. It's
okay.
A little island off Spain.
Got it.
Beautiful little resort community.
Oh, hang on. I'm going to go see it. Check it out on Street View.
Yeah. You should have done that already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she fully recovered and never had a spell of lost time, at least that we know of, again.
Never had out-of-body anesthesia, or not anesthesia.
Amnesia. Same thing.
Yeah.
Totally.
Anesthesia does give you amnesia.
It sure does.
So, So that's the story.
Yeah.
We don't know anything. I mean, we don't know what happened during those 11 days at all. There's no record of it.
And she didn't talk about it in her memoirs at all either.
She seems to not genuinely.
She never wanted to talk about it.
She said she didn't remember.
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Yeah, because there's a lot of questions in it. Why did she go south? And then how did she get from the car to the train?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like it was across the street from the train depot or just down the street from it.
Right.
No, there's that town just to the northwest of where they found the car, and it's spelled Guildford, but if I know the British, it's pronounced Jalfur. But it's spelled Guilford. So there's a train station there, and that's not very far from where she crashed her car.
5 miles?
Not even that, I don't think. Yeah, and so she just
But she would have to be aware of what's around her to then know to go that direction. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of things.
Well, I mean, I guess somebody could have picked her up. It was dark. You know, somebody could have said, "Oh yeah, I'll give you a ride to the nearest town, and you can, deal with everything there." And she just was maybe a little, addled, and so it was like, "Oh, okay, cool, I'll get on the train."
Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, it's possible. There was a rumor, you'll read sometimes on the internet, that there was a cottage not far by that was found with women's clothes left in it. It was an abandoned cottage or something. That it meant that Agatha had changed her clothes, but that was total bunk.
Yeah.
That didn't actually happen.
No.
It's a late addition to the story.
When does anything like that ever happen on the internet?
Never.
Yeah.
Ever.
Nope.
Never, ever. So theories.
Any theories, yeah. Let's hear
The first one is the Doctor, obviously.
The giant wasp?
Yeah, for real. I mean, the giant wasp aliens could have been involved in the episode / real life, because we all know that Doctor Who is a documentary.
Yeah.
Agatha had been luring the wasp away from a party. When she crashed her car, she suffered some pain as the wasp dies, and she passes out. And the Doctor realizes that, I'm the reason that she was gone for 11 days. Although in the episode it was 10 days. So I'm just going to take her to the spot where she was found.
Okay.
What? No?
Yeah.
You don't think that's...
As much as I like Doctor Who...
Is that not a valid...
I'm putting the kibosh on this.
That's not a valid theory?
No.
Probably
not. Not legit, as you would say.
Yeah,
okay, fine. All right, serious option 1. She was faking it.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking this one.
Okay, so in true, again, Devon fashion, we're doing the titles, subheadings. But, and this one is actually pretty plausible that she was faking it. I mean, again, it's what you see pictures of yourself all over the place. How do you not?
Yeah, because even if you've forgotten who you are, you're still looking in the mirror every day.
You still know what you look like.
Yeah, right.
But how many times have you gone and looked at yourself in the mirror and not noticed something about yourself? Let's say you've got some, there's a wrinkle in your forehead or something. You've got that distinct pattern and you just don't notice those anymore. And it might be that if she's, a little screwed up in the head, you just ignore that. Your brain just says, well, I normally don't look at that, so I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to look at this. I'm going to look at that. And I just don't know who that funny bit of nose and eyebrow is.
Actually, and maybe she'd put on a whole lot of weight recently. The pictures were not, taken yet just yesterday.
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah, it's not like we were in the age of instant photos.
Yeah, so maybe those photos that photo was taken, and then she put on 300 pounds.
No, that didn't happen.
But it might be a couple of years out of date.
Yeah. Before we get too deep into this theory and kind of, why and who and how, let's pause for a second to take a step out of the Agatha Christie story and into psychology.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yes?
My least favorite college class.
This is my favorite college class. It's weird that we do
they
this
kept making me
podcast
stare at that black and white spinning wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that hour would zip by and I wouldn't remember anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe you had this happen too.
Actually, I have. There have been some times when I've just sort of lost memory.
Yeah.
Usually alcohol's involved.
Yeah, usually, yeah. As I mentioned before, officially, Agatha was diagnosed with out-of-body amnesia. And I had to turn to our experts on this. So a huge thank you to Luke, Hannah, Aaron, Jacob, and Alina.
And thanks, guys.
You guys were crazy helpful. I can Google all I want and read the Wikipedia articles that you quoted back to me, and it will never be as good as somebody, writing out in layman's terms what this means.
Absolutely.
And giving me their professional opinion on something. So thank you. Everybody pretty much agreed that the modern diagnosis of an out-of-body amnesia experience would be what's called a fugue state. If you're a fan of Breaking Bad, you probably have a little bit of experience with this. You guys watched
that was when
Bad, right?
Walter had to account for some lost time.
Watch Breaking Bad?
No. What are you staring at me for?
So, yeah.
Walter had to account for some
Steve
lost time.
Steve isn't part of this anymore. Yeah,
So he shows up
quote,
naked
unquote,
in a store.
Right, yeah.
And so he's naked in a store and he doesn't really know who he is. And,
hey, thanks for spoiling it for me.
I know. That spoils a very small part of it.
But in the episode, it's very clear that he isn't actually in the fugue state. He's faking it, yeah. Essentially, as I understand it, when somebody is under a huge amount of stress, or incredibly depressed, the brain basically decides to say, like, bye, Felicia, let's start a whole new life as a whole new person, and makes it up for you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how often this happens, though.
Nor do I, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
There seems to be a bit of disagreement about that.
Yeah, there does seem to be, yeah. It can also be caused by trauma, like a car crash.
Yeah.
Right? If you hit your head hard enough, your brain wakes up and is like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But she ran her car into a bush, I thought.
Yeah.
Have you seen the hedgerows? Those things are stout.
There's that. I didn't think this was a hedgerow, though. I thought it was.
No, I thought it was just like
you ever seen? I've never seen a small hedge in England. They're all massive.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's a little bit like I don't know what caused her to crash her car, so...
I don't even know if it was crashed.
Well, or to run off the road or whatever. You know, it wasn't in the middle of the road. It was off the road for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
So...
She might not have, this head injury that we're now talking about might not even happened in the car.
It may not have happened at all. It may have been, she may have slipped into a fugue state because her mom just died, and her husband is leaving her, and like that's a pretty.
And she has a small child.
Pretty high level of stress.
That is a lot of stress.
Yeah.
But as far as the car thing goes, I'm not sure she even crashed it. And I think what happened is this was early December in Britain. Mm-hmm. She's driving a British car. What does a British car have in it?
Nothing.
You've got Lucas Electrics. Yeah, which means that the car will just stop running for no reason whatsoever.
Oh.
Yeah, you never experienced Lucas Electrics, so you haven't?
I drive Japanese cars mostly.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I think happened. With
I drive good cars, is what I was gonna say. But yeah. No reliance, no Robin reliance.
Yeah.
So the experts did agree on that bit, just across the board. Everybody said yes.
It can happen.
It's a fugue state.
Oh,
that's a thing.
Okay,
it's an actual thing. What they didn't super agree about is how common it is. The answers kind of varied from not uncommon to extremely uncommon. And I think that, not uncommon is like the term that clinicians use when they're like, well, you might know somebody who has this happen to them.
I don't.
It's not like...
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
I had one expert who said that in all... she's a practicing clinician, and she said in all of her time, like 20 years or whatever, and in everybody that she knows, nobody has ever actually encountered somebody who's been in a fugue state.
So I wonder, certain diagnoses come into fashion, and things more and more the medical practice and psychological practices seem to keep being subdivided into smaller, more finite answers. So I wonder if fugue state was kind of that blanket general term they used for this whole group of things they didn't understand, and as time has gone on and things have gotten more exact, they've kind of abandoned that term, or even the whole thing, because then, oh no, it's actually this one thing, or it's, this other thing.
I don't think fugue state is an old term. It's the out of body amnesia is what they used to call it. Fugue state is certainly not a new diagnosis, but I also don't think it's particularly old. One of the people that I talked to said that oftentimes people who suffer from PTSD will experience moments of these, not weeks, months, But
and you hear stories like there's all those stories of villagers after bombs go off, planes drop a gazillion bombs and obliterate the town, and they're all just kind of wandering around going, what is this place? Where am I?
Yeah.
What's going on? So
I mean, a very famous example of a potential, we'll maybe do an episode, is Benjamin Kyle.
Yeah.
If he's not faking it, he is in a fugue state. Either he's faking it or he's in a fugue state. Those are the only two options.
He needs to snap out of it.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to give him a shake.
Yeah. Because that's, I'm sure, what caused it.
Yeah. That always clears it right up.
Well, Come
here, I'm going to shake you.
Yeah, when I was a kid, this was actually a recurring theme in a lot of like comedies, like whatever. People would get hit in the head and they would have amnesia. And then, it turns out that on American television, another blow to the head in the exact same spot will bring your memory back.
Yeah.
So why didn't somebody hit her on the head with a rock?
Really, though?
Or put her in a car and shove it down the hill?
Well, it seems like, the thing is, right, it seems like I haven't heard anybody say she totally denied it. There's no record of how she reacted once somebody was like, hey, you're Agatha Christie. there's no record of how she reacted or anything.
Yeah,
so
it was not really thoroughly investigated. I mean, they beat the bushes
recorded.
a lot. Yeah. They beat the bushes,
Recorded.
but once they found her, they didn't really question anybody there, it seems like.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because everybody was really peeved.
She wasted a lot of people's time.
Uh-huh.
And obviously, that would be a good reason to say what she said, which is that I was in a fugue state or out of body or whatever. I just had no memory because obviously, otherwise, one up there and knowing in the papers that it says that thousands of people are out looking for her, and she didn't lift a finger to let anybody know that she was okay.
So we'll talk about this.
Yeah.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So,
As we always do. Sorry.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So the first option, as we're going to play now, off pause, is the first serious option is she was faking it. So if we go with the experts who say it's extremely uncommon for people to experience this sort of, time lost self fugue state, then we end up with the theory that Agatha was faking it. But why would she fake it?
I can think of one reason.
I can think of a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. Let's talk about a couple of them.
All right.
The first one is she was attempting to sully the name of her husband.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, they'd been married, 12, 14 years at that point?
I mean, she'd been wronged pretty seriously, I would say.
Yeah, and they had a kid too. Don't forget, And so suddenly, it's like we've been together, we've had a kid, and now I'm in love with a younger woman. That's kind of rude, but
yeah.
And it's not, I don't think it was just a matter of sullying his name as staging a disappearance. And drawing a lot of attention to that and spoiling basically his romantic getaway for the weekend with
there's
this
actually a quote that I have here by the author of Agatha Christie and the 11 Missing Days, whose name is Jared Cade, and he says, quote, "Hell hath no fury. She wanted to disrupt his weekend with Nancy Neal and make him suffer, although she still adored him. What no one could have foreseen was the press reaction. She was propelled from being an author with a reputation into one of the most famous women in England," unquote. Which I think is fair, right? It's who says, I'm going to run away from home for a couple days with the anticipation of
a national manhunt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's no way you would consider that would ever happen, that it would just be that Archie, her husband, would get word that she was missing, and he would say, "Oh, better go look for her," and she would resurface a few days later and say, "See how it feels," or whatever, "Ha, gotcha," or whatever.
But once it gained steam, she couldn't get out from under it.
Right. That's exactly. I mean, I think you kind of panic, right? If you see your face on the front page of the New York Times and they're like, "Missing, thousands of people looking, blah blah blah," you're not gonna be like, "Ooh, I better show up." You're gonna see if you can find a way to make it go away.
Yeah, but that's the thing is by doing what she did, I don't think she really thought through the consequences that well. She faked leaving her car someplace not anywhere near Yorkshire, with her belongings still in it, and then she picks up the papers, sees her name in there, and her picture says, "Oh, gets in touch with the police right away." They're gonna say, "Well, why was your car parked where it was?" There's not a lot of good explanations for that. And I don't think she thought her plan through really quite carefully enough. Oh,
I'm sure that it wasn't really a plan. I get the feeling that if she did this intentionally, it was a bit of, "I'm going to do this." And then she stops. "Crap, I can't do that." Just kind of making it up as she goes along. And she's like, "Well, I said I'd go to Yorkshire, so I went to Yorkshire, and then I checked in, and I was having a good couple of days, and then, oh, hell. It's all over the news. If I come out now, it's going to be terrible. Oh, it's another day. It's still terrible. Oh, it's just every day, just hoping it'll go away.
It'll die down, yeah.
Yeah, bad assumption to make.
Well, fun fact. She was actually driving, the way she was driving, I know you guys were kind of speculating back and forth.
When she
but
first left?
Yeah, when she first left, because she wasn't driving towards Yorkshire from their house. And I know that Joe does this all the time, so it's my turn to do this.
What's that?
She was actually driving towards the place where Archie was spending the weekend with his lover.
Yeah, Godalming.
Oh, on the map,
yeah,
it kind of lines up in the direction she was going. Got it.
Yeah.
So maybe she was maybe she sat down and thought, I need to go confront him or confront them or whatever, and then
car breaks down with the great electronics.
Yeah, that's seriously a possibility.
Yeah,
I remember
think so too.
some years back, a friend of mine had a Jensen Healey convertible, my little British sports car.
Mm-hmm.
That had Lucas Electrics in it, and he was living in Newport at the time, and we went to a concert in Eugene. And it's night. We're driving back to Newport, and the car just crapped out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
We had to spend the night sleeping in the car. Yeah.
So she could have been doing it. She could have been going to ruin their weekend. She could have been lying, faking it because it was a trick gone awry, I guess. She could have been doing it to stage a disappearance to have his name be sullied. I don't know.
Maybe she was heading that direction to murder him and his new lover.
Seems unlikely, but maybe it's possible.
Hey.
Yeah. But then why she went and boarded a train to someplace else?
I realized she was being stupid. Not to be mean, but she's like, "This is stupid. What am I doing? Not
could have been
bad idea."
Yeah.
Could have been. It's like
one bad idea became another.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine imagine her car did break down. The nearest town is that little town called Guildford or however it's pronounced. And so she walks back there and just says, "You know what? Screw that car. I'm just going to get on a train."
Yeah. Or she decides, "Oh wow, that was crazy talk. I need to go take a spa day."
Yeah.
And then it, gets out from under her again. I don't know. These are all good theories.
I didn't have time, unfortunately, to read Jared Cade's book about the missing 11 days.
Oh yeah, nor did I. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had, but I did read. I did read a few summaries of it. And apparently, he interviewed some of the relatives of some of the people who were actually involved in this, and they said that she actually concocted this whole scheme with one of her friends, and actually got some help and support from these people.
Yeah, I've seen stuff about that too.
Yeah. So that's serious theory number one. Serious theory number two is that she was actually doing it to sully the name of her husband's lover.
Well, it's true. That did sort of bring that out into the open, huh?
That did. I mean, brought that whole situation out in the open, but also she did check into the hotel under the same last name as her husband's lover, which is kind of sketchy. Like, it's not...
It's odd.
Neil isn't the most common last name, especially if he's just said, "Oh, I'm leaving you for Nancy Neal." So... The other little thing that I read, and I honestly don't remember where I read it, but I read that Agatha, when she was asked why she gave that as her fake name, she actually gave the mailing address of the Neal family and said that inquiries regarding this matter should be directed there, which is pretty boss. Right? So that, I don't know.
In a way, though, if she was faking it, it kind of worked. Because I don't think she and her husband officially were divorced for another year and a half or so.
It was another year.
Took a while.
Another year, yeah. It wasn't like, I mean, they had already had their trial separation, which was, reconciliation, which didn't work at all.
No.
So, in a way, she kind of it kind of worked because it wasn't like he was free to just go about with Miss Neal and have an open relationship because technically he's still married, and that was highly frowned upon.
Oh yeah, yeah. So that's another option, I guess.
It probably was an attempt to just spoil their weekend and maybe shine a little bad light of publicity on both of them.
But there's also the option 2 that she wasn't faking it, that she really did go into a fugue state. I also think this is fairly reasonable. Agatha was under a lot of stress, as we mentioned, emotionally, maybe physically, I don't know, but certainly emotionally. She had a lot of the stuff that we were talking about earlier. And it turns out, according to most reports, she was really still in love with her husband, Archie. So it wasn't just the embarrassment of a divorce and him taking a lover. It was also the heartbreak of, him saying, "Oh, I don't love you anymore. I'm leaving you for a younger woman."
Oh, yeah.
Bye. So, I don't know. She could have easily slipped into a fugue state even before she left the house. I mean, if she got in the car, she was driving the wrong direction. She could have been confused at that point. She could have hit her head in the car, in some way. She could have slipped into a fugue state while she was driving. That's,
she kind of lost control of the car, fine, and then she gets out and is confused. And
so basically, she could have slipped into that fugue state from any time when she was in the house to when she till after she left her car.
Yeah, I would say that if she actually was in a fugue state, it wasn't at the spa. Like, she got there and checked it, that.
Yeah, she didn't get such a great massage that she went into a fugue state.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay here forever.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, maybe it was a car breaking down. Maybe that was the last straw.
It's possible. Maybe that was it. Maybe the car broke down and she just lost it.
Yeah,
literally. Oh,
that is kind of stressful.
We might need to stop doing this podcast.
Yeah,
but no, it is stressful. It's super stressful, especially as a woman. In the English countryside, just suddenly, there's nothing.
Wind up being the next Mara Murray.
Yeah, or the first Mara Murray.
Yeah, wouldn't have been the next.
Well, I'm just saying if you're a woman today and you break down, then you could be the next Mara
Sure.
Murray.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I'm torn.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about this.
Well, I'm trying to remember where I read this, but she was there for about 10 days, I think. Nobody knows exactly. I don't think exactly when she
which is weird a little, right?
Yeah, well, she had to go to London and then catch a train from London. Supposedly, she had some co-conspirators in London, if you believe that particular theory. She might have stayed there for a day or two, and apparently these people also helped her out by giving her some cash. And then she headed on up there. But apparently while she was before this whole thing happened, she was, I think, at Harrods in London, and she had lost her ring in the store. And she, while she was staying at the Hydro, she actually wrote a letter to Harrods inquiring about the lost ring.
Oh.
Yeah, she did. She, I believe under the name Agatha Christie.
Huh.
She, so it appears that her memory was intact, if this is true.
Yeah, if that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
It would appear that, but I don't know that we can, prove it either way.
Well, that's it. I mean, I haven't seen a copy of the letter.
Mm-mm.
Eventually the ring was found, apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, but,
cool.
yeah.
The one thing about Agatha Christie that makes me wonder if maybe it's not real and that she was faking it is, for the most part, I never really saw her ever reflected in any way as an exceptionally happy person.
Yeah.
She hated a lot of things.
Yes.
I mean, she was a bit of an anti-Semite.
Mm-hmm.
She was.
She also hated her own characters in her books. Poirot and what's the
Marple?
Miss Marple.
She hated them?
Hated them.
Why did she hate them?
She was tired of writing about them, and she really had created these characters that she said she detested. It was 1945. She killed him. Poirot. She had written his death and then put it in a safe deposit box with instructions for it to be published upon her death. And then she ended up, of course, publishing that story just shortly before she died because she knew she was going to pass.
Yeah.
But she, in general, just didn't seem like a happy person. So I don't know that suddenly, her husband turning the tables on her, I can't see it as coming as a shock. Because if she had been that angry or not happy about things for a while, people tend to know when their relationships are on the skids.
Yeah, it does sound like she was kind of a hard person to live with.
Yeah.
There was an incident of her throwing a full tea kettle at Archie's head.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
I don't know if that was before or after he asked for the divorce. I'm not sure.
I would assume after.
I was going to say it was probably just before.
Oh.
He's like, that's it. We're getting a divorce.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think I do break a little bit more towards the she faked it. I think that it seems more likely. But I also know that the mind is capable of doing some really weird stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
and...
the mind is capable of doing strange things, but it's still incredibly rare. Whereas the mind is capable of hatching sneaky plots to spoil your husband's weekend.
Yeah.
So it's much more capable of doing that.
Yeah, but the defense mechanisms of your psyche,
they're pretty strong.
They're crazy creative too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So even if if she was never really happy and she just got way less happy, became really, really depressed, was dealing with all of this emotional baggage and stuff. Those are literally the textbook circumstances of somebody
going into this kind of fugue state. So it's also not, I think, unreasonable to say that it could have happened.
I wish we had descriptions from the staff of how Teresa Neal, her assumed name, behaved. If she was a totally happy-go-lucky kind of person, that would totally support the fugue state to me.
Absolutely.
Because the brain snaps, takes a break, everything relaxes.
But, like, I wish we had anything from the staff. It doesn't even have to be described. Even like as much as she reacted poorly when we told her that she was not that person, or she seemed like she knew. That would be super helpful.
The descriptions I have seen about what the staff said is they said that she wasn't holding up in her room. She was actually hanging out, reading, doing crossword
going
puzzles,
to dances,
going to dances.
This was the fun. Like when her husband Archie came to retrieve her, she made him wait until she had changed into her evening gown, which again, like, I don't know, like, it's never explained how she had those clothes. Did she buy them? What did she do?
Yeah, I suspect. Well, she was in London. She could have stopped off and done a little shopping.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So she actually changed into her evening gown because it was evening before she came and left with him.
Yeah, I heard that story too.
She seemed to be... She was socializing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that supports the thing that Joe was talking about. If she had bought those clothes, she would have had to stop in London and couldn't have gone shopping till the day after she'd left her house. Because if she leaves her house and it's dark, okay, it's Christmas, that's about 5 o'clock or so, plus a train ride to London. You're going to get there about 9 o'clock. Nothing is open in London after 9 o'clock.
No, you're not going to get there. Well, she left the house at 9, I thought.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so she's not going to get to London.
It was later.
I'm saying best case scenario, if she leaves when it gets dark, she's still got hours before she gets there. There's no way she could have made those purchases that same day.
Oh, no.
Which means she had to have somewhere to stay.
Yeah.
She might have even stayed in Guildford for the night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
She possibly could have stayed there, caught a train in the morning. It might not even be that there's a 10 o'clock p.m. train to London.
Seems like there wouldn't be, but you know, who am I?
Yeah. So
that's our story. Do you guys have any more thoughts?
Not really. I'm just saying it was just her being sneaky. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I waffle on this one.
Sure, me too.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel. And it is a little bit of a shorter show, sorry. If you follow us on social media, you know why.
Actually, if you guys would like, I can pad it out a little bit by just reading something out of a random book.
No, that's okay, I think.
Yeah.
No, I've seen the books on your shelf now.
Yeah, we don't really want any of that.
How to clean your gun.
No. We don't need that.
All right, fine.
So there's going to be some links that we use to research this, as well as a link to download the podcast on the website. The website is, of course, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can also find us on iTunes. Of course, you know that. You can leave us a comment and a rating if you'd like. That helps people find us. We're streaming on almost every single thing that you can stream anything on anymore. We are on Facebook. We have a page and a group. We do have both of those. I found on Reddit this past weekend that some people were confused about that. There are two different parts. The group is private, so you do have to send a request.
Yep.
But check out Reddit, our subreddit. It's just Thinking Sideways for links to that. You can also find us on Twitter. It's Think In Sideways. No G.
Drop the G.
You can always send us an email. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Oh.
And you can find us on Patreon, which is patreon.com/thinkingsideways.
I think you've pretty much summed it up.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sweet.
Cool. Well, I guess have a good week, everybody, and we'll talk to you later.
See you next week, folks.
Later, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Toodaloo.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Detective Bebop. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I am Devin, joined, most weeks
At the
by...
Joe.
And
Steve.
This week we're going to talk about a mystery, which I guess probably will surprise most of you.
It's a really scary mystery because it involves a dead body.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Maybe not. We'll
Depends on who you talk to.
Who
you ask.
Yeah, it really does. The mystery, I guess, we're just going to call it Paul is Dead. And yes, this is a Beatles mystery. I wish we had a sound effect of, like, girls screaming.
Good point.
Yeah, that noise, yeah. But we don't.
Right, we don't. So Paul McCartney of the Beatles is who we're talking about. You know, there are 4 of them. 2 of them are dead, or maybe 3.
Depending.
Ringo Starr is definitely alive. Nobody has ever cared about Ringo Starr. When I was doing
His
my
mom
research,
did.
When I was doing my research, I was reading this quote of like, it was something like George Harrison was the heart of the Beatles, John Lennon was the the soul of the Beatles, Paul McCartney was the voice of the Beatles, and Ringo was the drummer.
Oh God!
It's like how people just refer to him.
No, actually, Ringo had more top 10 hits after they broke up than John Lennon did.
Yeah,
He did.
I mean, he's pretty talented, but
It's goofy looking though.
So we are going to talk about this theory, this mystery that Paul McCartney actually died and was replaced
sometime in the 60s.
Sometime in the 60s, and we'll talk details right now. The theory goes that Paul McCartney actually died in a car accident at 5 a.m. on Wednesday, November 9th, 1966. Paul had reportedly picked up a female hitchhiker on his way to visit friends. The woman became really, really excited when she realized who had picked her up and screamed and threw her arms around Paul, and that caused him to lose control of the car, and he rammed it into a wall. Paul was decapitated by the accident, apparently, and the trauma to his head was so bad that even dental records were useless.
Did she die too?
She also died.
Serves her right.
So how do they know she screamed and put her arms around him?
That's what I was wondering
right?
too.
Good question.
Well, and what about the 5? Was it 5 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
He was going to visit friends. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Anyway, this was at the height of when the Beatles were really becoming popular. And so record executives decided that instead of upsetting the fans, quote unquote, they would just replace Paul with a fall, if you will, fake Paul, which is a thing you will see like all over.
F-A-U-L.
Yeah.
A fall.
So we're gonna refer to him as such. But the record executives decided to just replace Paul with fall. And then just continue on as if nothing had ever happened. You know, probably the other 3 members agreed because, you know, they would continue to make money and be popular and have success, which they may or may not have if Paul ended up actually being dead. The surviving Beatles did, however, plant clues in all of the rest of their albums and in the cover art and stuff like that to make sure that the fans knew that Paul had actually died. The record executives, and I guess maybe the other Beatles, I don't know who had a say in this.
How complicit they were.
Right, but they decided to replace Paul with a man named William Campbell, who had recently won a Paul McCartney lookalike contest. And Billy, they call him Billy Campbell. Actually, they call him something totally different, but we'll talk about that later. William Campbell, or whoever they decided to, some extensive plastic surgery to make sure that he looked as much like Paul as possible. But he had this little scar, either on his lip or chin, depending on who you talk to, that couldn't be fixed. And so it was happy accident that, you know, Paul had been in a car accident, so it was okay.
And didn't he have a chipped tooth?
Yeah, he had some stuff that looks a little different. But, you know, it turned out it's okay because, you know, Paul was in a car accident, according to the record executives. He just, you know, chipped a tooth and had a scar, not got decapitated and replaced.
That's a much happier story.
Fine story, yeah. Also, apparently, according to the legend, it turns out that William Campbell could totally sing and was a songwriter, and he was really, really good at creating pop melodies. So
and he just happened to sound like Paul.
He sounded almost exactly like Paul. With a little tweaking, he sounded like Paul.
You can always alter your vocal cords, too.
Yeah, right? With just a little plastic surgery, it's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, that's how I ended up sounding like Joe.
Guitar string, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You just turn the knob.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, well, it's kind of silly, right? This whole story.
A little bit.
A little silly.
Yeah. So are you gonna kind of conclude right now that it's absurd?
Yeah. Story over. Yeah. Episode over. Roll credits.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, this story was making the rounds, and somebody showed me it's like, yeah, man, it's like it's true, like they showed me the cover of Abbey Road and Paul's Barefoot, and
we're gonna talk about that. Don't go too far into that.
No, but my reaction was this. Well, so what? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was just a kid.
Yeah. So
you've always been like this.
I guess so.
So this story really gained. It was in the news, and a couple news outlets reported immediately that Paul had died in this car accident. And I should mention that it is true that a car belonging to Paul McCartney did crash on that night at that time. Whether he was in it or not, let you be the judge.
Yeah, he owned like 300 cars, right?
Yeah, exactly. 305, yeah. I think it was.
Yeah.
No, just kidding. Anyway, so the news outlets did immediately report that Paul had been killed, but then retracted it, presumably because the record executives or whoever was behind the replacement,
called Bupkis.
Yeah, they said, no, wait, no, Paul's here, he's fine, don't worry about it. And the news outlets were like, all right, yeah, no, you're right, we were probably wrong. But a really intrepid investigative journalist from the well-known publication called The Northern Star really broke this case open and made it popular. You guys know the Northern Star, right?
Well, of course.
Oh, I subscribe. Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, the Illinois University student newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Hard-hitting journalism?
Oh, yeah.
No? Okay. Well, in this article, it kind of exposed the conspiracy, quote unquote, and it was either that one or, depending on where you read it, the editor of the Drake Times Delphic, which is Drake University's student newspaper. Either of these, and I couldn't find the original one. Shocking. But the article, whichever student newspaper it was in, came out on September 17th, 1969. The credit is kind of spread all over the place because there are like 4 other places who also say, no, we came up with this first. But
yeah, I thought they had definitively identified the guy who wrote the original story. That's not true?
There's a lot of people who give credit.
Try to take credit?
Well, no, there's a lot of people who point credit at different people, and it just happens to be, I think there's a crowd.
The guy who's named is the editor at the Drake University newspaper, but I've also seen a lot of sources that say actually it was the Northern Star. So I'm just choosing to say it's some university newspaper.
Which is probably the safest bet.
In 1969.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of amazing, even before the internet. Wild rumors got started.
Yeah, it's crazy. This article added a little something to the story that we just told, and that was that in the 1968 Beatles song Revolution 9, if you played it backwards, you would reveal a hidden message. Now, we're actually going to examine that right now, and I'm not going to tell you what they said it said because I want you to just hear it. So first, it's going to play forwards, and then there'll be a pause, and then it'll play backwards, and then we'll be back to talk about what it reportedly says.
Number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, number 9. Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman, Honey Underman.
So what did you hear?
Nothing.
Gibberish?
Yeah.
Oh,
what do you guys
I'm so glad Joe didn't listen to that until just now.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
We just played it for him in the studio, and he had never heard it. And apparently he didn't read my script either, so he doesn't know what it was supposed to have said.
Yeah.
Steve, when you listened to it, did you hear anything?
If you stitch it together in your mind, you can make something out of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't clearly say something.
Yeah. So apparently it's saying, turn me on, dead man, when it's played backwards.
Oh, really? Okay.
And unfortunately, I unfortunately, I will say that for all of these sound clips that we're talking about, unfortunately, I read before I listened, so it was pretty easy for me to hear some of it, not all of it, but some of it.
Well, this one
particularly.
This is the most concrete of the sound clips that you've sent us before, because there were a number of them that I kept, it's like you see them on YouTube and they put the text up, and I'm reading the text and I'm looking at it and all I hear is
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Well, there's one of them, Paul is dead, man, miss him. You can sort of hear that in there, kind of.
Yeah, you can. And again, that's one of those ones that I read about it before I heard it.
Got it.
And so I don't know how much of that influences that.
And I think a lot, because that's the one that I was like, this is gibberish. I listened to it 4 times before I started to kind of get it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put that out there that when we're talking about that.
Well, let me ask you this: what if you wanted to play that backwards? Do you just rotate the album backwards on the turntable, or do you tape it and then run the tape backwards? How do you go about doing that?
Well, that one that we just played, I presume, was a digitally reversed copy.
But most of them are back.
But
in the day,
I would assume
back in the day.
Back in the day, what you had to take, because the record needle is meant to run one way in the groove of a record.
That's what I thought.
So what people would have to do is they would essentially have to lift the arm out of its socket, the record player arm, and then rotate it 90 degrees so that when the track was running backwards, it was still riding in the groove instead of pushing into the groove.
I see. Yeah,
I've seen it done. It's hokey.
That's one of my theories, is that the person who put this out there really just wanted to get a whole lot of people to ruin their albums.
This is like, what was that stupid game that was out for a while for tossing your cell phone into the air?
Yeah.
How high could you get? How high could you toss your phone?
Yeah.
Just so people would be dumb and break them.
I was actually going to write a phone app for your cell phone, for your iPhone and your Droid. It's the scale, and so you open up the scale,
and then it just weighs things,
and then
you place them on there.
You set it on the ground and you get on the scale, and it'll tell you what you weigh.
Perfect. I think that's a great idea.
I do too. I could maybe make money or get sued.
Sorry, let's get back on topic.
Okay, sorry.
Gotcha.
So that little revelation really spurred people to start looking for clues. And actually, there were a lot of aired comments and fans calling in to certain DJs, and then news articles, most notably in the Michigan Daily, which is actually a reputable source, or at least was at the time. But this is kind of when, I guess, collective clue finding started to happen, but it really kind of took off at that point. So there's theories about this. It's going to be a little bit of a different episode. We're going to talk about what I'm calling the clues, quote unquote.
So many of them.
There are a lot of them, but they're kind of proof for one or the other. But we're going to commingle. We're going to talk about, some of them, and then go back and talk about why they may or may not be true. And that's going to be kind of the format, instead of saying, here's the theories for and here's the theories against, because
there's so much. There's so many.
Right. And, frankly, the theories against are like, well, that's dumb. And I don't want to do that. I want to actually address.
So we've talked for half an hour, and now I'm just going to say that's dumb.
Yeah. And bye. Thanks, everyone. So let's start talking about clues.
Okay.
And I guess the first thing that we're going to talk about...
A cigarette butt was found outside his apartment in London.
And that was weird, because he didn't smoke.
Yeah.
Nobody in England at that time smoked.
No. One of the big clues came from Strawberry Fields Forever. And at the end, apparently you can hear John Lennon saying, "I buried Paul." And then, actually, speaking of speaking stuff, let's listen to something else for a second. You can clearly hear gibberish interspersed with "Paul is dead, miss him, miss him, miss him." Right? You heard that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for the "I buried Paul" thing,
that's not right.
No, he says cranberry sauce twice, I think. I don't know why he says cranberry sauce.
They were loaded.
Yeah.
That could have been it, yeah.
Probably that.
I'm sorry, but the Beatles were having a high old time. No pun intended.
Yeah, they weren't as extreme as the Rolling Stones by any means.
No.
Or the Doors. I mean, Jim Morrison, he was quite, but yeah.
Yeah, so John Lennon actually says cranberry sauce at the end of Strawberry Fields Forever. You can find some pretty good YouTube videos of it slowed down really far, and it's extra clear that he says cranberry sauce.
This is much like Daft Punk when they put out that song 2 years ago and everybody thought it was saying Mexican monkey.
I don't remember that.
Me neither.
Daft Punk, their new record came out a couple years back, and the first song on it, I can't remember what it actually says, but everybody was like, it's saying Mexican monkey. And to the point the band got on the internet and said, please stop telling people it says Mexican monkey.
Because it doesn't.
Well,
but it's, I can't remember what it says now that you put me on the spot.
Oh, sorry.
But everybody, I heard it, and I was like, I didn't hear that until somebody told me that's what it said. I was like, oh, yeah, because, sometimes when songs happen, you're not exactly sure how the enunciation is working.
Yeah, I mean, and to that point, this whole Paul is dead, miss him part, I disagree. I don't hear it at all. Like, at all.
Yeah, this is the one I listened to it 4 times and kept reading it before I figured out what it was supposed to say.
I could hear it in there, but I had already seen the text.
Yeah, but I also don't know there. Like, nobody has ever said, no, this person is saying this, so I could self-correct. It was just, that was the only thing that's ever been presented.
For the miss him?
Yeah.
That's a backwards recording.
Yeah, but, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, it would be easy for them to say, like, well, but it's this.
Yeah,
it's gibberish forwards and backwards.
Well, I don't think it was gibberish forwards.
It is. I listened to it. It's gibberish.
I swear you're wrong. I thought that was actual words at that point when it was going forward.
It's gibberish going forward. It actually sounds more like words going backwards than it does forwards.
And who the hell recorded this?
Oh, man, I think it was Lennon talking at that point.
Sorry. You know what? It could be something completely. I tried to watch The Yellow Submarine this week just to do extra research, and that was a giant mistake.
Yeah.
On my part.
That's not my favorite Beatles movie.
Oh, yeah, it was. I don't remember watching that, and I had to stop.
Yeah. So another clue here is album covers.
We've debunked those. We're moving to something else.
Yeah, we're moving to something else.
Okay.
Album covers. Quickly, we'll talk about the Yesterday and Today cover, which was initially Baby Dolls Dismembered, exactly like Paul was in the accident, right? Right, guys? Right? The producers thought that it was a bit much, so they replaced it with one where Paul was sitting in a box, which was obviously meant to be a coffin.
It was a big trunk. It was like a shipping or steamer trunk.
Yeah, but no, actually, that's silly. I've listened to some interviews with Lennon, and he says that he wanted to, quote, break the Beatles' image, unquote, of being a good boy band and to show, quote, that we were aware of life, unquote, and not some angels. And then I think that second one probably signifies, like, we feel like we're being put in a box.
Oh,
very likely.
Was.
Ta-da!
I mean, if I were the Beatles and I was hearing all these rumors, I would be highly tempted to have a little fun with it.
Totally.
Yeah. The hard problem with that is that, I mean, there were Beatles fan clubs in every town across the world, and man, the fans were voracious. And nobody get upset at me because my Beatles knowledge is a little weak in general. I'm not, some
You're
crazy
not a
super fan. No, I'm not a Beatleologist. But those people were rabid, and I could just imagine that if you were caught messing with them, it would be bad.
Yeah, absolutely, that's true.
Good point. Yeah, I guess people work. That's where the word fan comes from. Is fanatic.
Yep.
So
yeah, they're guano crazy.
Pretty much.
Okay, next is the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band album cover.
This is a big one.
It's a big one. We're going to talk about all that stuff. And as a side note, this is my favorite Beatles album. All right, so let's just go through them all real quick here. There's a hand over Paul's head, although as though he was being blessed by a priest before being interred. Across this gravesite, you should look this up.
If you aren't familiar with this album, you need to look it up before, pause us, Google it.
Yeah, and then come back. Cool, you're back.
Welcome back.
Across the gravesite is a bass guitar that's oriented the way Paul, who was left-handed, would have played it.
Is it a gravesite? It's a big area with flowers on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's meant to be a grave, even like not in weird interpretations. I think it's meant to be kind of signifying the death of the old Beatles.
Okay.
I mean, there's some of the symbolism the symbology that we're not going to talk about is if you haven't stopped and Googled it and found it, there's these wax figures of quote unquote the old Beatles, and then the new Beatles in their like Technicolor uniforms. And so I think it's supposed to signify them finally being able to kind of break their old mold of the boy band and going into this new genre. Okay. So I do believe it is meant to be a gravesite either way.
Cool.
The strings on the bass guitar
the one made out of flowers?
Made out of flowers. Are made of sticks, but there are only 3 sticks instead of 4, just because there would be 3 Beatles instead of 4 without Paul.
By the instrument, you mean the bass, right?
The bass, yeah. If you hold a mirror across the middle of the words Lonely Hearts that are written in the center of the drum, in the very center of the album cover, you only see I1IX he die with like little, I don't actually know what those things are called.
The greater than less than symbols?
Yeah, not equal. Yeah.
And by the way, you're reflecting the top part of the letters. So it's the top part of the letters is what you're reflecting, not the bottom.
Yeah, and it's not in the center.
Yes, you're doing it horizontally.
Yeah, it's horizontally.
And you're reflecting the top down.
Exactly.
Okay.
So rearranged a little bit, given some spaces, it should say I1IX he, greater than, less than, die, which the image suggests the date, which is 11/9 or November 9th, 1966, that Paul died, and the diamond in between the words he and die points directly at Paul. So obviously that is a sign that Paul died on November 9th.
Actually, it's not a greater than less than symbol. Now that I look at the image, I realize we're ding-dongs. It's just a diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
And actually, it doesn't say he die. It says 11E or IIE.
No, that's just a bad image.
Oh, is that what it is? So there actually is a little cross piece there?
Mm-hmm.
It's from the internet. Of course it's low res.
Yeah.
There was a model of an Aston Martin, which was the type of car that Paul was supposedly driving at the time of his fatal accident, leaned against a doll's leg in the picture. And the interior of this car is apparently red, which symbolizes Paul's bloody accident. There's a grandmother figure that a doll is laying on, and there's something that looks much like a bloody, stained driving glove sitting there with that. There's a Japanese stone figure on the other side in front of the wax images of these younger Beatles, and it's got a lion on its head, which obviously represents the head wound that Paul sustained in his fatal accident, or decapitation. I don't really know. Mm-hmm. There's a 4-armed Indian doll in front, in like the very front center. 2 of the doll's arms are raised, pointing directly at new Paul, Fall, and Paul, old Paul, which apparently signifies something. The television set on the ground to the right of the Beatles is turned off, suggesting that the news of the tragedy had been suppressed.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then in the photo on the sleeve of Paul's uniform is a patch that says OPD, which is obviously stands for officially pronounced dead.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Right. So you guys want to go back and talk about some of these?
Yeah.
Great. Right. So I actually looked up, I actually was able to find some behind-the-scenes pictures of this photo shoot, which were actually really, really interesting.
Oh, from the different angles and different takes?
And just people, it was actually like people painting the figures that are standing behind them and getting them all set up, and then the Beatles in different poses, and the Beatles kind of just hanging out. And so that was really interesting and also very enlightening. So let's talk a little bit about what that informed me of for this stuff. The idea that there's a hand over Paul's head as though he were being blessed, that's a waving figure. He just happens to be standing in front of.
It's a picture of somebody
who's waving.
Who was waving in the original.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. There's another photo that, just as well could have been the album cover, and John Lennon was standing under it. So does that mean that was also a sign that John Lennon was going to be assassinated?
In 1980?
Was it predictive? Oh my God.
No, okay.
The bass guitar also looks exactly like a P, so maybe it actually stands for Paul. Or even if you squint really hard, it could even spell out Paul. Either way.
Stand for Pepper, as in Sergeant Pepper.
I think it's silly, just in general.
That it's the bass guitar?
Yeah.
I've actually seen some pretty funny images of this where people have also inserted other things so that I think it's something about, I can't remember what part of it, but it says lies in the main text of Sgt. Pepper. But the funny thing is that if you look at the original and then you look at this one that shows that it says lies, it's so friggin' photoshopped.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem.
And then well, I say that, because we find so many of them. And some of them it becomes an avalanche of silliness.
Well, and the thing to also remember is that this was created on a soundstage, basically. Like, all of the flowers were actually arranged. Everything was actually arranged, and they were actually in the space. It's not like a modern photo shoot where things are then photoshopped on top or even altered afterwards. And so, when we start talking about, well, it looks like there's only 3 sticks instead of 4, it's a bad camera angle. There's 4 sticks on there. Calm down.
Yeah, I know.
Next, the I1, IX, he die.
Yeah, that's very similar to the backwards recordings.
Yeah.
That's interpretation.
I don't really see it.
I do. I see it, but it's one of those things that you're grasping for things. It's very convenient that it's the Roman numeral I for the first thing, and then spelled out O-N-E for the second, with an X followed after it to make 11. Why can't it be 1, 1, 10?
Well, here's the other thing.
It's such a stretch.
And here's the really big thing, is that you may or may not be forgetting that the Beatles were British, and they date things day, month, year, not month, day, year. So if they were going to insert something, why in the world would they do it in the American style of 11-9 instead of 9-11?
Duh! Because we're the only ones smart enough to figure it out.
Obviously, you're right.
Well, yeah, probably the person who photoshopped this was an American, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. And also, note the difference in fonts between the E and he and the E and die.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a reverse 3. What's
Very
going on
convenient.
with that? Yeah, what is going on with that?
Yeah.
Is that reverse 3? Does that symbolize the remaining live Beatles?
Okay, so the Aston Martin thing, to be 100% honest, I don't see any car model in the image.
It's very small.
It's really small, but furthermore, the car that crashed that Paul owned that night was actually a Mini Cooper, not an Aston Martin. So.
Oh, no wonder he died.
Yeah. That does look like there's a bloody glove being worn by the grandmother figure. I'll give you that. But it looks like a glove. It doesn't have to be a driving glove. It just looks like a white glove.
And there are such things as red gloves, right?
Yeah, well, it's not. It looks like it's blood-stained white.
It does?
Yeah, it's not just all red. The Japanese stone figure is one that I've seen a lot of, and they always look like that. So I don't think that's crazy. Also, he was decapitated, not conked on the head. So, why didn't it just not have a head?
That would have made more sense.
That's a good point.
The Shiva doll the Shiva doll is pointing at Paul and Paul. Fair. Again,
she's also pointing at everyone. Shiva's got 6 arms. She's pointing in 6 different directions.
It's 2 down it's 4 down and 2 up. The only 2 up are pointing at Paul and fall. However, Shiva's often depicted like that. So and it's one of those Koopy dolls kind of. So the arms only go in so many directions.
Got it.
Yeah, and it's Paul was Paul probably thought of himself as kind of being in charge of the whole thing. So he probably insisted on being the center of attention.
A little, maybe. It's possible.
Could have been.
He was the voice.
He was.
It was. He's still alive. It doesn't matter. The television set being off doesn't bother me at all, because why would the television set be on for this? That's silly.
Have you ever tried to photograph a television?
It's dumb.
Then
also you need a power cord.
Oh, good point. Maybe somebody forgot the power cord.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then the patch that's on Paul's sleeve, you can see in a lot of other places, and also in these other photos that I saw, it's actually an Ontario Provincial Police badge, which you can see in other photo shoots, and you can look up pictures of, and it looks exactly the same. So calm down.
So it is that.
Calm down.
Sweet.
Well, why did they go with Ontario Provincial Police?
I don't know. It was colorful.
Because it says OPD?
Oh, it doesn't. It says OPP.
Oh, it does?
Yeah,
it says OPP?
Me.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I never expected to cross the Beatles with that.
Next up, we're going to talk about the rest of this cover because it's like one of the biggest clues. Apparently,
we're still on Sgt. Pepper?
Kind of. So Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band album was kind of a new thing. They included a sleeve that included lyrics and things like that in the album, and that wasn't a thing that they were really doing before then.
No, it became kind of the standard operating procedure.
Yeah, they kind of set the standard. So on the sleeve, there are a lot of clues too. You guys ready to talk about those?
Please.
Okay. So on the picture, behind all of the lyrics and track listings, Paul has his back turned to the camera, but the other three are facing front.
And by the way, it's more of a close-up of the band only. The background, the painted background and all the flowers and stuff isn't there.
It's not there anymore,
Right.
yeah. It's just the band members. And then he has black buttons on the back of his coat, which apparently represent the mourning of the other Beatles. There's 3 of them. 3 of the Beatles and also 3 of the buttons, if that wasn't clear. All of them, except for Ringo, so John, Paul, and George, were all about the same height. At least they were when they first started recording. And let's just go ahead and start that off by saying they started recording when they were in their like early 20s, and men typically grow until they're in their like mid to late 20s. They keep growing for a while after that. And they started earlier than that.
Yeah, they started like in their teens.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and we'll talk about some dates a little bit. But so apparently it's very mysterious that suddenly Paul is taller than the other 2.
Like he's ascending?
Like he's ascending.
To heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Next to Paul's head are the words "Without You" from the song title "Within You, Without You," which is like my favorite Beatles song. Also, George appears to be pointing at the words "Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins," which is, when Paul died.
In his car accident. The title song, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club.
You.
It's your story, and I know it better.
It's very hot in here. That song introduces one Billy Shears, who tells the audience in with a little help from my friends, quote, "Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key." Paul's replacement, William Campbell, was often called Billy Shears, and apparently, he was still working on perfecting his singing voice to sound like Paul, so, he kind of is still adjusting to that, apparently.
Because the Beatles didn't put out an album for 3 years?
Yeah. Duh.
According to this?
Duh.
Well,
okay.
There wasn't really that gap, was there? I'm not up on my Beatology.
No, there's not actually.
There's not actually a 3-year gap. I'm being sarcastic.
I didn't think so, yeah.
In the story that we told earlier about Paul picking up the woman, apparently her name was Rita, right?
Lovely Rita.
Well, and there's a song called Lovely Rita. It has a lyric that says, "I took her home and nearly made it." So that's, a sign.
I nearly made it.
Yeah. And then towards the end of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band Reprise, you can hear a voice shouting, "Paul is dead. Yeah, really, really dead."
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's back up and talk about some of these.
Oh, God, if we have to.
We do.
All
right, okay, so yeah, Paul has back turn in that picture. Like, I don't know why, but yeah he did.
Oh, the significance of him having black buttons on his jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can I just stand on a soapbox for a second?
You always do.
I do. It never ceases to amaze me at all of these crazy little references that people find in things. Oh, well, in this culture, a walrus means that to Vikings. And it's like, oh, wow, so you're saying that instead of focusing on making music and chasing women and drinking and having a good time, the Beatles were sitting in a library going through tomes and tomes of cultural information to try and find references that they could plant in everything. Like
weird, obscure references.
Right. They're so random and out there.
I think that they really had better things to do with their time. But I also think that probably what happened is on that particular day, Paul probably just had a really huge zit. And so that's why he turned around.
It developed in the photo shoot.
Yeah.
It did. He was just stressed out. Or there's just a million reasons he could have had his back turned. So, like, I guess the subtitle for this episode should be Calm Down. As to his height difference, it does appear that Paul probably did hit a growth spurt. And I have some height measurements. But regardless, we'll talk about the height thing a little bit later.
Oh, you saw me grab the little black book.
I saw you, and I don't like it. But the body of that human is taller than the body of the other humans, but calm down, like men grow. It's fine. As to George pointing at Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock, the day begins, he was actually making an L, because if you look at the hands of the Beatles in that image, they're actually low-key spelling love. He's got his hands in an L, and then another one has it in an O, and then one of them has his hands tucked into his pants to make a V, and then the E is... Yeah. They're spelling love. It's okay. He's not pointing at anything. Also, it's not like they took the picture with the lyrics, like, in front of them, and I'm pretty sure that they weren't in the studio saying, oh, you know what, okay, I'm going to point here, and you should arrange that so that it perfectly matches up with the time that Paul died.
I don't know. Well, I was going to say, I don't know if either of you have had to set type. I've done it digitally.
It's impossible.
But, back in the day when you had to do it manually, that would have been just insanity to say, these 3 words must line up here.
Yeah. As to the whole idea of Billy Shears, it is a little weird that they made a song that included a Paul lookalike name in it, but I also wasn't at all able to find the origin of William Campbell being called Billy Shears, so for all I know, that nickname has been given to him post-fact.
That would not be surprising.
It wouldn't be surprising to me either.
The lovely Rita thing?
Just why?
Yeah, I don't know that really says anything at all.
I don't think it does.
You know, that's not even a clue in my book.
And then as far as the Paul is dead, really, really dead part, I don't know what that person is saying in the background, and this is, again, one of those instances where I read it and then I listened to it, and it sounded like it to me. But nobody's ever provided me with what was meant to be said there. And also, I think I could make it into anything. I could make it into a bunch of different things. It's just kind of in the background, really muffled. So
yeah,
I think that's silly.
Yeah, I think so too.
Subtitle of this episode: That's silly.
No, it's Calm Down.
Calm down. That's silly.
Yeah, you're right. Next up, the Abbey Road cover.
Oh my God, that was a definitive clue.
Yeah, there's lots of definitive clues here. Definitively. We're going to do the same thing we just did, so buckle in.
Okay.
As you look at the 4 Beatles, you will see that Paul is the only one out of step, so that draws attention to Paul. Again, if you haven't seen this, go look it up. But you've seen it. It's the one of the Beatles crossing a road.
With the zebra stripes on the road.
You've seen it.
Yeah,
but if you can't remember it, go look it up, because we're going to reference it. Also, Paul happens to be barefoot in this picture. The Beatles are shown in a really specific order. John is dressed first in white, like a priest would be.
Right, you got to raise your voice higher for that.
Like a priest would be. Ringo is dressed like an undertaker in all black. Paul is, quote, shabby suited, unquote, and he resembles a corpse, and obviously his feet are bare. And then George is in old jeans, and he's a grave digger.
Paul actually looks like a zombie in that photo.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
totally. He's zombie Paul.
Yeah. If you take a closer look at Paul,
does that make him a zombie beetle?
If you take a closer look at Paul, you'll see that he's holding a cigarette, also known as a coffin nail, in his right hand. And anybody who's any kind of fan of the Beatles would know that Paul was actually left-handed. So why does he have a cigarette in his right hand?
Actually, people.
Proof. Proof.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Behind George Harrison, there's a white Volkswagen, which looks like an innocent car until you look at the license plate, which is like something on the top half, and then on the bottom half, it's 28 if, which obviously means that, Paul would be 28 if he were alive. Mm-hmm. And then there's a policeman and
a Bobby
and a police car on the other side, which symbolizes the police who were called to the scene of the crime of Paul's accident in 1966, but were paid off to hush up the whole affair. Let's go back.
Woo!
So, all right.
First of all, I'm just going to go ahead and say this right now. The Beatles had literally 10 minutes to get a shot for this album cover.
For the Abbey Road cover?
Literally 10 minutes.
Yeah, the police were holding up traffic,
It was super impromptu. Yeah, the police were holding up traffic. They were really anxious to wrap up production on Abbey Road, and so they said, you know what? Let's just go outside and take some pictures. That's what they did. They didn't plan anything. There was a photographer there. He took some pictures. They went back in. They picked the best one. That's what they were with. So the idea that they had time to plan all the symbolism, like as it is
fun.
Silly. Next, Paul being out of step, it turns out that almost every single one of the takes, there were only like 5 out of step. This was the only one where everyone was stepping at the same time, and the fact that Paul was on the wrong foot seemed pretty trivial.
I got to tell you that I never noticed that he was on the wrong foot until I did the research.
I never did
on this.
either. Yeah.
He's the one who picked the picture, so I don't know, maybe that's a sign.
Maybe Fall is in on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
wait, of course
Fall
he
was
would be.
in on it.
Barefoot.
He also had, he was barefoot. He had started out wearing sandals, but they were uncomfortable or getting in his way, so he just took them off.
Yeah, I saw him on David Letterman. He was talking about this, and he said he was wearing flip-flops because it was a hot day, and so, he just decided to kick them off.
Yeah, so he's not wearing any shoes. In terms of the clothing, all of them were wearing suits except for Harrison, who is wearing, maybe like shabby old jeans. I don't really know what his deal is. But the other 3 were wearing suits that were specifically designed for them by a designer by the name of Tommy Nutter, who I know sounds crazy, but is actually a really prominent suit designer from Britain. Not anymore. I don't remember if he's alive or not. But so this whole idea that Paul is in a shabby suit, that's silly. It's a designer suit designed specifically for him.
Is Tommy Nutter the one who invented the cookie? The Nutter butter?
Oh, my God.
Oh.
So Harrison was wearing... Yeah, he was wearing jeans, but it wasn't even. They're not old. He was wearing nice stuff. They were all wearing nice stuff. You're reading into it. Calm down.
Calm down, Devin.
Yeah.
Next fact, which is really fun for me, is the bit about the cigarette. So at one point they're all smoking, obviously, right? The Beatles smoked a lot.
All of Britain did.
Everybody did. But the really interesting part about this, I guess, to me at least, is that the working title for Abbey Road was actually Everest, because the sound designer that they worked with smoked...
Their engineer.
Their sound engineer. Theater, old habits die hard. Their sound engineer's favorite brand of cigarettes was called Everest, and he was always smoking them. So their working title was Everest. They initially planned to continue to have that be the title and hire a private jet and go take pictures of Everest, and that was what the album was going to be. But they were running out of time, and so Paul said, you know what, screw it. We're all tired of this. Let's just go take a picture outside in 10 minutes, as discussed, and then we'll just name it after Abbey Road, and that's fine. And everyone said, okay. But I'm sure they wanted to continue to pay homage to that, at least the idea of calling it Everest in respect to the sound engineer. So they had a cigarette, and then, Paul was left-handed, but if he had a cigarette in his left hand, no one would be able to see it.
You know what the great thing about cigarettes is?
You can
smoke them with either hand.
Non-dominant hands work
easily.
just as well.
There is no such thing as a left-hand-only cigarette.
Right.
No,
but also,
absolutely.
if you are trying to get it in the shot, you're being shot from the right side. You're gonna have it on the right side.
I will also say that smokers typically don't even realize that they have a cigarette in their hand and that it's going to be included.
Yeah.
I've seen so many photos of people who years later like, oh my God, I had a cigarette. I had no idea I had a cigarette.
So those are the 2 options, right? Either he just forgot about it or it was intentional, but it was an homage to the fact that they were going to call it Everest, and then that kind of fell through.
And plus, also, probably a lot of smokers actually use their less dominant hand to hold the cigarette because they're doing something else with the dominant hand.
Yeah.
Like holding a drink.
Yeah.
there's lots of instances.
In regards to the bug that had the 28...
The Volkswagen bug?
Yeah. Like I said, that was only half of the license plate. And also, it actually just belonged to the people who lived in the flat next to the recording studio. So it just was there all the time. In fact, they had a big problem with theft after Abbey Road was released, people would come and steal the license plate a lot. And then finally somebody stole the car itself, like the entire car. And it's now, I think it's in a museum in Germany or something like that.
They stole it and took it to Germany?
Yeah. No, it's actually in a museum. It's like a famous artifact now, but it wasn't intentional. And then to the police, like there were police there holding up traffic. That's what they were doing. You can see them holding up traffic. Calm down. I'm sorry. That's the word of the day.
Are people needing calming down? I mean, I know that this was a big thing back in the late 60s, early 70s, but
Joe, people
are still a big thing today.
Well, so here's the big problem, actually, is that Ringo Starr recently did an interview where he mentioned something about Paul being dead. Like in 2015, mentioned something about Paul being dead.
And it started it up again.
Also, because it was Ringo Starr saying something about Paul being dead, so people thought that was pretty good authority. I didn't actually watch any of those interviews, I'll be honest with you, because I just don't think that's
But there are so many people who have been so attached to this. I mean, you remember Jeff in the Facebook group?
Yeah.
That guy was lobbying for this story all the time. I'm glad we did it
constantly.
We satisfied it for Jeff, but he was one of many where it was like you would talk about something and it would be, but then the Paul is dead thing. And then you would talk about cat food. Oh, but the Paul is dead thing. And then you'd talk about the Chinese you had the night before. The Paul is dead thing. Like,
yeah.
People don't let it go.
So yeah, Jeff, hey, this one is for you.
But also, calm down.
It's a fun story. It's been around forever.
Well, there's actually a bit more here, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
We're not done with the Abbey Road scene.
Well, we are done with the Abbey Road scene. I'm done. Your book is out, so I don't know if you're
did we talk? Oh, yeah, we already talked about the cops. Yeah. Sorry about that.
So there's actually a bit of an add-on theory here. And that is that actually MI5 had something to do with the selection of the replacement of Paul. The replacement of Paul with Fall.
The Fall.
They helped select this person, and we'll talk about who it might be in just like 1 second. But the whole reason for that is because Paul, or Fall, whichever, just pretty quickly after being replaced, gave an interview in which he admitted to having used LSD, which encouraged a lot of young people to experiment with LSD, which was actually an MI5 plot to be able to better control people in the late 60s, early 70s, because they were on LSD and hallucinogenic drugs, and they were easier to manipulate and control. So MI5 actually placed Fall there and had him admit that as Paul, and that's what happened there.
If we hadn't paid for these mics and they weren't stuck in this mounty thing in front of me, I would drop it on the ground right now.
I know you would.
Yeah, I know. I think that's who put this theory out there?
MI5.
No. Okay. Yeah.
MI6 is who put it out there.
The FBI.
Yeah, MI5 and MI6 are always kind of at loggerheads.
Yeah.
Well, but you know who actually put it out there was MI17 because they're the devious ones.
They're the ones, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I got to tell you, I don't think that people being high on LSD or coming down from LSD are any easier to control.
I would agree with that. But hey, that's just me. Yeah. So who replaced Paul? I mean, assuming all of these clues. Yeah.
Is that our actual mystery? Is who is Fall?
I guess. Kind of. I don't know. I don't really know what this mystery is. It's, is Paul dead? Well, probably not. But if he is, who took his place?
According to Paul, he's not.
Yeah, according to Fall, he's not, you mean. So he could have been replaced, as we mentioned before, by one Mr. William Campbell, who was actually called Billy Shears. His name was William Shears Campbell. He did win a Paul lookalike contest, although I've never been able to find any pictures.
Did you find actual reporting on that? Because I didn't.
I didn't either. And I haven't been able to find any pictures. One would assume that if somebody won a lookalike contest, there would be pictures of that person everywhere, but apparently not. So I guess almost that's a little suspicious, right?
There's not pictures of him around. If Billy Shears disappeared, well, what does that mean?
Well, he did apparently disappear. But again, no official reports or anything like that. So
maybe he didn't so much disappear; it's just sort of faded into obscurity,
or just never existed.
Yeah, maybe there's that. Yeah.
So again, I don't know if he could sing or not. It's a good question. And then the other person he could have been is this guy named Billy Shepherd. I'm not sure why it's always Billy, but it's always Billy. Billy Shepherd didn't really look a whole lot like Paul, but he was the ex-leader of Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots, which was a band, in kind of contemporary band of the Beatles. And they sounded quite a bit like the Beatles, actually. He sounded quite a bit like Paul, at least in the early days of the Beatles, the kind of poppy, She Loves Me kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think from all the pictures I saw, he didn't really look like Paul, so he would have had to undergone pretty extensive plastic surgery.
And whoever it was obviously just hated John.
Yeah.
Because they began to fight just incessantly.
Yeah, or he just wanted to, go solo. Wanted to just live his life as Paul, and that was it.
I kind of think that it would have made more sense to forego the plastic surgery and just say, hey, unfortunately, Paul got killed, but we have this awesome replacement who's super talented.
And that would be the simplest answer, but according to our conspiracy friends, that is not the way the world operates, because young girls would be throwing themselves off of bridges and buildings everywhere.
Yeah, and I actually have some pictures in this script that unfortunately our listeners can't see, but the pictures
I'm holding it up to the mic.
The pictures are kind of where I start to lose my skepticism a little bit, just looking at them. And you guys, I really encourage you all, post some links to some stuff that encourages that has some side by side comparisons. I see what people see. I totally see what people see. I don't think that old Paul looks like new Paul really that much at all. Does he look like that to you?
For the most part, does.
Well, I mean, if you look at...
I'm sorry. One of you said, no, there are differences, and the other one said, no, he looks like him.
Yeah, I mean, look at these two guys. I mean, they look similar. But
those are the ones that look the most similar, but there's like a lot of differences in the nose. And then particularly the ones on these two pages, like the chin is totally different, and that's not like a weight loss thing. It's a totally different chin shape.
I don't believe that.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, you're going to do your photo analysis thing that you do?
Well, no, I don't have to analyze any photos other than look at them and go, okay, that photo was taken in 1963, and the other photo was taken in 1967 or 68.
That will
ballpark ranges here, but there's a couple of things. The guys are aging. They're losing their baby fat. That's going to have an impact on it.
And Paul was a heroin addict also, and a meth addict.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. But
LSD addict.
But they probably all got a little bit of plastic surgery here and there to fix some things they didn't like.
Do you think in the 60s that was so prevalent, though? I don't think so.
I don't know. Actually.
At the level of fame that they had, I'm not going to say that they couldn't have done it. But there's some things that really make me raging, and one of them is the insane schedule that the Beatles held. You guys have read the history of the Beatles, and there's this point where they spent a bunch of time in Hamburg, and they were there over the course of like 3 or 4 years. This is before the U.S. invasion. They did 1,200 live events in 3 years or 3.5 years. That's a freaking insane schedule.
They worked hard.
That's
how they became so popular.
And I have a feeling that a lot of these early photos that we see have two things going on. One is they're probably wearing makeup, which is going to hide the wrinkles. Yeah. And two, they've probably been airbrushed because you guys got to remember, Photoshop wasn't around, so you had to airbrush photos so that the wrinkles went away. So that's a huge thing to me, is that they had worked so hard for so long. They're gonna burn out. They're gonna be drinking and partying and chasing skirts and just having fun. Well, they're gonna burn off that fat. They're not gonna be a 22-year-old kid anymore. They're gonna be a 26-year-old guy. And you see that with a lot of men, where it's like, he was so baby-faced, and then suddenly he has a chin and a jawline, and it's weird. And how did that happen? Like, that happens all the time.
Yeah,
that sure do.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
The height thing. Can we talk about the height thing for a second?
So I'll just say that in 1963, there was a biography that was published of Paul, and it said that he was 5'11", and then in 1967, he reported that he was 6'2".
Which is strange, because Paul never looked that tall to me.
Yeah, he didn't look that tall to me either. But I also, I mean, they started wearing lifts, like he was wearing platform shoes. But also, dudes grow.
Paul was always the tallest of them. If you look, so I laughed at this because there were some articles that I came across where people were like, well, I found this live performance where they were moving around and I was trying to use that to judge the height of one or the other. Okay, you didn't need to do that. They had all kinds of stills.
Yeah.
They had their, like, my favorite one is they came off the plane when they first hit the States, which means that they weren't wearing fancy shoes and stuff because they were on a plane all day. But you know who's the tallest? Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he didn't suddenly get taller than the other guys. He was always a little taller than the other guys.
Well, and the pictures that I always see are of them, you know, wearing exactly the same thing. So people say, oh, look. But they didn't wear exactly the same thing, you know, much longer than after they got popular. So it's always
after they
really
came to the U.S.,
grainy,
they exploded, and that kind of stopped.
It's really grainy, crappy pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, yeah, see that one's Paul. And it's like, I don't know. They all have the exact same haircut. They all have dark hair. They're all wearing the same thing. That could be Paul. That could be Ringo. That could be anyone. I don't know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just say, oh, look, that's that one, because they all look exactly the same. The photo's so grainy. They're wearing the same thing.
Well, and a lot of it is taken from like their Ed Sullivan appearance.
Yeah.
Which is videotape. It's not tape. It's film. Which is not that great a quality film.
Yeah.
Of course
and
not.
It hasn't aged well.
Well, the other thing from that Ed Sullivan film that people talk about is the changes in Paul's performance demeanor, which is always so interesting to me because it's like, dude, yeah, they were like brand new to the stage. They had never really performed on that scale before, and I'm sure he was nervous. And then as they performed more and more, he refined himself.
Censors.
Yeah.
For the Sullivan Show, the censors would walk up and say, "Don't do this." I mean, there's famous stories about what they told. Have you ever seen? There's that gag video out there. I think it's an SNL thing about Elvis Presley on the Sullivan Show, and they said you can't shake your hips; it's too sexual.
Yeah.
And he went ahead and did it. And they put a black bar across his waist, which they did. And then he keeps shaking, and the bar keeps rising, and he keeps trying to get taller until there's nothing but Elvis's chin and his eyes on the screen, and the whole rest of the screen
is
just
black.
Like that's
amazing.
but that is the extent that the censors went to. They did crazy stuff.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm
were.
sure that they were afraid to do anything.
You've heard that story about the Doors, right?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I agree that it's they're not good reasons. You have more? I see your book out. You've
Oh
more?
yeah. No, the book didn't go away. There's
No,
still
I know. Okay,
still
so let's
stuff to
go there.
to
Oh my
throw
God.
on the fire for this.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
What?
So I think that where there's this whole thing of Paul being in an accident, and that's where this all started. But you do know
Paul was never in an accident.
Yes,
His
he
car-
was. He was in a moped accident.
Okay, fine. Yes.
He was in a moped accident. That's how he chipped his tooth, and that's how he got the scar on his lip. But I think that is the kernel of, oh my God, Paul was in an accident.
Well,
where did
so
that scar come from?
What actually happened? Right. Okay. So a car that he owned was in a really serious accident, and he was in a moped accident, probably within a year or so of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Who was driving the car that he owned?
His friend. I don't remember his name.
Was
No
he
one famous.
decapitated?
There's several friends.
No,
that were
there
in
was no
accidents.
decapitation.
Hmm.
He crashed. He totaled the car, but he was like fine.
Oh,
well,
good.
that's for the Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
There is, when you go on the internet, you will see a series of very iconic photos which show, I believe it's a Aston Martin. It's a sports car. And this thing is just ripped up. And I see it referenced all the time for this story. And I was
But that's a Princess Di car.
well, but here's the thing. No, this is total 60s, sporty. I started Google image searching, and I love the fact that you can grab an image and look for other similars, and very quickly found out that there was indeed an accident in the December of 1965, which people then spun forward to this possible November 66 thing. And that is, there is a friend of the band, a guy whose name was Tara Brown, and he was, he was a big guy, or not a big guy, he was semi-famous, and he was hanging around with the band doing stuff, and he was driving his car, and he had a woman in the car with him, and he swerved to avoid another car, and he careened through parked cars. And while it's said that he was going exceptionally fast, it killed him and his head. He took severe damage to his skull, and it killed him. But he wasn't Paul. He looked nothing like Paul, but he was a friend of the Beatles. So this is, as with all of these, it's a game of telephone.
Yeah.
A friend of the Beatles was in a car accident in a sports car, and then it Paul is dead. So that's my thing, is that because I was confused when I read your stuff about it being the Mini, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, I guess I should have clarified. I'm realizing I didn't at this point. That story that we told in the beginning is the like Steve version of things when we talk about
the most embellished,
the most fantastical version of anything. That's what that is. Realistically,
it was the magical mystery tour.
Yeah, none of it happened. It didn't happen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was actually I don't even know that it grew from that kernel of truth. I thought somebody just made it up.
I really believe that somebody made it up.
They did. It was an amalgam of a lot of things.
Yeah, I think with a lot of these things, it's held together with spit and duct tape, and it just I don't know how it survived.
Or
this
just
long.
a heck of a lot of LSD.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that there's not a lot of things that have been held together by LSD. Yeah. So I don't know.
Do you have any more stuff that we need to discuss?
Nothing that is really good bits. The car and the friend were really, and the origin of the scar and the chipped tooth.
That it's not a different human being.
Right.
He got people get those things.
Yeah.
There was actually somebody who said, Paul, you need to get your tooth fixed. It looks kind of bad. People are going to notice, but apparently there was no nerves there, and he just didn't care. He never fixed it.
Yeah.
So I never got fixed.
Yeah.
A little super glue, I mean, but even though I don't believe that Paul died, there is a similar, more recent thing, which is Avril Lavigne.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot. There's actually a lot of this stuff out there right now, and it's not just. I mean, I love the Avril Lavigne thing. I do. There's also like the Beyonce was never pregnant thing. There's so many of these things out there that people are just like crazy,
obsessed.
I guess
we'll be talking about Avril Lavigne next week.
No,
we won't.
I'll just say the moral of the story is just like calm down.
Yeah.
Like take a step back and think about what you're saying.
Well, the thing about it is that if Paul truly is dead, well, they found a really good replacement, and who cares?
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
it's amazing that they managed to find a replacement that looked like
and sounded
acted like
and could
sounded
play the bass.
like him.
Yeah.
And that could play the same instrument.
And could write.
Yeah.
Like the coincidence for that. The alignment of the stars.
That is.
And really, realistically, to Joe's point, I mean, Fall, if it is Fall, has been Paul for longer than Paul ever really was.
Oh, hell yeah.
And at this point, he is Paul. That's who it is.
So what you're telling me is that the British monarchy knighted an impersonator.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time.
No.
And on that
probably
note,
wouldn't.
And by the way, Fall probably deserved it, because he made many contributions to the band, apparently at least, after he was swapped in for Paul.
Yeah.
So I guess he deserves his knighthood.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you want to see any of the links of the research that we did, we'll try to include some that have pictures attached to them. You can find that information on thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can find us on Facebook. We have a group and we have a page, so find both of those. Pretty cool things, I guess. I don't know. We have a Twitter. We're Thinking Sideways. We have a subreddit, which is Thinking Sideways. We have an email address, so you can email us just like literally whatever you want. I don't really care. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You're probably listening to us on iTunes. If you are and you haven't already, subscribe and leave a comment and a rating. If you are listening to us on a streaming site and you can subscribe and leave a comment and a rating, do that as well. Side note on that, obviously, if you have some constructive criticism, please email us so we can have a dialogue about it. We're not trying to get out of bad reviews if you genuinely have a bad review, but also email us. Let us know. We don't have a chance to check all of our bad reviews. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not that there's like a million of them.
And there's nothing we can do in response.
Yeah, we can't have a discussion to find out really what's going on. Okay, and then also if you want to contribute to the show in a financial matter, there's, no obligation to. You can get merch. There's links to that on our website.
Cool mugs and T-shirts and stuff.
Yeah, totally,
Yeah.
and stickers.
Yeah.
If you want to contribute one time, we do have a PayPal. There's a link to that on the website. If you want, that's awesome. That's our favorite. That's going to be on Patreon. That's patreon.com/thinkingsideways. And thanks to everybody who donates, and thanks to everybody who's considering donating. Yeah. And I think that's everything.
I think it is.
Yeah. So I guess we're going to, just get out of here.
Okay.
So I'm going to join a Beatles tribute band, and I'm going to be bald.
I think we ought to start a Beatles tribute band. All we need, actually, we don't. We can do it with 3 because Paul's dead, right?
Yeah, except for
I'm not Ringo. I'm not Ringo.
No.
I'll be Ringo.
I'm George.
All right, Ringo.
Okay.
Let's get out of here.
All right. Bye, guys.
Love you, yeah, yeah, yeah. Love you, yeah, yeah, yeah. For love like that, you should be glad.
This episode of Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Kitten Mittens. One size fits all. Instead, it's brought to you by CrimeCon. That's right, CrimeCon 2018. We're gonna be there. We really want to meet you and see you and provide you with amazing programming and I don't know, whatever. Anyway, it's in Nashville this year. And if you want tickets, please go to crimecon.com and use the promo code SIDEWAYS for 10% off your purchase, which is amazing. It's good. It's a good deal. And we really look forward to seeing you guys there. I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but I'm not. I really want to meet you guys and have fun with you guys. Crimecon.com, promo code SIDEWAYS.
Thinking Sideways. Hi there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Devin
and
Steve.
And this week it's time for another fascinating mystery. We're going to talk about what they call in the Philippines the Michael Myring mystery. Michael Myring was a shadowy person, and nobody knows exactly what he was, because he claimed to be a treasure hunter. Some people thought he might have been something else, like maybe a terrorist or a CIA operative. We'll tell you everything you need to know, and you can make up your own mind. Oh, and by the way, I want a quick aside. I want to thank Landon, who suggested this. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you are a dude, by the way. But anyway, but thanks, Landon. So let me start from the beginning here. The date was May 16th, 2002. So, yeah, this is an oldie, turn-of-the-century story. You remember the turn of the century?
I do.
Yeah, things were a lot different. Cars looked a little different.
They did.
Hair was longer or maybe shorter, I don't remember.
Both.
Was it both? Yeah, cell phones were
Hair
bigger.
was different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hair was different. Cell phones. Remember cell phones? Yeah, they were big.
Do you remember?
Literally, they were big.
They were.
They did start out kind of big. Okay, so May 16, 2002, there was an explosion in room 305 at the Evergreen Hotel in Davao, Mindanao, the Philippines. So as you know, Mindanao is that big island at the south end of the archipelago that is the Philippines. And Davao was a big city there. And there had been other terrorist bombings which had recently been taking place across the Philippines. And there was a big one just 3 weeks before that killed 15 people, wounded 55. So a lot of bombing going on. People are a little bit on edge. So naturally, understandably. So there's an explosion in room 305 at the hotel. Was occupied by a man named Michael Terrence Myring, who was an American oncologist. That's a cancer doctor, for those who don't know. He'd been a regular guest at this hotel for the past 8 to 10 years. He'd been spending a lot of time in the Philippines since the early 1990s. And on his most recent visit, he checked into the Evergreen Hotel December 14th, 2001, several months before.
It's like 6 months before, right?
Yeah,
Almost.
4 months before, I guess 6 months. Yeah,
So
you're right.
he seemed to frequent the same hotels. There was, I think it was like 3 different hotels that he liked to stay at.
Yeah.
Depending on where he was.
Yeah, and he spent like somewhere from 6 to 8 months a year in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a regular at these places.
I'm surprised he didn't try to find like timeshares.
I was just going to say that.
I was going to say, why
or
not?
Or even just buy a house.
Why not? Yeah, or rent an apartment.
Yeah, for the exchange rate, from what I know, the exchange rate in the Philippines, like it doesn't take very much American dollars to live like a king.
Yeah.
In the Philippines, so I don't know why.
Built-in housekeeping?
I mean, you could hire a housekeeper for pretty cheap there.
I don't know. I'm guessing maybe he just decided it was easier not to. I have no idea why he was doing it this way.
He might have been a commitment phobe.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, or he might have been one of these people, like my dad was kind of this way, who just didn't want to buy into real estate because he was sure the bubble was going to burst.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was totally right about that. He was just off by several decades.
Sure.
It did happen, but it did happen.
I mean, if you maintain that for long enough, it will eventually be true.
Oh, it's totally true. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whatever the reasons, he was staying at this hotel. So, of course, there had been a big kaboom. The police paramedics show up. They found that Myring was pretty mangled. His legs were really badly mangled. Unfortunately, they had to be amputated.
So they were amputated. Because some of the stories just talk about how he was wounded and burned.
Messed up, yeah. One version I read that only one leg was amputated. But most of the more authoritative ones, like in the Manila Times, etc., said both legs were amputated.
Okay.
So we'll go with that.
All right, I just want to clarify because I was never sure.
No, it is hard to tell. Yeah.
And was it just his legs that were injured, or was the rest of his body injured?
Oh, he got some big third-degree burns over a lot of the rest of his body.
So pretty much what you would expect by somebody being caught off guard by their room exploding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So he was taken to the Davao Doctors Hospital, which is where his legs were amputated. But before he lost consciousness, he told police that somebody had lobbed a grenade into his room. But then later on, when the police bomb experts took a close look at the scene, well, the evidence to them looked like the blast was from a bomb and not a grenade. And Myring had 2 metal boxes that he kept in his room, and it looked like the bomb had actually been inside one of those boxes. So, curious, right? But here's where the story thickens a little bit. While Myring was in the hospital in Davao, some FBI agents came by to ask him some questions. This is where it gets controversial. According to some sources, local police who were there guarding Myring tried to stop the FBI from getting into his room, but the FBI guys apparently were kind of bullying, and they just basically insisted on going in and talking to him. And then they took Myring out of the hospital, flew him to another hospital in Manila, which is, of course, at the far other end of the Philippines.
Of course.
Of course, yeah. And then after, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly when this happened, Myring left the country. Apparently, according to some people, the FBI spirited Myring out of the Philippines and back to the U.S. Apparently, he was taken to San Diego, ostensibly, to quote a famous podcaster person. It was for more advanced treatments than what he could get in the Philippines.
So here's okay, when I read this stuff about this, and I was reading this stuff that, which U.S. government organization, I want to say it's the State Department, but it probably isn't. Whoever it was, they were like, oh, yeah, no. They went there with police officers, local police officers in tow to comply with the rules. Like their accounting of it is that they followed the book and the locals were with them and totally fine with it.
That is what the U.S. government says, as well. Yeah, and so there's a lot of conflicting accounts in this one. I think that probably they did obey the rules. The FBI says that they had a liaison with the Philippine National Police. They totally cooperated and coordinated with them. So that's how they put it.
Not to disparage the Philippine police.
Yeah.
Is something you always say before you're going to disparage someone.
Exactly.
But I in my talkings with people from the Philippines, which I've had extensive talkings with people from the Philippines. Most of their citizens generally feel like the police are pretty corrupt. And it doesn't take very much to get them to do what you want. So, whether or not the FBI or, the U.S. officials were complying or they had paid them off or maybe they hadn't paid them off and so the police were like, hey, You didn't follow protocol. You didn't pay us off. What's going on? And then, later reported that they had been done without their consent. There's just so much to not know about it.
Yeah, there is. It's just there's once again something to be said for impartial, law-abiding law enforcement.
And I'll just add that if I had gotten my legs blown off and third-degree burns all over my body in a foreign country, I'd be super thankful for my government coming and taking me home.
That's a good point.
So
it's a whole question. The whole question here is not so much that they did it, but why they did it. Yeah, that's
you could have asked for it.
Yeah. It might have been, but back to the bomb scene. It looked like the bomb, according to the Philippine police, was most likely an improvised type. Initially, they concluded dynamite, but after that, they decided it was some other higher tech explosive,
like ammonium nitrate,
which had ammonium nitrate in it. They found traces of ammonium nitrate.
Isn't that the same thing that was in Oklahoma City? Isn't that the same kind of bomb?
That
essentially,
was a component. Yeah,
it's a fertilizer bomb for
that's
simplest terms.
That's one way to get your ammonium nitrate. You don't have to use fertilizer like they did there. You can actually get more purified versions of it. But yeah, you combine your ammonium nitrate with some fuel oil, and voila, you've got a nice unstable explosive.
Well, my reason for saying it was kind of like I was thinking that it had to be something akin to a fertilizer bomb is he is in the Philippines. And fertilizer is probably easy to get a hold of.
Oh, sure.
The higher tech stuff, maybe not so much.
Yeah, and there are, this is the whole range. You can improvise something with fertilizer and diesel, or there's some more higher tech stuff that also uses ammonium nitrate. Same kind of similar thing, but it's a more refined process, and it's a better explosive. But but as far as what he had there, was it improvised or was it high tech stuff? I'm not totally sure. But of course. If Myring did have himself a bomb, which it appeared that he did, that's illegal in the Philippines even. So that made him kind of a wanted man. Of course, by this point, he's out of the Philippines. They wanted him back. They actually filed charges against him in the Philippines, but the U.S. government did nothing to return him. And instead, Myring lives out the rest of his days here in the U.S., maybe in his hometown of Calamasa, California, although there was one report that he'd been seen in Texas. But it doesn't really matter because apparently he's died since. I think he died in 2012. Because I believe he was about 66 when this bombing happened. So, 76, plus take off a couple of years for having your body burned and your legs blown off, so that's not outrageous. The controversy didn't die. 2 weeks after the bombing, the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte,
a guy who likes to scream.
He's kind of bombastic, I would say, one way of putting it. He went public.
He reminds me of another certain politician in our country.
A little bit, but a lot worse, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna make judgments.
Yeah, but he went public and blasted the U.S. government for taking Myring out of the country. He accused the CIA of conducting a false flag operation in the Philippines.
Explain to folks what's a false flag operation.
False flag is where you commit usually some sort of a crime or an operation, but you make it look like some. The idea is here would be like, well, okay, we'll plant some bombs and we'll blame it on some Muslim separatist group, and then if we do that, then public opinion in the Philippines will turn against these guys, and then the national government will adopt a policy that's more anti-Muslim, which is what
engineering
we want.
A situation against these people. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. And so in this telling, Myring was an agent of the CIA. He was running this operation, which is why the U.S. got him out of the country so quickly. Duterte was very angry about this situation. He threatened unspecified violence towards the FBI if they ever came back to Davao again.
Ooh.
I know. That's the kind of guy he is. Actually, he actually claims to have killed people in his drug war. This is the same guy. He's obviously president of the Philippines today.
Yes.
If you don't know that. He does claim in the past to have actually summarily executed people who were caught with drugs.
Oh yeah, no, I can't remember who it is. Some human rights group is totally in arms because you get caught with drugs. Essentially, they're just taking you out, and the number of deaths. Capital punishment style deaths had just skyrocketed once he came into office.
Oh yeah, well,
like to an absurd rate.
Well, it began long before he was president. I mean, when he was mayor of Davao, he cleaned up, quote unquote, the situation down there, and so the same thing happened. There were what they call death squads. At least there were some accusations that there were death squads killing people outright all over the place there. And apparently the Philippine people liked his style enough that they went ahead and made him president. So whatever, they're entitled to elect whoever they want to. But this might explain why U.S.-Philippines relations have gone downhill. If this particular incident is what soured Duterte so much on the United States and our relationship with the Philippines. I'm not sure if it is or not. Maybe he was already kind of anti-American, and this was just an excuse. I don't know. And I don't know when he made this speech. This was May 30th, 2002, just 2 weeks after the explosion. I don't know if he had any special knowledge of the situation or if he'd just been reading the newspapers like everybody else, but he was mad. I mean, you read that article, right?
Yeah.
Did he strike you as angry?
He strikes me as angry constantly.
Well, there's that.
That's why I said that earlier. He's always mad.
Yeah, but that's why this is still controversial and still a mystery, because who exactly was Michael Myring, and just what exactly was he up to? So that's what we're going to figure out here. Ostensibly, there goes that word again.
There it is again.
I know. He was a citizen of South Africa who emigrated to the U.S. and was naturalized towards the end of the apartheid era. As I said before, he was an oncologist.
He was Caucasian?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And supposedly he was affiliated with the African National Congress, although I'm not too sure about that. I mean, in this story you read that he was affiliated with all kinds of groups, as I'm sure you're aware. Very disparate groups, I would say. He's also been accused of being affiliated with another group of people who were like white supremacists and Nazis back in the U.S., which is kind of antithetical to the whole African National Congress thing. What do you think about it? But there is one story that was told by a friend of his named David Hawthorne, who said that Myring told him once that he'd given a box of old U.S. federal notes to the South African government after apartheid. So this is after Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa. Mm-hmm. He made them a gift of this box of notes had, according to Myring, $500 million in it.
Wow.
I know, a lot of money. That's old banknotes. I don't know how big the denominations were. I did a little checking. And I know back in the day, they used to print bills as large as $10,000 in denominations.
Wait, where's Myring saying he got the money from?
Well, that's a little hazy. This is he's again a treasure hunter.
Because I see you've got information here about dates and types of bills, and so I'm trying to figure out. It's not like he just went down to the bank and made a cash withdrawal.
No, okay. Not at all, not at all. And these were old banknotes, of course. I'm not sure what the biggest denomination is today. Is it 500? They're still making a $500 bill, right?
I'm not sure. I don't use them very often.
Yeah, none of us are rich enough to know that.
No, I know.
Let me just open my wallet.
I know. It's but again, back in the day, they used to make them a lot bigger.
$10,000.
Yeah, $10,000 was the biggest one. Yeah. So assuming that this box with $500 million in it was in $10,000 denominations, my back of the envelope calculation is that would be 110 pounds.
Okay.
So that's a lot of bucks. And of course, if it's
smaller denominations becomes a pallet full.
Yeah, I mean, my calculation is that if it was $100 bills, it would weigh a little over a ton. So heavy box. But as for where he got these, well, this is the Philippines. Yamashita's gold and all that stuff.
Hey, you pronounced it right this time.
I know. But this box was one of 12, which would mean about $6 billion. And again, as you asked, where did he get it? Well, it could have been from ships. I mean, because Myring, of course, was looking for Yamashita's gold, and if what he said about those 12 boxes of cash is true, then it sounds like he found part of it, because as we all know, the Japanese in World War II and before World War II were looting East Asia of everything. They would go to the banks and I'm sure carry away all the banknotes. Mm-hmm. Everybody's jewelry, their silver candelabra, and their rings, their gold coins, silver coins, everything, jewels. And that was Yamashita's gold. And supposedly just about all of it wound up in the Philippines. And
we've actually covered that story.
We talked about this story,
many years ago, actually.
It was a while back. It was a couple of years ago. Yeah. And of course, if you listen to that episode, as you know, towards the end of the war, there was some effort to transport all that stuff back to Japan, because it did look like the Philippines were going to fall to the Allies. And so it had to be transported back to Japan. So what to send it on? Well, ships and submarines, of course. And there are apparently, around Mindanao, there are a lot of sunken ships and submarines. So it's kind of worth taking a look at them, I suppose. So that might be where he found it. If they've got a ship or something that's got these crates of cash, and he's found this thing and salvaged these crates, okay, that could be one potential source of it. Or maybe he was just BSing. I don't know. It could be that, too. In fact, I'm kind of betting on that. But,
that'd have to be sealed really well to have survived underwater.
Not necessarily. My understanding about the way things work is underwater is that you can leave it down there as long as you want. It's the process when you bring it back to the surface. You got to manage that process kind of carefully,
and
or
that process of desalinization and separation and drying is time consuming and expensive.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, it turns to dust.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm curious about that part. But
well, it might have been something else too. I mean, there's not just on ships. It could have been buried in a cave somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, it also could have explained why maybe he knew where it was. He had, a friend who was guarding it, lived on a boat above it or something like that. He brought, one box up at a time.
Yeah, and
it was a very slow process. It would explain why he was staying at kind of a crappy hotel because he didn't actually have the money yet, you know.
Okay. I can get behind that.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. But that's so far the only treasure we know for sure that he found, and we're pretty sure he didn't actually find that either. He also had supposedly partnered up with the Manila-based group of people. You see a lot of this in the story. There's this shadowy group of people who aren't exactly named, and you don't exactly find out. But these are the ones that I said had links to this white supremacist group back in the U.S. and also to the neo-Nazi Party of the United States. And I'm not sure why he joined up with these people. It might be he needed capital. Or maybe they just had information they needed, or maybe they just were like the mob and they just muscled in on the operation.
Maybe they were the only ones who know how to desalinate money.
It could be that too. They might have had some skills that
they've got a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was another thing. There was some messages between him and this demolition expert, where the demolition expert was talking about them handling this situation he described. Which sounds to me like the guy was talking about maybe dealing with unexploded ordnance. Which, if you're salvaging a warship that's sunken, there's probably going to be some bombs and artillery shells and stuff like that on board that ship.
Hell, to this day, they're still finding mines in Britain in backyards that have been buried.
Oh, yeah.
Or not mines, but
bombs.
Bombs.
Yeah, unexploded bombs. Oh, yeah. They find them all the time. I mean, still. And so you got to be real careful with that stuff, obviously. According to the same guy I mentioned, David Hawthorne, before, was a friend of Meyring's. Meyring was afraid of his new partners, these shadowy Manila-based people. He said to Hawthorne that his life was in danger, and that's Meyring's life, and that it had something to do with the treasure. Kind of vague stuff. But so the question, of course, is why didn't he leave the country? Well, apparently he wanted to get his treasure before he left the country, maybe.
Me too.
I don't know. Yeah, me too. Yeah. I suppose I'd risk my life for that kind of cash. I mean, why not?
I might, yeah.
I probably would. Or I'd risk somebody's life.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely your life for sure.
Yeah, I'd risk your life.
Oh, I know you would. That's okay. I don't mind. But
it doesn't make sense, though.
What's that?
This whole he's recovering all of this treasure because why was he giving it away?
Well, that's it. I mean, why would you, if you've only recovered one crate of cash and you turn around and you give it to Nelson Mandela, I'm sorry, that's not
who was a great guy, by the way, and deserved it, but if it's all your money, your operating capital, that's a problem.
Does not make a lot of sense to me either. I'm sorry, I'm a selfish guy. I would keep it for me. Of course, maybe it was a bad batch, Oops, we brought this up wrong, and it's all turned to crap. So I'm going to generously give it to somebody else. Maybe that's
a tax deduction.
Yeah. Look at all this. Yeah. So that's what he's supposedly doing. He's looking for treasure, and came back, like I said, to Davao in mid-December 2001. And as I said before, he always stayed at the Evergreen Hotel.
Mm-hmm.
When he showed up the last time I checked in, he brought these 2 large metal boxes with him.
When we're talking large,
I don't know how large.
Bigger than a bread box?
A little bigger than a bread box, I think, but smaller than a refrigerator.
Still big enough or small enough that somebody could carry it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they were. I got the impression that he kept files in there, like information on his.
I was going to say,
like bankers boxes.
Yeah, about that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about that size.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'd never seen a picture of them, so I can't tell you. Sure. Actually, they kind of got blown up anyway. So yeah, but these were padlocked, and they were. He told 3 different hotel employees that the boxes should not be touched, not at all. And apparently, these must have been the room cleaners. And apparently, he said that to them repeatedly. He said, hey, whatever you do, don't touch those boxes. Don't even touch them. And actually, I think that this is not a rumor because these 3 people actually signed affidavits stating this. So, and that's probably one of the few solid pieces of information we've got to work with here. So there's something about them boxes that was important. Other than that, we don't know much about what he was doing. Meyring was busted about a week before the bomb went off for passing counterfeit U.S. cash. And as a result of this, his hotel room was searched by police. And in another telling of the story, Philippine intelligence had an eye on him because they were suspicious because he kept bringing in these metal boxes into his hotel. So
there were a lot more?
I don't know if he was bringing them and then taking them out and bringing them back or whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They were like the equivalent of his briefcases.
Sure.
Yeah, he didn't have, I don't think, more than 2 at a time, and they were probably the same ones, but maybe he was swapping them. But
again, we don't know that this is true. Either the part about his arrest or them keeping an eye on him.
The part about him getting caught with the counterfeits and the police coming by and looking over his place apparently is true. That seems to be documented, but I'm not 100% even sure about even that.
All right.
And then actually Duterte did complain about the search because apparently Michael Myring was not totally cooperative when the police showed up to search his room.
Most people aren't.
Oh, yeah, well, they searched his room. Apparently they didn't find the steel boxes, so he must have moved them. He might have moved into the bathroom because apparently he wouldn't let the police search the bathroom. When the police expressed an interest in the bathroom, he said, "No, you can't go in there. It's out of order."
I've got a red North Face bag in there.
Yeah, exactly. With a corpse in it, and
you can't go in.
Yeah, I love it.
I had chili last night. You don't want to go in there.
Yeah,
it's out of order.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. Apparently that, or maybe he slipped him some money. I don't know, but I do know where I'm keeping my murder weapons and all my contraband. I'm keeping it in my bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. At least if I'm living in the Philippines. And as we all know, about a week after that, he was nearly killed in that explosion in his room. Some of the things they found in the wreckage, besides bits and pieces of the bomb, they also found some pieces of old U.S. currency, kind of like those old banknotes we were talking about. So,
now, was there all? This is where I want to ask a question about counterfeit money, because I thought that counterfeit cash or remnants of counterfeit cash had also been found in the room post-explosion. Am I correct in that, or am I wrong?
There are some accounts about that. Yeah,
okay.
It was remnants of counterfeit
cash. Again, the reporting on this one is just so slapdash.
They also found an ID card from the Moro National Liberation Front. I'm sure you've heard of those guys.
What if we haven't?
Well, if you haven't, the MNLF is a group they're part of the Muslim separatist movement in the Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're as a group that's part of the Muslim separatist movement in the Philippines. This ID card had Michael Myring's name and photograph on it, along with the birth date, September 17th, 1935, which would make him about 66 when he got blown up. And what was he doing with that card, you ask? Oh, well, I don't know.
Well, my question is, why do they even make ID cards?
That I don't know either. That's a good question.
Isn't it kind of like classified as a terrorist organization?
Well, they weren't
covert.
Yeah, they weren't as extreme as some of the other organizations. Like there's a few others, like another Abu Sayyaf is another group that's sort of advocating for a separate Muslim state in the Philippines. And they are classified as a terrorist organization because, well, they use a lot of violence, for one thing.
Yeah.
And they're advocating actual separatism and a Sharia state and everything.
There's a lot of acronyms, things in this story. So sorry,
kind of
I didn't mean to say that they were terrorists, but
no.
I still don't understand necessarily why.
Yeah, the government signed a peace agreement with the separatists in, I think, 1996, and they established, gave them some limited regional autonomy.
I see. Okay.
And so they were more or less.
It was probably the equivalent of kind of like a passport to get into their territory.
Well, it might have been a way to be in the territory at least unmolested. Travel. This certifies that the local government knows you're there and it's okay.
Their equivalent of the TSA has said this guy's fine, he's good, let him in and out as he pleases.
That could be what it was. I'm not really sure. He could have just gone down to the local Quickie Mart and got himself a fake ID.
Gotcha.
I don't know, but also besides this did raise a few eyebrows, of course. But apparently this came out in the press. Apparently Myring had some shady connections to some other groups as well. According to the Manila Times, he had ties with, of course, all sorts of government officials in Mindanao, which is where Davao is, of course. And also the Philippine National Police, which are kind of like their FBI, I guess. And, of course, the MNLF, as I said, but also the MILF, the MILF. The MILF, which is the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. They're like the MNLF, but they're actually more religious versus secular.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, Abu Sayyaf, as I said, who are hardcore. These guys are affiliated with ISIS.
Okay.
They're considered the Filipino chapter of ISIS. And then, of course, also the New People's Army, which is the communist guy, the communist insurgency in the Philippines. So all these different things. It's like alphabet soup. It's
I would have never guessed that the Philippines was such a hotbed of activity with all these different organizations fighting for control.
Yeah, it kind of is, and
it feels very 1950s, 1960s to me with all of these groups battling for control.
Well, aren't the Philippines pretty strategic? They're like a pretty good spot to be if you want to do anything in the world, right?
Yeah, they kind of are. They're down there close to all the shipping lanes and, you know, South and East Asia and all these things. That's why we have this relationship with them. I mean, it's because, you know, they're valuable allies in other ways, but also they're just a great land base to you know, base our fighters and our ships and everything else. So, yeah, kind of a key strategic area.
Okay.
So, yeah, and this is one of the reasons I kind of question the false flag operation because it's like, you know, okay, so the U.S., we're going to go in there, we're going to plant some bombs. We're going to just stir up this hornet's nest even more. Now, is that really a good idea in a place like this?
Place where you want to have a foothold.
A place where you know, do you really want to stir that hornet's nest anymore? But
maybe. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more in the theories. But as it's pretty obvious, though, not all these groups that he supposedly had all these shadowy ties to are necessarily compatible. And also, none of these connections was really well documented. They're just basically hearsay. Loose talk that's printed in the paper. So I have no idea. If it's true that he was really seriously connected to all these groups, then this mystery may be significant, especially when you consider the potential of possible involvement of the U.S. government. Question is we don't know if any of this stuff is really true.
Yeah, he'd have to be kind of a mastermind level negotiator to have ins and friendships with all of these groups and not have them all mad at him for being associated with the others. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, and it could have been something as obvious as maybe he had contacts with them in order, well, I'm going to be like, this is territory that you guys kind of consider to be your territory. So I'm going to be looking for sunken treasure and kind of an area you think is yours. So I just want to know who to bribe.
Making sure he's not trespassing.
Yeah, making sure. Just
to
sort of want to clear it with the locals. It could have been as simple as that maybe he did have some sort of contacts along those lines, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure in some of these countries, we would look at it as, well, I want to look for sunken treasure off the U.S. coast. I'll talk to the U.S. government about it, and that's that. Well, it doesn't work that way in the rest of the world.
When there's 7 organizations claiming the same hunk of ground?
Yeah.
It turns out even in America, it doesn't always work that way either.
No, it really doesn't, actually. Yeah. Just in the federal government itself, you'll probably have to negotiate with 17 other organizations.
Yeah, and then you probably, state and local governments as well. And then some other things, too.
And probably the UN and probably probably some local Indian tribes, and who knows? I mean, but yeah. So what exactly was Michael Myring up to? That is why we call this the Michael Myring mystery. That's what it's called in the Philippines, as I said. Was he just looking for Yamashita's gold, or was he really working for the CIA, or with some terrorist groups, or was he a master bomb maker, or was he just a mule, or maybe a handler for covert sources? And what was he doing there? That's our story. Now it's time for some theories. All right, theory number 1. Michael Myring was a CIA agent, part of a false flag operation, as Duterte claims.
I think we covered this a little bit.
Well, a little bit, yeah. Of course, as we know, the FBI mysteriously showed up. They flew him out of Davao 3 days after the explosion, and later on they get him out of the country. And they allowed him to live unmolested in the United States for years afterwards, right?
As a citizen?
Yeah.
Even a naturalized citizen is still a citizen.
He's still a citizen. Still got rights. And so, they didn't raise a finger to do anything about him or send him back to the Philippines to face justice.
It might have been a good reason for that.
Well, I was going to say, the Philippines justice maybe is not 100% in line with what, you would think American justice.
Maybe especially these days.
Human rights violations issues.
Yeah, well, especially these days, with all the death squads you keep hearing about, and but of course, on the other hand, Myring was a U.S. citizen who'd been injured in something that looked like a terrorist bombing, and don't forget, this is only months after 9/11, right?
Yeah.
So,
like I said, I would assume that my government would come get me.
You would assume that they would at least come and ask a few questions, right? Yeah, so that's why the FBI showed up, and showing up at the hospital too doesn't seem too outrageous to me. And as far as moving him to the hospital in Manila, well, one of the reasons apparently is that the hospital in Davao was not an approved provider under Myring's insurance.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be out of network when you've got a catastrophic injury. The price tag on that.
I would imagine like that. Spending a bunch of time in the burn unit is probably very spendy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it could also be that Manila Hospital maybe had a better burn unit. It might be that the hospital back in San Diego had an even better burn unit. I don't know.
It seems likely. But
Yeah, but according to the U.S. ambassador who gave an interview, I think in 2005 or sometime, The move was made on the advice of his doctors in Davao. The ambassador also said local police at that time had actually shown no interest in Myring, no matter what Duterte is actually saying.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff really showed up in the press later. This is, again, according to the ambassador. It wasn't happening at the time. This just showed up in the press later.
It's kind of a snowball.
Yeah.
The longer the story goes on, the bigger it gets.
Yeah, and of course, when a big name like Duterte gets involved in it, then it gets bigger still, because that's a news story in and of itself, and all that stuff gets recycled again through the news cycle. And there might have been an ulterior motive, too. Maybe the embassy felt that if he was suspected of wrongdoing or law-breaking, that it would be best to get him out of Davao and away from Duterte. Because, let's face it, his due process, his consideration for the idea of due process is not very strong.
Yeah, I was going to say his burden of proof seems way lower than...
Yeah, it does. And so maybe that's what it was. Maybe they felt that he'd get better due process somewhere else in the Philippines. And, of course, they couldn't publicly say that. That's not exactly the kind of thing. It's not diplomatic to say that sort of thing, really. But as far as also, but then there's that whole thing about getting him out of the country. And, again, I saw this in an interview with the U.S. ambassador. His name is Francis Ricciardone.
Sounds good to me.
You're the Italian here, Devin. What do you think?
That's
close
fine.
enough? Okay. That was in the Minda News. I guess that's short for Mindanao. The ambassador said that Myring actually left the Philippines in an above-board way. He was stamped out by the Bureau of Immigration. Those are the guys at the airport. I don't know if you've been to countries where you have to be stamped out.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them you have to be stamped out.
Yeah.
And
they stamp you in and out.
They do. And they're the guys that they check the list to make sure that you're on the do not let them leave list.
Mm-hmm. That you're not on that list.
And they check to make sure you're not on that list. And according to the ambassador, the authorities stamped him out and had no issue with him leaving the country.
I can't imagine, right? You've got a guy on a stretcher or something. He's got no legs.
Yeah,
they're bandaged up from recent amputation. His body's totally wrapped up because he's got third-degree burns everywhere. He's drugged up, and you're like, we need to do an interview with this guy.
Sir, are you here for business or pleasure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to stamp him out, probably.
Probably, let him be somebody else's, doctor expenses, right? Yeah, totally, yeah. But yeah, so apparently the charges weren't filed until after he'd left, or if they were filed before he'd left, apparently. And this happens a lot in the government. I don't know what it's like in the Philippines. Often one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing.
Yeah.
It may well be that they just hadn't quite got around to notifying the guys at the airport that this guy was not supposed to leave the country. Or maybe somebody just got bribed. I don't know. And apparently the Philippine government didn't actually officially notify the U.S. government of these charges against Michael Myring until January 2005.
Wait. When did the explosion take place?
In May 2002.
Huh.
So almost 3 years later, they finally notified, because there was a lot of stuff in the papers. It was a big controversy. But as far as the government goes, they can't just say, hey, U.S. papers in the Philippines, so we're going to put you on the next plane, and you better go back there and sort that stuff out. That's not the way it works, really. Yeah.
And it's hard to tell. I couldn't tell, but maybe you guys could, what the status of his health was for the remainder of his life. I mean, when you have injuries like that, sometimes you can just be in bad health until the end. I mean, he didn't live too terribly. I mean, it was 10 years longer or something like that?
Yeah, about 10 years at the most. I have heard also, alternatively, that he died in 2006 and 2010. So he could have died.
So he essentially fell off the radar.
Yeah,
he did.
And so I can imagine, also that, unless you can really prove that this citizen of the United States is really guilty of something, we're not going to send him, not going to get him on a plane for all of this emotional stress. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and so...
And it's going to have a physical toll on him.
Oh, yeah.
And he's already in ill health. Yeah.
Definitely.
Probably. Yeah. I know that flying from the U.S. clear to that side of the world, it does take a toll on you, even if you're healthy.
Yeah.
That long plane flight, oh my God. So these are some of the reasons I'm a little skeptical about this whole CIA, shadowy U.S. government involvement sort of thing. Another problem I have with this idea is just the way Myring went about things. I mean, he kept a bomb in his friggin' hotel room.
Yeah.
Which does not make a lot of sense.
No.
Because it's not only unsafe, but it's not good operational security. For one thing, it's very damning evidence.
If you get caught somewhere else and they search your...
There's been all these bombings, and suddenly you're caught with a bomb. That doesn't look good.
Yeah.
And so I can't believe that somebody who's with the CIA would do something that ridiculous.
Also, it's unclear what would have set it off if it were just so unstable, but that's another good reason to not keep a bomb in your room is that it might go off and you might lose your legs.
That's a good reason.
And well, the other thing is that CIA agents, if he was, don't go around telling people they're CIA agents, which he did.
Well,
what was he said? They were Christians in action.
Christ in action, or something like that.
Is what it stood for. It's like, no CIA agent worth their salt would do that.
You know what? Yeah. That's just like those guys who wear the FBI shirts, the female body inspector shirts. It's the same thing. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm in the FBI. Like Chris, it's the same thing.
I need to get me one of them.
No,
really.
No, you really don't. Well, actually, Joe, do you like to get punched in the face?
Of
because
course,
that might happen.
Yeah. And the other thing I really kind of question about this is if he was a super secret agent with bomb making materials in his room, he went out of his way to call attention to those boxes to at least 3 hotel employees, which also doesn't seem like a bright. Because what you're really doing is you're really letting those guys know that there's either something dangerous or something really, really valuable inside those boxes, which kind of increases the likelihood they're going to get stolen.
Yeah, you want to distract people or divert people from your thing of important, not point it out.
Yeah. So that kind of flies in the face of reason to keep secret stuff in your room to begin with, but then also to call so much attention to it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And then last of all, of course, what was the purpose? As I already said, the purpose was to gin up public antagonism towards certain groups. Well, maybe, but
it doesn't make any sense, though.
Well, yeah.
I mean, like we said, if the U.S. wants to be there, it doesn't make any sense to just get everybody hot under the collar and try and tip over whatever regimes are in place because you're pretty comfortable there.
I disagree with that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I feel like a really great way to destabilize an area is to really bring the heat on a bunch of, get a bunch of organizations really, really mad at each other.
Oh, sure.
And then somehow come in and say like, whoa, we're peacekeepers. Let's talk about this and bring it back down. But to get that going,
that's a great theory. I like that idea. Except I don't think we would be accepted as an honest broker in the Philippines.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with that. I'm just saying, as a general theory of coming into a place, like we've done that other places.
Well, no,
a lot of other places.
I know we've done that a lot. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't appear that we would get any benefit from doing that.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
In this particular location.
It's one of those things too where unforeseen consequences and all that. You go stir in the pot like that, things might turn out the way you want to, but there's a lot of variables and things might turn out way, way worse than you want them to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, probably best to keep your hands off. So, again, I'm not saying this is impossible, but I really have a hard time buying this theory.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm wholeheartedly behind that.
So, okay, CIA operative, we're going to rule that out. Okay. What else? Net theory number 2. He was a freelance terrorist doing it for his own reason, or maybe he was under the pay of some terrorist group. I wish we'd named some of these things. I really don't see a motive except for maybe sheer Unabomber fun. Maybe he liked to do this kind of thing, although it seems like it'd be smarter to carry on a bombing campaign like in your own home country where you blend in a lot better.
True.
It does, unless Michael Myring really hated Filipinos and he really wanted to blow a lot of Filipinos up. Maybe that was
so you're saying it's kind of a racist action?
Could be that,
on his part?
Yeah. Maybe some Filipino was, like beat up his dad when he was a kid, and he's hated him ever since. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah,
that's stretching.
Well, it is, and also there's lots. If you want to stay in the U.S., there's lots of Filipinos living here, so there wouldn't be any shortage of targets, really. So as far as him doing it for his own reasons, I can't really see that. Working for some shadowy group, there was a lot of shadowy groups there, but really, why would they hire him? I mean, he didn't have any special skills, as far as I know.
He wasn't a retired spy.
No, and he didn't have, judging from what I've seen, his bomb-making skills were not that fabulous.
Well, he blew himself up.
Yeah, he kind of did. Yeah, and so the only thing I could see where he would be useful to them would be as a useful idiot. And there are such people out there.
Yeah.
Maybe he was the useful idiot. Says, guys, I'm really into your cause. What can I do? And I say, dude, yeah, that's okay. Make some bombs and blow up some people here, and here. Maybe that's possible. He could have been a useful idiot.
Well, and that ends up kind of being its own false flag thing, right? Because you've got this like dumb American who's making bombs, and then you can come in and say, "Look at what the Americans are doing."
It could have been that.
Got to get him out.
That would be the best part about it, is if you are one of these shadowy groups and and you want to have a cutout, he'd be the perfect cutout, because you could just say, like you said, oh, he's an American, obviously CIA.
Yeah.
And the CIA is like, they're, don't get me started on these guys, because I've got my own differences with these guys, as I'm sure we all do. But they are kind of the handy just bad, all around bad guy.
Yeah.
They're kind of like in the movies. It's like, well, it's the oil companies, the pharma companies, the CIA. It's always, it always is. It's kind of almost insulting to your intelligence. Yeah, I can't really see him being involved with these people, because I don't know why they would want him, why they would need him. I mean, these are people who are perfectly capable of making their own bombs.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really get it. And as far as the MNLF card that he had, I again, as I said earlier, that could have just been a fake ID that he got somewhere,
or had a very, very standard reason for having it.
Sure, it might have made travel in that part of the country more easier. I don't know. So I'm gonna kick that one to the curb and say that theory's no good either.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, let's go to another one here. Okay, theory number 3. He was a treasure hunter, but and he actually did have something valuable, like say treasure maps or something in those boxes. But he booby-trapped them and accidentally blew himself up,
I mean...
Entirely possible.
Yeah. Why? Why would you booby-trap something like that instead of hiding it somewhere, rather than carrying a booby-trapped thing that could go off on you at any time? Why wouldn't you just dig a secret hole under the third tree to the right?
There's that. And that
just makes more sense to me.
Why not keep that stuff in a safe deposit box at a bank?
Yeah.
Although maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe. And this could be why he kept calling attention to those boxes that had padlocks and everything. Because and like you say too, one of the other things about having that is, if it does work, then you come home one day and somebody's tried to break into your box and there's this huge bloody mess in your room.
You got to clean that up.
Oh yeah, and plus the police might show up too.
And then the whole thing is literally, no pun intended, blown.
Yeah. But really serious. But maybe he actually did keep his secret documents and whatever somewhere else, and the boxes were just a decoy. And he thought, well, I'll just put a bomb in there, because if you think about it, nobody's going to come in there and cut the locks off the boxes and open the boxes in the room. Not likely. They're going to steal the boxes, take them back to their place, and then cut the locks off. And then in that case, they blow themselves up. Mm-hmm. So maybe that was kind of it. Maybe he just thought, ha ha ha.
It's a deterrent.
Yeah, it's somebody get blown up, by my bomb, from stealing my stuff. I mean, that would make more sense. Although, even then, of course, you still have a problem, which is that if you've got a bomb, and especially if your bomb-making skills are not of the highest order, and maybe you made yourself an ammonium nitrate fuel oil bomb, and you're thinking that the explosive in there is more stable than it actually is, and then one day, just accidentally you whomp your box and kablooey, off it goes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if not made well, it's a rather volatile mix in temperature and humidity and static electricity apparently can even...
Or shock, and that's actually one of the theories that the police had, is that the two boxes were side by side, and he might have flipped open the metal cover on the one box, and it banged down on the cover on the other box that had the bomb in it, and that was enough to set it off. Yeah, so it could be that he had a bomb in there, and it just was a little more unstable than he realized. And so, oopsie. So I'm kind of liking that theory a little better than the first two. Still, it's got some issues.
Yep.
Yeah, or another possibility, this is theory number 4, is he was a treasure hunter, but he blew himself up opening a treasure box that he had found that had been booby-trapped by somebody else.
Badly attempted, poor attempt to defuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is possible if he truly was a treasure hunter. The only issues I have with this, I think as I mentioned, he had already had some talk about hiring some demolition experts to help him with issues like this.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of questioning why he would bring a box back to his hotel room. But this, by the way, this is a legitimate theory that's been put forth by people, like in the press. So I'm not just making this up.
I was just going to say, I don't think I see it in here. There's not the theory that the boxes were indeed bombs, but that he was like keeping them to go use them on a cave or something like that, and he'd taken the boxes, to his demolition expert and said, okay, rig me a bomb, then I'll take it to the cave, and then I'll blow it because I don't want anybody to know where my cave is, right? So I'm going to go by myself. So I'll take these. I'll take them back to my room. Then I'll take them. And then he, I don't know, accidentally blew himself up somehow there.
That is a possibility too, yeah.
But that, you know, he didn't make the bomb. He didn't really know how unstable it was. He went to fuss with it.
But he was going to use it for a legitimate demolition purpose. That's possible. If it were me, I would go rent a storage unit.
Yeah, if it were me, I would too, but...
That's what I would do.
You know, I'm not a dummy. So.
Well, but if he was going to use it to, as you're saying, Deb, to recover something, I would think that it would be much simpler to just go acquire dynamite rather than some kind of what appears to be a home-assembled bomb.
Listen, I don't know what this guy was doing or anything.
I know.
I'm just throwing it out there as a theory.
I'm trying to be logical in an illogical scenario.
Yeah, none of this is really logical, though. I mean,
it's
right?
True.
There's no real good reason for this to have happened, so I'm just adding another one to the pile.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to really make total sense of this story, to be honest with you. But your theory is it works, except for me, it doesn't really make sense to me that somebody would make a bomb and arm the bomb.
Yeah.
And then stash it away under their bed or something. That doesn't make sense. But again, maybe this guy was a complete...
Well, he might not have really known. I mean, you know, I guess in my mind, it's, you know, he gets the bomb from the demolitions expert, and he says, okay, now how do I arm it? And he says, oh, yeah, you do it like this. And he goes, oh, okay, cool. And then he's sitting in his room, and he's like, I'm going to just try it.
Maybe he thought, you know, if I wait until I'm actually out there to arm it, I will have forgotten everything.
So I'm going to do one of them.
Do a practice run?
Yeah. Or like, okay, I think it's this, and then accidentally did it and was like, oh, whoops, and then it just explodes.
That's why if you're not the explosives expert, you hire the guy and you bring him along in your little expedition.
And then you pay him really well, and it's fine.
Pay him well,
yeah.
Yeah, and so that is a possibility that he had some legitimate purpose for them, but he was just a screw up in the way he handled them.
I don't know that there's a legitimate purpose for a bomb like this.
Well, sometimes there are certain operations.
For a certain civilian to have a bomb like this.
Well, that might have been one reason he needed to do it on the DL.
Right.
Yeah. But back to the theory that he was opening up a treasure chest that had been booby-trapped. No, that's fine. This gets back again to our demolition experts. He was talking about contracting with these guys to have them handle these delicate operations, which, you know, having to do with ordnance. And you would think that those would be the guys that you would task with opening up these boxes that potentially have been booby-trapped. Because let's face it, that wouldn't be a shock if you know the Japanese had left these crates in a cave somewhere. You would expect them to be booby-trapped, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I sure would.
Yeah.
So, you know, but still, why do you take it back to your hotel and pry the box open there? Right?
A little continental breakfast, open up the booby-trapped Bob.
Yeah.
Sounds like a normal morning to me.
Well, I mean, you know, I guess part of this could be that he thought they were diffused.
Or maybe he actually had watched them do it enough. He thought, hey, I can do this. It's a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Still, if that's the case, you know, grossly irresponsible to take it back to your hotel to do it.
Definitely.
You know, you want to do it somewhere a little more isolated than that, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay. Although, you know,
he's going to blow himself up either way, right?
Right, pretty much. Although actually it works out better for him because if it's somewhere more isolated, he probably just bleeds to death before the paramedics show up.
Right.
So, you know, maybe that's why he did it.
Maybe that's what saved his life.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm having a hard time believing that he would actually be dumb enough. I mean, that to do this. Again, I didn't really know the guy. Maybe he was just that dumb. But the guy was an oncologist. This is not a low IQ person. Although there are,
there's book smarts and there's street smarts.
Well,
and there's reasoning all between the two.
Oh, I know. There are definitely people out there high IQ with not a lick of sense. That's, you know, it's really, really true. So that's yet another theory down. Let's go to another theory here, which is that he was indeed a treasure hunter, but as we all know, he kind of fell in with that crowd, the shadowy Manila group that he was.
Whichever one of the seven there are.
Whichever one of these people they were. I mean, again, this is more potentially BS. I don't know, but this is the thing about this story is that it's about treasure. And as you all know, whenever the word treasure comes up, immediately clouds of BS immediately rise up out of the ground to surround the entire story.
Right.
That's one of the things that makes them so fun. I mean, because you hear these really fun, cool theories about it, but so later on, sorting out the wheat from the chaff makes it really, really hard. But this group of people, for reasons unbeknownst to us, decided that they would just, you know, double cross him and plant a bomb in his room. So maybe that's what happened. Again, you know, in the absence of any evidence and we don't even know who these people were, if they even exist. Kind of hard to credit this theory.
I mean, if he had a shadow organization partner, they figure, all right, he's the treasure hunter. He can find the treasure. And finally, on this day, he finds the treasure.
And we don't need him no more.
They say, okay, well, you take these 2 boxes as your finder's fee, right? They all look the same, right? He opens one and it's got, millions of dollars. And he says, okay, I'll take 2 boxes as my finder's fee. No problem. And they hand him one that's a bomb so that he can't ever...
So they can double cross him.
Yeah, I mean, so that they, ostensibly get rid of him, get rid of any evidence, and also they are free to just do whatever they want with the money, and there's no one who's not part of their organization who knows about it or where it was or anything like that. And then he sitting in his hotel room thinking, oh yeah, I have this money, I'm going to open this box. It opens it, and it's a bomb and blows him up. But doesn't actually quite do his job.
Doesn't quite kill him, but at least in that case, it put the fear of God in him, because he didn't squeal on anybody, did he?
No, not that we know of.
You'd think he'd have a motive, because, obviously this cost him pretty dearly.
Although, it is entirely possible that, let's just presume for a second that the scenario that Devin just ran through is what happened. It's entirely possible that he squealed, but he did it to the U.S. government, and they used that information in some manner for their
covert
benefit.
manner.
That we don't, we're like, oh, he obviously didn't squeal because nothing happened. Maybe stuff did happen. And it's just...
We've just never been informed about it.
Yeah, it was done clever enough that we never knew.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. It might be that they were actually able to suss out a connection between the previous bombings in the Philippines and the bomb makings that were found, the fragments that were left found. Maybe the Philippines and the U.S. government just sort of quietly worked it out behind the scenes, and everybody was satisfied. And
they just didn't tell the president of the Philippines, and he keeps screaming.
He wasn't the president at that time.
Oh, that's true.
It wasn't until fairly recently that he became president.
That's true.
Yeah, and so, and I get a feeling that he's got a kind of a big ego, and that part of it is his outrage was just his feeling that he'd been left out of the loop. I'm not going to say, but all I can say is that he's duly elected. If the Filipino people want him, then more power to him. Yeah. So let's come down to our bottom line here on this story. Whatever it is about this bomb, wherever it came from, I think he had some guilty knowledge of it, because as you will recall, he did, reportedly at least, tell the police while he was still bleeding and being taken from the room, say, oh, somebody threw a grenade in here.
Is there any chance that there could have been a grenade that set off a bomb?
Yeah. Good question. But I tend to think that these guys, these demolitions experts, these guys, they're kind of like CSI for bomb scenes.
Right.
And there's a lot of bombs that go off in the Philippines, so these guys probably know their stuff.
I just wonder if there was a bomb in his room.
But I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, that definitely,
somebody lobbed a grenade in there. I don't know if the bigger bomb would cover up all evidence that a grenade even was in there, or what.
I don't.
Secondary explosion.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but grenades, like they create their own special kind of shrapnel.
Sure.
And so I would think they would have been finding all these pieces of shrapnel, like in his body and around the room and stuff. What would be different. What's that?
What floor was he on? Do you know?
I assume the third floor, room 305, but I don't know. Maybe in the Philippines, some places I hear they number them from the top floor down. So
I'm just thinking that's why I was asking, because I'm like, if he's on the third floor, you got a hell of an arm to throw it, unless somebody opened up the door to his room and chucked it in from the hallway. I automatically assume they threw it through the window.
Yeah, it could have been that. It could have been, you get the room next door and you just like sort of lean way out the window and fling it in the window next door, I don't know. I know how I would do it. I would get the room next door, the subtle guy that I am, and I'd get a Sawzall and I would saw a grenade-sized hole through that connecting door, and then just push a grenade or two through there, and it would totally catch them off guard. They'd just be going, what's that noise? And then they'd hear this thump, thump, thump. They say, oh my God, grenade! No, just kidding. Anyway,
the story probably unlikely that there was a grenade.
Though, I don't think there was a grenade, and I think that he was trying to mislead the police, which indicates to me that he probably was blown up by his own bomb. I don't think he was doing it for the CIA or some local terrorist group, and I don't think he was a master bomb maker.
No.
So maybe he was just playing with bombs for his own ends. I mean, there are people that do that. I mean, I knew a kid in high school who blew himself up making a bomb.
Yeah, I knew a kid who did some serious damage to his hand.
All of us knew somebody in high school who blew himself up, don't we? I mean, maybe you don't.
Not
I don't
me.
know. Maybe it's more of an older generation thing, and kids today aren't so much into that stuff, but when I was a kid, it just seemed like every class had a dead kid from a bomb.
Yeah, we did kids from other stuff.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the one I knew didn't die, but he screwed his hand up pretty good.
Yeah, that's why I stay away from that stuff.
Yeah,
good idea. And all our listeners, you guys should do that too. So stay away from the bombs. So yeah, I think that he knew something about that bomb, but beyond that, I just can't say. I don't think he was a super secret spy. It's a mystery to me. But yeah, so I think we can put that part of it to rest. He was not with the CIA. The government, the U.S. government.
I don't know what the heck he was doing. I mean, there's just the reporting on this just makes it so tough. The Philippine reporting gets more and more inflammatory.
It does.
To the point that I can't help but question every single statement that's made.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know where I stand on this, other than I feel bad that the guy was in the middle of an explosion and lost his legs.
Yeah, it is. I mean, but like you say, the reporting on it is such, and I'm not saying that Filipino reporters are any worse than American reporters.
No.
But they just went out and found some people who claimed to know this guy and just basically printed whatever BS these guys told them. And of course, Myring himself might have been, probably was, a total BS artist himself. If he truly did say all the things that he said, these things that he said to people, I mean, I think he was.
Total blowhard.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Agreed.
Yeah. And so it's kind of amusing. This guy was telling these tall tales, and then it turns into this international incident. And now our relationship with the Philippines is seriously kind of in question. It's like, really? So anyway, hopefully, Rodrigo Duterte, if you are listening to this episode, first of all, sponsor us on Patreon. Second of all, subscribe and leave us a rating. And third of all, take this all to heart. All right, that's about it. Any more theories on your guys' part?
No.
Okay. So you probably want to know, if you are Duterte or anybody else, you want to know our email address? Well, it is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. By all means, send us your thoughts. Also, you want to know where to find us, because obviously you haven't found us yet because you're not listening to us. So find us on iTunes. Also, if you find us there, give us a rating and a review. We love those 5-star ratings, please. And also remember to downvote the bad reviews. Downvote those guys, please. You can also find us on streaming services and a bunch of other ones. We have a website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can also find our episodes, and there's also merch. Link over there on the right. You can buy mugs and T-shirts and something else. I don't care. What else can you buy over there?
Other things.
Yeah, other things like Chupacabra night lights. Do we still sell those?
I think so.
Okay, yeah. What else? We are on social media. Facebook. You can find us out there, Thinking Sideways Podcast. We have a group and a page, so like the page, but join the group.
And answer the questions.
Oh, you got to answer the questions. Don't forget that. But
correctly.
Lots of fun stuff going on in the group. We are on Twitter, where we are Thinking Sideways. What's going on Twitter, Devin?
Nothing.
Okay, perfect. That's why you want to be on Twitter with us.
Yeah.
We are on Reddit, where we are, again, Thinking Sideways. And, of course, this is kind of a new thing. We're on Instagram.
Yay.
Yeah, and our handle there is not Thinking Sideways. Our handle is Thinking Sideways Podcast.
Again, it's Thinking Sideways Podcast everywhere but Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, but, there's somebody else called Thinking Sideways on Instagram. Ignore those guys. So that's about it for this week. Until next week, whatever they say in the Philippines.
This one was a blast.
Bye, guys.
Dudes. Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Marvin the Freewheeling Parrot. Instead, it's supported by the generous contributions of people like you, our listeners, on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/Thinking Sideways to learn more.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I, as always, am Steve, joined as always by
Devin.
And Joe.
As always.
Da.
Da da da. And this week, believe it or not, we have another unsolved mystery for you. This week, our mystery is the Lake Huron boaters, also known as the disappearance of Lana Stempian and Charles Rutherford.
A.K.A. Chuck.
Chuck. Yeah, we're going to use Chuck. But before I get into the mystery, though, this was a listener suggestion, was suggested by Suzanne. So thank you, Suzanne.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't know why I didn't find this one on the list, but, oh, wait, the list is huge. It took me a while to find it.
True.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good mystery. So, the brief overview is that Lana and... Lana?
Lana!
Okay.
Danger zone.
Danger zone?
That's all I have to get it out of my system. I'm sorry.
It's a
Archer
joke.
I'm done.
Okay.
It's the last time I'll do it. Let's go.
Okay. So Lana and Chuck were a couple who went on a 2-day boat trip on the Michigan side of Lake Huron in 2005, and they never made it to their final destination.
It's kind of like a Gordon Lightfoot song.
Or Gilligan's Island.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Now,
Depends on what you want.
Yeah, Lake Huron is set, never gives up her dead. And the stores of November come early.
Oh.
So let's tell you a little bit about our players before we get too much into the mystery. Lana Stempian was a 35-year-old lawyer. She worked for the city of Detroit, but by all accounts, she tended to get men's attention, not just because she was a very pretty lady, but she was.
She was damn good looking.
But she also apparently had... it was a very outgoing, vivacious is what it's described as, personality.
An attractive personality as well.
Yeah, so very, people liked her.
It's too bad.
Yeah.
That this happened.
She, when she got out of high school, she had initially been a model. She was on the car circuit, car shows. She was car show model, but realized that wasn't what she wanted to just do forever.
Yeah.
So she went back to school and became a lawyer.
Yeah, you can't really do that stuff forever.
No.
I'm afraid not.
So she went to work for the city of Detroit in their law department. I'll be honest, I don't know what she did in the law department.
I bet she did
never
legal
described.
stuff.
Joe, thank you.
Yeah.
How did I not figure that out?
Wow.
Okay.
I did some research, and it turns out that lawyers do legal stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
This is why we keep him around.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Let's move over and talk briefly about Charles Rutherford.
Chuck.
Chuck was 34 years old, and he was also a lawyer. He was from a family of lawyers. He had at one point been working as for the city of Detroit's prosecutor's office before eventually opening his own practice, which he had been doing for, I think it was about a year or two at the time that they disappeared. And he was described as a really nice guy. He was evidently very in love, I think, or smitten is the way that you'll see it described when you see the written accounts.
I bet a lot of guys were smitten with her.
Yeah. And they had the pair had met sometime in 2003.
He was pretty quiet. Sorry, right?
Oh, he was.
She was the outgoing one.
Yeah, it's that relationship. You see that a lot. There's the quiet one and the very outgoing. He was the quiet one in the relationship.
Okay.
They met though, like I said, in 2003, and then they moved in together the following year. And I'm not really sure exactly what this means, but it's said that they like to have a few drinks. They were described as 30-something barflies.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they went out and had a beer, a couple of drinks.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, that's my thing is I don't know what that means specifically, because I know a lot of people who in their early to mid 30s will go have a couple of drinks at the end of the day, a couple times a week.
So I think that's one of those generational things, and also a Portland thing. Like in Portland, we go out, we drink, we eat. That's what we do. That's societally, that's what we do here. A lot of places. But we don't have kitchens. There's not enough room in our houses for kitchens. We can't afford them.
We put birds on everything, and so we can't cook.
There's just pickles everywhere. But, I mean, when I lived in the Midwest, for instance, people in their early 30s were expected to be married with kids and young kids. So it was less of the going out culture in your early to mid 30s and more of the family life culture. So I can see how that would be brought up sometimes as meant to be an outlier. Whether we think it's an outlier or not, I mean, I don't know that that's relevant.
No, that's a perspective I hadn't thought of.
Yeah.
So no, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with boozing it up.
Yeah,
Booze
I
is
agree.
good.
Yeah.
Also, nothing wrong with being family at that age.
Absolutely not. Back to the story, though. But by all outward accounts, the pair were in a relatively happy relationship. And we will talk about some further details. As with every relationship, there's always things that aren't quite right.
Well, duh.
That's called being human.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to solve this now. He murdered her.
But we'll talk about that later on. Lana's father is retired from the U.S. Coast Guard, and I say that because it's always brought up about the fact that he was very diligent in teaching her boater safety, and because they spent so much time on the water, she really liked being on the water.
And she was competent.
And she was a competent behind the wheel of a boat or behind the controls.
Obviously, she'd probably been doing it since she was a kid.
Exactly.
So that's helpful.
And she's, her family has always said that she was very serious when she was on the water. It was safety first. If you were going to have drinks, you did that when you got back to the dock. Like, she wasn't, flippant isn't the word. She wasn't reckless about it or careless about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. This is important to know because 4 years before she disappeared, which would be in 2001, Lana had bought a 27-foot well-crafted cabin cruiser, which she had named Sea's Life.
Not Sea's Life. She named it Bodie McBoatface. Which, if I ever get a boat, I'm going to name it that.
If only.
No, she was many, many, many years before that meme came around.
I know.
So just a quick description of her boat, because it's where the majority of our mystery takes place.
Well, it was boat-shaped. We know that.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Really, when you get down to it, isn't almost everything boat-shaped?
A lot of things are.
Yeah.
Well,
not a sheet of plywood.
Boats most especially.
You could float on a piece of plywood.
But it's not boat-shaped.
Yeah.
This argument's going nowhere. Let's get back to the story.
Well, it was a 27-foot cabin cruiser, right?
Right.
But not a lot of people know what that is.
But not everybody knows what that is, Joe.
Oh.
Here's a description of it. Is the boat, it is one of those boats where the rear half to 2/3 is an open space.
It's called the well.
Yes, the well. It has seats and benches for people to hang out. There is the pilot seat where the controls are, the steering and the throttle.
Almost every picture you see online of like rich, attractive people hanging out on a boat is a boat like this.
Right. Pretty close.
It's like the girls in bikinis sitting on the bench off the back of a boat. That's this boat.
But this is, keep in mind, this boat is a single story, because you'll see boats that have the raised or enclosed cabins.
Yeah, those are like yachts.
Right.
This is
an open cabin boat.
Yeah.
Everything is open. There is a small stairwell in the front that goes into the bow, which has a small living quarters.
Yeah, it's called the cuddy cabin.
There's teeny. There's a small toilet. There's a place a fridge and a stove. And depending on the model, or maybe there's something that can be changed out, it would have bench seats and a table or a bed.
I would think it was like an RV. You know how you can fold
that's
the
what
table
that's why
down
I say it may be changeable.
The table. Usually boats like this have a V berth right up in the bow, and then and then the dining table, drops, and it's got cushions you can put on it.
Right.
And then that's another bunk.
Right.
That's usually how they
and that's what the pictures of this boat look like, is that it's itsy bitsy. Yeah, it's not something that you live in. It's you take a trip. Oh, I got to take a wee. I go down and I take a wee.
Or you have someplace to sleep if you're doing one overnighter.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing that I will say is that because it looks cool, I always like it, this boat has a big spoiler on it off of the back end. That it's actually meant to also house, they have the plastic and tarpaulin covers for cruddy weather.
Yeah.
You could cover it up. It's got a small swim deck off the back, which is just a platform. There is a swim ladder. It's important to note that the ladder on this particular boat sits on the top of the deck that you would dive off of. It's not one of the ones that's mounted underneath or built into the actual boat, into the hull.
Well, you fold it down when you want to use it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not something that would be readily accessible from the water.
No.
Some boats have them where they're on the underside and you can just reach over and pull it, and that's not what this boat had at all.
Yeah. Some of my neighbors growing up had a boat very similar to this that we took out onto the river.
The only other thing I'll say about her boat is, though we know it's a 27-foot Wellcraft cabin cruiser, we don't know the exact model, which makes it a little tough. I mean, when I say the exact model, okay, well, maybe it's 2700, but it could be the 2701 or something. I tried to get really deep into the specifics to figure out details about this boat. I'm working off a lot of generalities. I kind of had to assemble it from similar boats and ones that are of the year, because we don't even know what year her boat was.
Right.
So it makes it a little awkward.
She probably bought a used one.
Probably.
You didn't call her family?
I did not.
Why
Not this time. Because I didn't.
Oh, okay.
So let's talk about the trip that the pair had planned. Lana and Chuck were planning to take a trip from her parents' house, which is in Belle River, Canada, and they were going to head north to Mackinac Island, which is in northern Michigan. Their route was going to take them from the southern edge of Lake St. Clair, which is a small lake connected to Lake Huron, and up the St. Clair River into Lake Huron, and then they were going to head north up to the point where Lake Huron meets up with Lake Michigan. So it's about a 300-mile or so trip.
A nice little trip.
Yeah, and it's going to take about 2 days.
Except Lake Huron is known as the Lake of Death.
It is not known as that, Joe.
Oh, it's not? I'm thinking of somewhere else. Okay.
I do want to point out, though, this is one of those times where I felt like a geography moron because of the fact that, wait, their trip started in Canada and then they headed north to Michigan?
Yup.
What?
Yeah, I know.
It's because I'm from the West Coast and I always look at the map and it's always the map of the U.S. with Canada deleted. And so you just look at it, it's like, oh, well, it's kind of a straight line.
Yeah,
no, Canada dips down up there. I know that now, but I felt really dumb. So anybody else who's confused, that's what's going on.
No, I actually think that Canada should give that land back. Like, what the hell are they doing down there? I mean, they got land further south in the U.S. That ain't right.
Oh, well, sorry to all of our Canadian listeners as you've unsubscribed to the podcast.
You can keep it.
So on the 10th of August, 2005, Lana and Chuck launched from Belle River, and they head north. They made it to Oscoda, which is about 150 miles north, or 240 kilometers, roughly, north from their launch point at the end of the first day, and they stopped and docked there that night. While they were there, they met a guy named Richard Bannon, and he offered to give them a ride into town, and then he and his wife joined them for dinner and a couple of cocktails, and then he took them back to the dock that night.
So he did it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh.
Because they then the next morning got up and left.
Says who?
Yeah. How do you know he wasn't hiding on the boat somewhere?
I'm sorry.
Wow, you two are really wound up today.
I'm pretty hyped about this mystery.
They left on the morning of Thursday the 11th, and they headed north, and they stopped in Presque Isle at about 12:30 in the afternoon. So while they're there and they're getting fueled up, a guy by the name of Gene Austin was working on the dock, and he had said he met the couple. They were in good spirits. The weather was turning kind of crappy. It was cold and windy, so they're wearing fleeces to keep warm, but they were in good spirits. Lana asked him if there was any areas that she needed to avoid, and he told her about 2 different shallows to watch out for. She then told him, oh, well, I've got those in my GPS, so no big deal. And they left after they had topped off the tank. Mm-hmm. And by all accounts, everything was fine.
Well, were they shadowed by a mysterious figure in a black raincoat and a fedora?
No, they were not.
Oh,
Dang.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, and so the storm's worth mentioning?
It is. Okay. So when they left initially, the weather was good, and they thought they were going to have good weather the whole time. Mm-hmm. On that second day, the weather was turning cold. I don't know that it was actually raining, but it was windy. Mm-hmm. The seas did start to get rough, okay. the water in the lake. I believe the next day there are reports of swells anywhere from 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so
but that's the next day as the storm is continuing to roll in. Right. It was just crappy and cold.
They really should have taken a car.
They should have.
Yeah.
But Gene Austin, the guy that was talking to them on the docks, he didn't really mention, and I thought they shouldn't be going out in that weather.
Nothing like that.
So it seemed like it was fine. It was like not ideal, but it was fine.
It was cold. Okay. It was chilly out, but it wasn't windy, as if they were going into hurricane force winds or anything crazy like that.
Yeah, and 3 to 5 foot swells is not a big deal, even a 27-foot boat.
Yeah, but it wasn't even at that level on that day.
Yeah.
So that's that's when the storm had progressed.
Morning, really.
Okay.
But,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding correctly.
Absolutely. At somewhere around 1:30 in that afternoon, Lana called her aunt, the one who lived on Mackinac Isle, or Island. Sorry, it's not Isle. And she was going to let her know, hey, we're a couple of hours out.
So we'll be there soon.
Yeah, we'll be there in a couple of hours. No big deal. She then, at 1:45, called another aunt who lived in Florida, chatted with her, and also told her that they were about 2 hours away from their destination.
Now that's suspicious.
And then...
So it should have been 1 hour and 45 minutes.
At about 2 o'clock, Lana made one more phone call where she called a male friend of hers. He didn't answer the phone, but she left a 1-minute voicemail for him. Yeah.
I mean, was she good friends with the aunt in Florida?
Evidently, she was pretty close with her.
It just
somebody that she talked to on a regular basis.
I guess it's just kind of one of those things for me where I just think, really? She's on a boat. The weather's not great. She's calling all these people.
She could be in the cabin, though. She could be chilling in the cabin.
Is Chuck driving the ship or the boat?
Chuck very well could have been. I mean, it's not that hard to drive a boat.
It's not that hard to drive a boat, and Chuck had learned to drive the boat. Okay. So they'd been living together for a year. They'd been dating for at least 2 at that point, and she was always on the boat. So he had to have learned how to drive the boat, and if nothing else, at least open water.
So then you're saying, okay, Chuck, you stay up here and, hate this by yourself. I'm going to go down to the cabin and make a couple phone calls.
I'm sure they took turns steering the boat.
Yeah. No, I'm sure they totally did. I've done that before when I'm on long trips. Here, you take the wheel. I'm done with this for a while.
You take a lot of boat trips?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
I have. 3-hour tours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to move forward to Friday the 12th. A captain of a ship crossing Lake Huron saw a small boat bobbing, as he says it, up and down in the rough seas.
That's when the swells were happening?
Yeah, that's when the swells were 3 to 5 foot. He said that he figured either the pilot of that boat was crazy or they were in trouble. So he called the Coast Guard to let him know that he had found this boat because he approached the boat and nobody was responding. He calls the Coast Guard. They had already been alerted to the fact that Chuck and Lana hadn't arrived the day before by Lana's dad. He had called the Coast Guard saying, hey, they didn't arrive. It's been hours. Something's wrong. So the Coast Guard go, they approach the boat, nobody's on it. The boat itself was just drifting. It was 11 miles northeast of Mackinac Island.
So pretty close.
Close-ish, yeah. When you look
relative
at it on the
to
map,
when they called.
No, actually, it's farther away. I mean, it's obvious that the boat had continued to travel, whether on its own power or by the currents. It's hard to say. But yeah, I mean, it obviously had gone, to me, when I tracked it on the map, it looks like from the 2 o'clock phone call onward, the boat must have continued moving under power for some amount of time, it couldn't have just stopped.
Right. It couldn't have just floated that way.
Right.
But considering where it was found, it wasn't moving in quite the right direction.
It wasn't, but that's the currents.
Right.
But the Coast Guard go on the boat. Again, nobody answers their hail. They go on the boat. They find nobody on it, and they don't really find any signs of foul play. There's not blood sprayed everywhere or everything broken or anything crazy like that.
No axe marks or anything?
No axe marks in the frame of the boat. There's a number of strange things about the boat itself or the condition that we should talk about.
Okay.
Devin's going to be very excited because I've used bullet points here.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing we're going to talk about is that the boat's engine was on. It was running, though the boat was in neutral. So it had been idling for a fair amount of time.
Yeah.
They had to fuel up after one day, right? They used an entire tank of fuel in a day and a half.
Day and a half, and that's at speed.
Okay.
I mean, boats can, it's like your car.
Yeah. Right.
Your car can idle for a long time.
Right. I mean, I guess that's kind of what I'm wondering is, were they able to guess, idling for this many hours, it would have used this much gas, so we think it probably...
That's a good question, because, gas usage, obviously they were going under power somewhere for a while. And then, although, you never know, it might be kind of useless to try to estimate that because somebody else could have taken the boat, used it for some other purpose, and refueled it, and then just set it adrift.
That's true.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything that tried to plot how much fuel usage there was, because I don't know that anybody ever said, and there was X amount of fuel left in the tank. I've never seen that either, so I don't know.
I guess I have to just assume that the Coast Guard probably knows what they're talking about, and if they thought it was worthwhile, they would have done it.
I hope they did.
Probably, yeah.
And of course, another good question to ask is, if you search the boat, do you find like a spare 5-gallon gas can somewhere, and is it full or empty?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
and again, that's something I've never heard of.
And another question I'd like to hear answered is, did they have any kind of dinghy or lifeboat on this thing, and was it present?
If they had any kind of lifeboat, it would have had to have been an inflatable. This boat is way too small to have anything but an inflatable.
Per the last time we talked about, it was the one we had our intern on.
Right, the emergency.
Because I actually looked up and requirement, and it sounds like Lana was, pretty responsible boat owner, and so she would have been required to have an inflatable life raft.
As a 27-footer?
As anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I do know that the boat had a lot of PFDs, life jackets. So besides a lot of those boats, the seat cushions are technically flotation devices, but it also had 4 life vests on board.
They were actual life vests, not the
You're right. Okay. As far as I understand, they were, because they're always referred to as PFDs, which is a personal flotation device, which to me does not infer that it was a seat cushion, but it was actually something you could put on.
Well, actually, PFD is anything. That's why a life jacket is a little bit distinct, just like a propeller is a little bit distinct from a screw. A screw is a propeller is not necessarily a screw.
I really hate it when he pulls out his nautical knowledge. It makes me look like a ding-dong.
But they also make, and I suspect they did not have this on the ship, but they do also make bodysuits that are personal flotation devices that are mainly for crews of ships that are going across the Atlantic because they're insulated, they keep you alive, they have a little bit of resources, they have lights and stuff like that, but they are also PFDs.
Okay, but
typically PFDs are life jackets.
And I think, looking at the images that I've seen of this particular boat, I don't think that the seats were flotation devices. I think they were actual life jackets.
Yeah, I think it was probably life jackets.
And she had 4 life jackets on the boat, and apparently she always had 4 on there. That's what she kept on.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Those 4 life jackets were not there.
Okay.
When they found the boat, those were gone.
Okay.
The running lights of the boat were not turned on, so they were off. But the stereo was apparently on. It's said that the stereo was on and it was turned to a Christian station, which wasn't something that the pair were known to listen to.
So obviously, we're talking Christian pirates here.
But I can't substantiate that anywhere. It's just you see it. It's one of those things that you see danced around.
Well, even on top of that, I mean, if I have my radio tuned to one channel, I drive 2 hours outside of Portland, and suddenly it's a totally different thing.
Exactly.
So if they were, 4 or 5 hours away, they had one radio station on, it could be something totally different by the time they hit there.
I will agree with that entirely.
But also some stations will just occasionally play something that's kind of Christian. So at the moment that you happen to board the boat, that one song is playing, something by Amy What's-Her-Face. I can't remember her name now.
I don't know.
Anyway.
That's true.
So
Possible.
maybe it wasn't even a Christian. But I still like the idea of Christian pirates.
We're not in theories yet, Joe.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
We'll talk about it later.
You're ahead of the game. The GPS unit on the boat, and there's a lot of contention over this, and we're going to talk about this more in theories, but the GPS unit is said to have turned on around 1:30 a.m. on the 12th. We're gonna talk about in more depth on how that's looked at.
But can we talk about how they know that?
Okay, so GPS units, this particular GPS unit has a certain number of track points. You set your GPS unit to log a data point every something, whether it be a distance or a time.
Okay.
And it stops tracking data points and sometime on the 11th, and then suddenly at 1:30 a.m. on the 12th,
it starts tracking
data points again.
Okay.
And did they? This was a Garmin GPS, right?
I can't verify that. I believe that it was a Garmin, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
we'll talk more about that.
Okay.
Yeah. But the other thing...
This was a 2005 GPS, so it was about the size of a television set.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's in a 2004 boat or 2001 boat, so I don't know what size it was. It could have been half of the boat for all we know.
It was actually the entire deck of the boat.
Yeah, because the older GPSs were that big.
They were.
Yeah,
I remember.
Huge. And they didn't actually have a screen. They just had this printer that spat out coordinates. Yeah,
exactly.
Totally.
And actually, and the cabin was actually halfway taken up with air conditioning units. It had to cool the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is totally accurate. We're not making any of this up.
Okay, so what else did they find on the boat?
Okay, so more about the GPS unit, though. One of the mounting knobs for the GPS unit was found jammed in the bottom of Lana's sneaker.
Are we talking just like little knob like
We're
this?
talking a knob that I would say is the handle of the knob would be like 2 inches or so around.
That big? I think it'd be more like about this size.
That
seems kind of excessive.
That's huge.
That's kind of huge, yeah.
And then it has a screw coming out the back?
And then it has a screw coming out.
And the screw is what was stuck?
Yeah, and the screw head, it's a flat machine screw.
Mm-hmm.
It's what is jammed into the bottom of her sneaker.
So she had a fight with her GPS.
And the back of her sneaker, which was, the whole sneaker obviously is on the deck, but the back of the sneaker was also torn.
I just have to point out, no signs of foul play. Sneaker with thing embedded in it. Back torn, no signs of foul play.
I know that
totally normal.
It is a little strange, don't you think?
While I admit that it's strange, I don't know that it's actually a sign of foul play.
I don't either, but I just like the statement, the idea that a torn sneaker is definitely not a sign of foul play.
But it torn the sneaker weeks ago. You never know. They're her favorite sneakers. Gonna wear them out.
I have to apologize to our listeners for having just said like the like. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
I like that.
Well, let's talk about the rope that was on the back of the boat. Because there was a 20-foot rope drifting behind the boat, tied to the boat.
What is that, like 6 meters?
About 6 meters, yeah. It was trailing behind the boat when the captain of the ship that spotted C's life approached the boat. He said he saw 2 blue rubber bumpers tied to that rope. And rubber bumpers, if you're not familiar with it, they're kind of round, rubbery cylinder guys that you would stick between the boat and a dock.
Yeah, they're
so
cylindrical.
That you don't, yeah.
They're cylindrical, round on the ends, and they've got these 2 tongues that stick out.
That you tie a rope to.
Tying ropes to. Yeah.
And when the Coast Guard showed up, there was no bumpers. There was no blue bumpers tied to that rope.
And I'm sorry, did we say what time that ship found the boat?
He saw it sometime in the morning, and the Coast Guard got to it sometime that morning. It's never specified exactly what time.
But we don't even know pre-dawn, dawn.
I would say before noon.
Okay, but it was daylight?
Yes.
Okay.
It was daylight because they found the boat. And I think that's one of the reasons that the running lights not being on is noted, because it had obviously been out there all night long. So if somebody had been on it at night, you would believe they would normally turn on the running lights.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't the case.
Okay.
I think as we talked about a little bit before, there's a swim ladder on this boat. The swim ladder was up, So it wasn't dropped into the water. In the trash can, there was an empty bottle of vodka. It was a fifth of vodka.
They'd been out there for how many days?
This was their second day.
Okay, whatever.
Seems reasonable.
Yep. And, look at this. All of their personal effects and their money is accounted for. No personal belongings appear to be missing.
Well, now, here's the deal and all that stuff, like, on the boat. They say they found their clothes on the boat. Were their clothes below decks, or were they up in the cockpit or the well of the boat?
The images that I saw, it gives me the impression that there was some stuff strewn around, but...
Below decks or above decks?
This is above deck.
Okay.
But it was like, a pair of shorts and a towel or something. And I'm working from memory here. I don't remember exactly what it was. And I've never really seen photos of below decks. I mean, I had to go looking for similar boats to get an idea of what it looked below, in the bow. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know what was where.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I've seen accounts that say their clothes were found on board. I wondered, is it like,
in disarray or in their bag?
Or did it appear that they'd stripped naked before jumping into the water and dropped their clothes right there in the well? Or were there just clothes stashed below decks? I mean, I don't, that's what
I can't say. I haven't seen anything that says it specifically. And like I said, I've only seen a few photos of the well of the boat when it was found. I haven't seen anything in the actual cabin area.
Okay.
So obviously, of course, they find this boat. The people that are supposed to be on the boat are not on the boat. So a huge search goes on. The Coast Guard's got ships running around. They've got helicopters. The Canadian Coast Guard is doing the same thing. Her family, Lana's family, comes to the area. When they get her boat back from the Coast Guard, they're using it to go around and try and find her. Thousands of square miles is this area that they're covering. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, the lake itself is like 23,000 square miles. It's a huge friggin' lake.
I got an idea. Let's use a potential crime scene as a means to search for people.
It was released.
Yeah,
they could pick it up, and they did.
Yeah, I don't know how long they had it in custody though. It must have been for a while, right? They didn't just turn around and turn it over to the family.
I honestly don't know how long it was in custody. I mean, all I know is that the family talks about the fact that they took her boat out and they used her boat, and there's some issues that are brought up later on that they're like, we totally kept using this boat, and nobody suffered any ill effects.
Well, I like it better if the family goes out in the boat and they disappear, and then and then more family comes out and they disappear.
Yeah.
And I like that.
And it's the boat. The boat's doing it.
I like that better. Can we just put that in there?
No, is it? It's the carry of boats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Yeah. It basically just like flips over, chucks them out, and then rights itself.
Motors itself back to the dock, ties itself up in that nice, crappy 1970s or 1980s still photography where a rope wraps itself around something as it ties itself. We'll totally set this up, guys. So we're going to move forward in time to the 24th of August, which is 2 weeks later. Two women spot what they believe is a body on the rock shoal of Huron Bay. And the authorities come out and take the body away and indeed confirm that it is Lana. The strange thing about the condition of her body is that she is completely naked, short of wearing her watch, a ring, and her necklace. I say
What's
that's
strange about that?
Well, I say that's strange because her family knew that she never swam with her jewelry on, which I totally get.
Yeah,
well,
why would you?
I mean, why would you? Yeah.
She always used to put it on her watch band and then attach her watch band to the wheel of the boat.
Right, which is really smart.
Yes. The other reason is that the watch itself was a watch that somebody had given her years ago when it was kind of a prized possession. She'd recently had it cleaned and tuned.
Yeah, it was an
so
expensive
to just
watch.
jump into the water with it and blatantly, knowingly destroy it was unlike her.
Well, duh.
The other thing that
it's a life-saving thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would have to be an extreme situation.
Right.
She wouldn't just casually hop in for a swim with it on.
Sure.
Well, especially with the weather conditions, what they are, and the water temperature, what it was.
Yeah. It's very apparent that she was naked when she was in the water. It's not as if she went in and her clothes came off of her. And that's because there were no rub marks or wear marks from the clothing. And she didn't even have any, no underwear, no nothing. So it would be apparent. And there wasn't enough time for those things to have broken up enough or gotten waterlogged enough to come off on their own.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that if she went in and then took her clothes off, because obviously swimming with clothes, wet clothes, is very, very hard.
Well, we're not in theories yet, but I will rebuke that with who the hell bothers to take off their underwear when they're taking off their heavy jeans and shirt? You don't worry about your underwear. Those are kind of inconsequential, I would believe.
Counterpoint, she wasn't wearing any.
That's what I was
possible.
thinking too.
But on a cold, blustery day, I don't know that that's the case. But we're not in theories yet, so we're going to sideline that for a few minutes.
All right, fine.
So a little bit more about the body. It appears that there were no marks or bruises of obvious trauma that would have caused her to die.
Sorry, I had one question.
Yeah.
So do we know what time did the watch stop at?
It's not said.
Okay.
We don't know.
Yeah.
It's a great question. I've never seen what the timestamp was.
Yeah, no, that is an excellent point, and it's kind of like an indictment of American journalism that these friggin' reporters who have massively more resources than
but
we
the watch could
don't find
potentially be water resistant, so then they'd have to do the math. And reporters don't like math. It's kind of kryptonite.
I just feel like you can say the watch stopped at this time, and it still gives you at least a frame of reference. I completely understand.
And you know what? The police may not have ever released that information.
It's possible, yeah.
That's completely plausible, too. But the body, like I said, there's no marks, there's no outward sign of obvious trauma. The medical examiner does rule that she did drown. That was the cause of death. The only other thing that they call out is that there was almost no alcohol in her system at all, which means it's probably from the drinks a few drinks she'd had the night before, but it wasn't as if she had been boozing it up on the 11th.
Right directly prior to her death.
Right. But she also had elevated levels of carbon monoxide in her system, which we'll talk about.
Okay.
So I guess really where we're at now is there's a couple of things. So Chuck's body has never been found.
Well, Chuck has never been found.
Right.
Let's just be clear.
Yes, Chuck has never been found.
We don't know if he's dead or alive.
So the mystery is what happened on C's life that day, what happened to cause Lana to go into the water and die. Did Chuck die that day? And if so, how? And if not, where is he? I mean, those are our mysteries here. So let's go into theories.
Let's solve this mystery. I'm tired of it already.
So theory number one is that it was an accident due to skinny dipping.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is actually one that you'll see bandied about on the internet a lot.
It's silly.
Well, no, I totally understand. Initially, without doing any reading on the conditions and all of that, people are like, well, they probably decided that it would be a good idea to just jump off the boat and go skinny dipping.
Can I just real quick run through why this is a bad idea?
Please.
I know it's railroading you a little bit, but okay, in the middle of a storm, it's cold, it's the middle of the night.
I don't know that was
she didn't have any alcohol.
It would have been the middle of the night, but it was the daytime.
Whatever. Didn't have any alcohol in her system, so she was making good decisions. Also the watch, also the necklace, also the ring. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only things that I'll add to that is that the air temperature was in the mid to low 60s and the water was 62 degrees.
Okay, although, on the other hand...
Which is not something that would incline me as a man to jump into the water.
Guys especially do not like to climb into cold water naked and come back out again.
I will be 100% honest with you guys. I have at one point, sorry if this is oversharing, very drunkenly gone skinny dipping on the Oregon coast in the middle of winter.
Whoa, yeah.
So it's colder, the water's colder, but I was so drunk, I didn't even feel it.
Right, but you have to be
super drunk to think that's a good idea.
Lana had almost no booze in her, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, and the watch.
Yeah, people really easily, I understand why this is an easy go-to thing.
But it's bad.
But yeah, I I don't think that's going to work. I mean, people also say, well, they must have been doing that, and that's why there was a line off the boats, because that's how they were making sure the boat didn't get away from them. But I've jumped off a boat. I got convinced once to jump off of an unmoored boat, and that thing in almost no winds and on a flat lake started to move on its own really quickly.
Also, you don't put your boat in idle, you turn it off.
Yeah.
And also, you probably drop an anchor.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
So there's a whole bunch of holes with this. They just went skinny dipping.
Also,
and
the
the boat
swimming,
went away.
you need the ladder down.
You would want the ladder.
We don't
down.
need the ladder to get off of the boat.
But you
need
do
to
back
get it back
on.
You want to do
That's
that,
an important part of the skinny dipping theory.
But this is actually I've suddenly had a flash of realization that we've just solved the Mary Celeste. Skinny dipping, yes.
Okay.
Duh.
No, obviously.
Well, now that we've changed stories, let's go to our next theory.
On the Mary Celeste? Okay.
Yeah. So the next theory is that Chuck pushed her overboard and ran away with the circus.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, probably they were having some domestic issues that turned into a domestic dispute.
Yeah.
Before we go too deep in this theory, I'm sorry, maybe you're going to talk about this in the theory. Do we know what the message that Lana left for her male friend said?
We know the gist of it, yes.
Okay. Are we going to talk about that?
We will. We'll
Okay.
talk about it a little
Great.
bit.
Okay.
Okay, so this one also is popular, and that's because it's got some anecdotal evidence to support it. So to lay the theory out is that Chuck, peeved off at Lana for some reason, like, say, maybe getting ready to break up with him, decides that he's had enough, and he shoves her overboard, and then he drives the boat somewhere and runs away.
Okay, well, okay.
I got to say, though, if I were dating somebody and I was planning on breaking up with her,
I wouldn't
probably,
get on a boat with
him.
him.
I probably wouldn't be wanting to have this long vacation with them. I mean, at this point, I'm done with them.
So people make a lot of strange decisions when they're in relationships. We can all look back and say, I was really pretty done with that, but why did we do that thing? Or why did this stuff happens? Logically, after the fact, it's easy to say, I should never have done that. But at the time, people rationalize and convince themselves to do a lot of funny things.
I don't know. It's pretty easy to say I'm going to break up with this guy on a boat in the middle of a lake. Like, that's a bad decision no matter what way you put it.
I'm sure she didn't plan on breaking up with him on the boat.
No, but, I mean, if you're about to do it, you're not going to go into a secluded, dangerous situation with him, probably.
So let's talk about though. I know what you're talking. I know where you guys are heading with this.
Yeah.
And let's give some of the preamble first before we get too much into that.
Yep.
I actually realized I've got the contents of the call or the general information about the call right here. So the call that was made to the male friend was a man that Chuck was evidently very jealous of.
Mm-hmm.
And she had told people that she was a cousin of hers was having a wedding that summer, and she was going to go, and her intention was to take this other man and not Chuck.
Yeah. Now, did this other man live in Detroit?
He was in the area, I believe. I mean, Chuck evidently knew him because Chuck was jealous of him, so I've got to believe that they operated in the same circles. He's not like he's a friend that lived on the West Coast or something, or far, far away.
Now, certainly if I were Chuck, I would be unhappy about that. I can see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is...
Well, so why?
So why was she going to get rid of him?
Yeah.
Well, Chuck's behavior, there were times where he may have exhibited some really bad behavior.
Chuck was kind of a bad drunk from what I heard.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So remember I said he came from a family of lawyers?
Yeah.
There is speculation that he should have been invited to practice at his father's firm.
Yeah.
But instead he wasn't because apparently, according to some people, he had a tendency to take a 2-martini lunch that turned into a 3-martini lunch that then stretched into the wee hours of the morning, and he'd never come back to the office. So he had a habit of drinking too much.
And these people who are saying this, are they reputable sources?
They sound like they're actually a lot of family.
Okay.
They're people who knew them,
People
and
who
a lot of
wouldn't
it sounds like it's
necessarily-
from Lana's family, but I can't substantiate that because it's always just, and this happened, and this is said. It's insinuated, but the source is never cited. But he did have a tendency to turn into a total D-bag when he had a bunch of booze in him.
That does happen to some people.
It
it's
does.
actually a lot of people.
It really does.
Yeah.
There are at least 3 times that people have pointed out where Chuck got himself kicked out of bars because he was supposedly too drunk. But that doesn't mean he was being aggressive. That means he was cut off and told
hammered,
to leave.
yeah.
But there's also a time where he supposedly got into a fight with Lana to the point that people who were there decided that it was so bad they had to get in between the couple. To be honest, yelling and name-calling and pointing and being just a super saucy drunk does not mean that somebody's inclined to do harm to another person while sober or drunk. I mean, I'm not defending that behavior, but it doesn't mean that it's not an A equals B scenario. But, she also said to her friends, she said that, listen, if anything ever happens to me, look at my boyfriend.
Well, if anything ever happens to you, the police will look at your boyfriend.
They will.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen pictures of them. She is super attractive. He is not unattractive, but I can see why he would think maybe she was a bit out of his league and get jealous pretty quickly.
I could totally see that. He
can
was always
totally
looking
see
over
that.
his shoulder, I'm sure.
Yeah.
No, and people have said that he was out of his league with her.
Yeah. Well, and as someone who is also kind of just outgoing and flirty by nature, Are you talking
about Steve?
Yeah, as Steve. I'm talking as Steve right now. I've been in situations where, I've definitely dated people who felt like that was unacceptable. And, you go out to the bar, you have a couple drinks, you just engage with people the way you engage with people. And they perceive that as being really flirty and inappropriate. And you get in a fight. And then, things get heated. And I mean, I can also see that if the friends were drunk, they might perceive that as a very much more serious situation than it actually was.
If everybody involved is at the bar, that means alcohol is involved, which means that your memory cannot be totally trusted and your impressions or perceptions of the situation may be skewed.
Yeah. I mean, I get overly protective of my friends when I get a little drunk, and if they're getting in a little kind of snippy spat with their significant other, I am immediately like, oh my God, stop abusing her, that's the worst. Right? So I can understand how her friends might have perceived that, even if it wasn't necessarily true, but also it could have been true.
Here's the other. Oh, go ahead.
I get around this by just not having friends who are nasty drunks.
Yeah. That is an easy way to solve it.
That's the best way.
That isn't totally an easy way to solve it.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that what we don't know is that comment of the fact that she said, well, if anything ever happens to me, look at my boyfriend. We have no idea if she was being serious or sarcastic.
Well, do we have any idea if anybody even actually said that?
She supposedly said that to a friend, and that friend apparently has taken it to be serious.
But which friend?
After the fact.
Yeah, who was this friend, and when did she say it, and was she even talking about this boyfriend? I mean,
look at me, hands in the air.
Totally make it
look
up?
on my face. I have no idea who made this statement. Again, these are things that are bandied about. Got to bring them all up. Whether I hold it to be correct or not, I don't know. There's some other things that I have a lot of hesitation with, and that's some other witnesses. And these are late breaking witnesses.
Yeah, they came out like long after, right?
Yes. So there's 2 witnesses that we're going to talk about here. There is one. This gentleman came forward like 9 months or 10 months after Lana and Chuck disappeared. And it is, he said that he was driving down the street and he was going by a local casino and he saw a man and a woman having a fight. And the man was waving his arms around, looked like he was hitting the woman and trying to shove her in the car. And then she ran away and got in another car and took off. And he followed that car until at some point he stopped following that car. And he was pretty sure that was Chuck. He was positive, actually. He says he's positive it was them. It was
Chuck
Lana and Chuck. But it was 9 months later.
Kind of doubting that.
And it happened a month before they disappeared. So we're talking 10 months. And if you listen to this guy, I'm sorry, I don't buy him. We've seen too many people come forward after the fact in stories like this to get the media attention that I really, really am hesitant to buy his story. Maybe Lana was in denial about the terrible situation that her relationship had turned into with Chuck's drinking. I don't know. That people do that. It happens. But, this guy, I can't add any credibility to him. He's not the only one who came forward, though. There are two ladies who came forward, again, 8-9 months later, after a story aired on the TV saying that they were in Huron Bay on the 11th and that they saw a boat drifting close to the rocks. And they also saw another boat speeding out of the bay, but they couldn't see who or how many people were on it, but they were pretty sure that it was C's life. Huron Bay is important to them because that is where Lana's body was found.
Yeah.
Problem is, the currents drift from north to south, so how in the hell did the boat get from the bay all the way to 11 miles northeast of Mackinac Island if nobody was on it?
Well, and also, how is it that the boat sort of drifted in close to the rocks and then reversed its course all on its own and drifted away again?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's drifting towards the rocks, and as far as a boat speeding away, well, it's water, it's a lake. You're going to see boats speeding around.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
People are on boats.
Yeah.
It happens. It's crazy, but it happens.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
So so we talked about a little bit the fact that there is the phone call, and so people we're continuing on. So we've talked about these late breaking witnesses. We're still in the theory that Chuck shoved her overboard on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see this. If he's insecure and a little jealous, he might be like, when she's not around, she's in the head picking up her phone, and having a look at, who she's calling.
Yeah. So, it's possible that, he overhears part of her conversation, and then he gets angry and he shoves her overboard.
Yeah, it's possible he didn't know that he wasn't going to the wedding with her.
And just suddenly found out and lost his mind.
Well, I'm guessing that he didn't even know there was a wedding taking place.
I gotta be honest with you. I would not be super stoked if I found out that my boyfriend was taking another girl to a wedding.
Yeah, no,
right?
I once actually, this is bad on my part. I was dating a woman, and she broke up with me specifically because I went to a wedding without her.
I would probably break up with my boyfriend.
Yeah. That's okay. I mean,
did you go with someone else?
Well, no.
Okay, then that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the last.
I had my reasons for not wanting to take her with. And I just never should have mentioned it.
But you didn't replace her.
I didn't replace her.
Right, see, that's not as bad.
No.
No, you
the bad part
have
is you didn't take a different date.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she was, that pissed her off big time.
I bet.
But yeah, so you can see how he would be upset.
Oh, hell
so we can see how he would shove her into the water. It does a little bit explain possibly why she had carbon monoxide in her system if she goes into the water, because she would be trying to get on the boat, where she's at the back of the boat where the swim deck is, which is also where the exhaust of the boat is.
Yeah.
So you can see why she would be breathing that in. But it still doesn't explain to me, and I know that we're going to have this conversation again, but it still doesn't explain to me why she was buck naked.
Also, why the back of her tennis shoes were
torn. Why one
and
shoe
why
was torn.
the GPS was the mount of the GPS was in her shoe.
I mean that
because if they're having a fight of that magnitude, there are signs of foul play on the boat.
Yes, there would be signs of foul play.
And if there aren't, if it's intentional, he's gonna throw the sneakers overboard. You don't leave that stuff around if you just accidentally push your girlfriend overboard and she's dead.
Well, yeah,
you toss that overboard too and hope for the best.
You actually pull the knob out and put it back in the GPS.
Probably.
And then you toss the sneaker overboard.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
That's my problem with that, too.
Yeah. Well, and people point to, for this theory, people say, well, obviously Chuck was drunk that day because there's an empty vodka bottle in the trash can.
Well,
she doesn't probably didn't have.
probably consumed the night before.
Or at some point in the past, it's not like she's got a maid service that comes onto her boat and takes the trash away for her.
Yeah, no, I mean,
who knows how long it's been there?
It could have, it could have been a half a fifth, and they polished it off the night before.
Could have been even less.
Yeah,
a couple shots.
Yeah, you don't know.
I mean, you have no idea
that she just had on the boat. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
or could have finished it like months ago.
Yeah,
and
like
it was
I
just
said,
chilling there.
Yeah,
it had been there for a long time. You just don't know.
Although I would think with these two, apparently they both like to drink. You'd think there'd be a substantial stock of booze on board.
Well, I don't think there was a lot of room for that substantial stock of booze, Joe.
Well, and in addition to that, it's not as though they were like staying overnight really that much on the boat, right? They stopped and they got dinner and maybe had a couple of drinks and then got back on and
stayed the night on the boat that night.
She seemed to be trying to be responsible.
Stay with family the next day.
Yeah, they probably came back to the boat, had a shot, and went to sleep.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to say. So, I mean, just the problems with the late breaking witness theories. Or the witness statements, excuse me. I have a lot of issue with that. And then, I mean, this theory continues on that Chuck must have turned off the GPS and then drove the boat somewhere else. Evidently, he must have drove it north before he got off. If the ladies, the ladies who spotted the boat in Lake Huron are to be believed, then, or maybe even not that. But somehow he must have taken it north, and then that's why the boat drifted to where it is. People say this because his body hasn't been found. But it turns out bodies not showing up after they go into the water in that lake are not uncommon things.
No, apparently about half of them don't show back up.
It's 750 feet deep.
It's a big lake.
It's big.
It's cold water. Mm-hmm. He was not a small guy.
He was not.
He probably weighed more than she did, and it's possible that he sank.
Well, the fat
she float.
It's a matter of his body density. I mean, if he was a fat
his
guy,
density.
and I can't tell totally. He doesn't look like
chubby.
He doesn't look like a skinny guy, So,
but he may not have been as buoyant as her. Some people are more buoyant than others.
He could have been wearing clothes. He could have had weights on his feet because he was working out.
He could have been wearing concrete shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, no.
But here's the other thing: is that he might have washed up on shore too somewhere. But here's the deal: is after bodies have been in the water for a while, it's kind of even hard to recognize them. Yeah.
Well, but the that's a good point. Is that bodies do wash up, and bodies have washed up. There was a body that washed up in 2008 that they thought might have been him. But it turned out that it wasn't. They also thought that it could have been 3 or 4 other people who had disappeared in the lake. It turned out it was somebody who had disappeared a year prior.
Yeah.
It's a big friggin' lake,
It's a huge lake. There's a lot of coastline. It could have washed up and been carried away by animals before anybody stumbled across it.
Or just sank to the bottom and the sea life had their way with it.
Yeah,
so
it could have been.
It's also not completely crazy that the body, quote unquote, disappears.
Aren't there like little shoals and islands and things like that all over the lake too? I mean, maybe it just washed up there and
nobody's found it. And it just broke down and and nature took its course. It's possible.
It could have been he actually swam to one of those islands. He's living there now.
Still living.
This day. Yeah, living the life of Riley.
Okay, so you're right.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Wow.
Because there's some stuff we did not address there that I want to address, but I know we're not doing that.
We're going to do that a little bit more here.
Yeah.
So we're going to move on to this theory, which is it was an accident, but it was Chuck's fault because he was drunk.
Okay.
This is very similar to, you're going to find this in a couple of them. There's a lot of things that bleed through. Again, this is saying he drank all the vodka that day. He was super sauced, and he didn't knock her overboard intentionally, but somehow accidentally she went over. He then freaks out and starts throwing the PFDs at her, the life jackets at her to try to get it to her. He throws a line to her, and then when he can't get her that way, he decides to just go ahead and jump in himself to try and rescue her and bring her back to the boat.
I like this theory.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, except I can't imagine she went in and just immediately started stripping.
I can't either.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem I have with this. But otherwise it's pretty solid. But I can see that the problem is he must have been really sauced or just a really stupid person when he doesn't realize that what he can do is put the boat in neutral and
which it was.
Yeah, and put it in neutral and actually maybe even turn it around and like head it back towards her a little bit. I mean. You know,
if he was drunk,
there's no reason to panic.
His judgment. Well,
yeah, maybe when somebody goes overboard.
Let's keep this going with this. If indeed he is sauced, his judgment is highly impaired, and that logical thought may not occur. If he's not sauced, well, that's a completely different story.
Can we talk about the carbon monoxide?
Yeah, absolutely. So she did have carbon monoxide in her bloodstream. It is, I'm going to apologize because there's a bit of science here and I really struggled with this. She had a 13% saturation in her blood, which is where it's a little tricky because there's a certain amount of time that you have to inhale carbon monoxide or certain concentrations to reach that. So there's different ways that it could have happened, but the general thinking is that to get to 13% saturation, she must have been in the exhaust stream of the boat, which means she was hanging around at the swim deck for 15 to 20 minutes, at which point she would have inhaled enough that caused dizziness and nausea, at which point would mean that she starts to have some issues with keeping her head above water, and that would have been what caused her to drown.
And we said the swim deck is like a little, there's a little perch there, right? Off the back of the boat,
swim
there's
deck
like a
is
little,
about 8 or 12 inches above the waterline.
but it's a little
It's not.
perch there.
I don't know that it's a big enough thing to actually like sit on or anything, but it's.
You could sit on it, but it's hard. It's a hard thing when you're tired to pull yourself up 12 inches out of the water. I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried. I mean, that's not easy to do.
Well, but I was just thinking, I mean, she was a tan girl. Maybe she thought, I'm just going to sun myself here, but it doesn't sound like it was.
The weather doesn't make sense for that because it's 62 degrees and stormy.
Oh, I'm falling into that trap. You're right. I'm sorry.
But it's funny is that the carbon monoxide, I was reading, and there's this thing, I can't believe people do this, called teak surfing. Have you heard of that?
I have done it.
You've done it?
Yes.
What's it called again?
Teak surfing, as in the wood teak. Because the boats used to be made out of teak. You would hang onto the teak, the back of the boat or the side of the boat, and you would either body surf or surf on your bare feet.
Yeah.
Which, knowing what a danger it is, because you're in the exhaust stream of the boat, is insane to me.
Again, drunk.
But people
do
it.
Well, people do a lot of stupid stuff. I doubt that she would.
I don't, and especially not in this situation.
And naked and with all her jewelry on.
Yeah.
The other thing that I will point out is having carbon monoxide in your bloodstream is not necessarily this immediate bad thing. Smokers have somewhere between 5 to 9% in their bloodstream most times, so it's not as if it's an instant death sentence.
I don't think that the cause of death is carbon monoxide poisoning.
No,
the
drowning.
Reason for drowning may have been carbon monoxide
because
poisoning.
of her
just being mental state.
I was trying to think of the word is, but
disorientation.
Disorientation. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
It's. But it doesn't mean that as soon as you breathe that stuff in, you're instantly disoriented and drunk on it.
No, I mean there's carbon monoxide. If you walk downtown, you're going to be inhaling at least a bit of that stuff.
Oh yeah, next to idling traffic.
Yeah.
At what level do you actually die?
50%.
50?
50% blood saturation is where you die.
Okay, I'll keep it.
That's instant death.
I will keep it below that. Then.
And for my, I have to say, one of my favorite stories about the actual dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning is a Reddit post. It's one of the best of. If you just best of carbon monoxide poisoning, I'm sure it'll come up. This guy posted on legal advice because he thought his landlord was breaking into his apartment, leaving him sticky notes, and it turned out that he was so poisoned with carbon monoxide that he was forgetting that he was writing himself sticky notes and thought that it was his landlord.
Wow.
You should go read the story.
That's hilarious.
This can literally happen to people. So
that explains a lot.
It
I need
does.
to check the carbon monoxide in this house.
Yeah. But so, it can be that serious without causing any other kind of side effects. It was just memory loss for this guy.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound like this was prolonged exposure.
No.
It was acute exposure.
No, and again, the reason I brought up earlier the fact that her family had used the boat after the fact is that some people will say, well, obviously there must have been a leak and the carbon monoxide was spilling into the cabin somewhere. But if her family is using the boat, then somebody else should have experienced shown symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning.
A counterpoint, was her family sleeping in the cabin?
I don't know.
Because I guess possible that it was leaking in, but they weren't spending enough time in the actual cabin, but that she and Chuck were sleeping in
Problem
there.
with that,
But
Devin,
when they slept
is
in the
that
cabin, they didn't have the engine on.
And the other problem is that they slept at a dock and then they left and they were traveling. They would have had to have...
She was making phone calls in the cabin.
Well, okay.
Colonel Mustard.
I mean,
with
she
the
spent
wrench.
more time in the cabin than other people, so she could have been exposed to it more. I understand it's grasping at straws.
It really
but
is
it's
grasping
possible.
because the engine is at the rear of the boat. That's the problem with this. But the other thing that we'll talk about right now is the GPS knob.
Yeah.
So like we said, that knob is about 1 inch or 2 around. It's the kind of thing that when it comes unscrewed and it falls to the ground, it's going to fall with the shaft pointing up, which as soon as you step on it, it's going to bury itself into your shoe. If there's a seam there. Oh, yeah, but if it's a tennis shoe, it's not like it's going to jam your foot.
You're going to feel that you stepped on a thing.
You're going to know, which could explain why she tore out of it, because if she was walking and she stepped on it and she twists, you could see how that would cause her tennis shoe to tear in the motion. It's possible. I'm not saying it's the right answer, but it's possible.
Are we talking tennis shoes like you're wearing right now? Or are we talking like, okay.
Oh.
I mean, it feels like it would take a lot to tear the back out of those tennis shoes, but...
You would think so, but I've had tennis shoes tear, and it's amazing. You know, it's like tearing a phone book. You see the guy do it. It's like, it's never going to... Holy crap, once it starts, it just goes.
That's fair.
It could have been worn, too. I mean, it could have been...
They weren't brand new shoes.
Yeah, I mean...
So let's talk a little bit more, though, about the GPS unit, because there's some things about it that we haven't covered. You remember we talked about the data points? You were asking about what the heck the deal was with those.
Yeah.
So here's the numbers. So we actually have some numbers here. The GPS unit on her boat was able to track 2,000 data points or location points.
Okay. That you would input and say, show me this thing, or that it was tracking historically.
Would log 2,000 points.
Okay.
And it would just do it automatically, right?
Right.
It's, every 10 minutes, something like that.
So whatever. It's, we'll get in some details in just a sec. There were 1,885 of that possible 2,000 data points logged. And like I said, there's a gap between sometime in the afternoon on the 11th and 1:30 a.m. in the morning of the 12th, which where there's nothing missing. 115 missing location or data points.
Quote, unquote. Right?
Yes. As indicating that there's something going on in that time lag. People will actually say, well, obviously somebody went in there and they deleted that stuff so that you didn't know where the boat was, which is a little hinky to me.
That seems silly.
And I say that because thanks to some forums of people who are boat enthusiasts, I happen to pick up this particular story. I got a bunch of information, which is it's believed that her boat was probably using a Garmin 130. And if you go to look up a Garmin 130 now, be aware that though Garmin still uses the name Garmin 130, it's completely different than it used to be.
And this was one of those things that would come standard on the boat or come with the boat that she didn't install.
I would think that people would outfit those.
I believe this was an aftermarket, after the fact addition. It was not if the knob had come loose. It's not something that would be flush mounted into the dash of the boat. It's something that was mounted on after the fact on kind of a swivel mount.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the kind of technology you really don't want to buy that's installed in the boat because it changes so fast.
Yeah. No, I mean, my car's GPS my car's a year old, and the GPS system, I used the one on my phone because it's better than what was in a brand new car. So same exact theory. But these folks on this forum helped me figure out that, like I said, they think it's a 130. And that particular unit, or actually a lot of units, but this one in particular, had 3 modes. It had off, which means it didn't track any data points.
Well, it's
it had what was called fill, which means it tracked until it filled up, and then it stopped tracking any data points. Or it had wrap, which was it tracked up until it reached almost capacity, at which point it deleted the oldest data points to have space to keep recording on top of it. It's overwriting the data.
Yeah.
What we don't know, and I want to point this out, is I doubt that it was overwriting them one at a time. Most likely what it did is it wiped blocks of memory out.
Quite possibly.
So let's just say it wipes out 200 of the oldest data points, and then the thing keeps going. So it hits capacity, wipes 200, and then keeps logging. Well, that would explain why it's this random number of 115, because it hasn't reached that minimum before it wipes another 200.
Well,
I don't know what the minimum number wipe is. I'm making 200 up.
It's probably 50 or 100, but here's the deal. Has anybody actually published the track that was stored on the GPS?
The police have
it, and they're not.
Police have it, but it's from what I've gathered, it follows the route that they were heading to Mackinac Island, and then at some point in there, it stopped, and then it began again when the boat was drifting, relatively where it was found by the Coast Guard.
But
that's a little suspicious.
Well,
if that's the case, though, then I mean, if it's tracked their entire journey
with just a small interruption in the middle,
with a 6 or 12 hour gap.
But so I guess my question is was it battery powered or was it plugged? Was it
hardwired? It was a hardwired unit.
Dependent on the power of the ship. Or the boat.
And the boat was on idle, so the battery should have been charged.
It was, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the boat was on idle the entire time.
No.
Right? So if they turn the boat off and it's not receiving power, if it doesn't have a battery pack...
No, it would be wired into the boat system. I mean, you've been on a boat. You turn the engine off, you still have electricity.
Right.
Until the battery drains. But once the battery drains, you can't turn the boat back on.
But so, I mean, what's to say there wasn't an electrical problem for a minute during the middle of a storm?
I'm not going to disagree with that, because here's the thing. Lana had, I don't know what it was, but she had some work done to her GPS unit, which gives me the indication that it makes total sense that one of the knobs would have come loose in 2 days of constantly driving over not smooth water. That thing's going to unscrew itself. Okay, now it's rattling along on only one screw holding it in place. I can see how the power connection could come loose, or if it's using, I believe it had a built-in antenna, but let's just presume that maybe it had an external antenna. The antenna could have come disconnected a little bit, which if it can't get any data, it can't log anything. Then let's move forward in time to now the seas are rougher, the thing is bouncing around. The connection could have rattled good enough for it to turn back on. I am making, this is pure conjecture, but I'm just looking at, somebody worked on it. It's only got one